single edgy thought kicks off my embarrassing origin story. I hate humans. Within a gaudy mansion, the world's most punchable faces were having a party. Surrounding my past self, a pack of judgmental elites sneered down. He pathetically clutched a tiny ball of light, his only skill. This sad sack was me, Bai Xing, trying way too hard to look mysterious in the shadows. Their host, a blowhard named Pushkin, paraded his newest acquisition for all to see. My new title was apparently the Living Lamp, a fancy, breathing paperweight. Pushkin's voice dripped with scorn as he presented the evening's entertainment. Everyone knew this loser only had a useless F-rank ability. Apparently, he'd saved me from a fate worse than being his personal glow stick. Through their laughter, a truly epic, villainous monologue started brewing in my head. My past eyes flared with a brilliant crimson, the classic sign of a character about to snap. A silent, dramatic scream for the total annihilation of mankind echoed in my soul. Just like that, the server-wide apocalypse event I wished for actually began. Lifeless statues warped into screaming, nightmarish abominations. Colossal stone guardians awoke to methodically flatten entire cities. Rifts in reality ripped open the sky, vomiting forth swarms of alien horrors. Entire islands sank under the weight of slavering, grotesque demons. Then, a ridiculously ominous picture book materialized, hovering over the broken world. Its pages began to greedily suck all of creation into an illustrated hellscape. Absolutely everything, from teacups to skyscrapers, started to get corrupted. Any random object could glitch out and become a lethal pollutant. After only 6 months, the global player count had been brutally cut in half. Out of the world's despair, a new player class was finally unlocked. The Sealers. These chosen few could somehow wield the very power of the world-ending pollution. Their main quest was to fight back the tide and seal the endless monsters. Humanity's last line of defense became these unlikely, overpowered heroes. So what does this whole sob story have to do with little old me? These new eyes, sparkling with a lucky glint, hold all the cheat codes. A tiny smirk plays on my lips. Time for New Game Plus, suckers. Standing among the other newbies, my only goal is to speedrun this pathetic world. A mischievous grin spreads across my face as I pick my first target. My grand strategy begins right here, at the Sealer qualification exam. Suddenly, a beefy tattooed hand clamps down hard on my shoulder. One of the old game's most annoying mini-bosses corners me with a nasty leer. I instantly recognize Kim Phuket, the loan shark who made my first playthrough a nightmare. My past self would have been a stammering mess before this walking sack of muscles. Phuket scoffs at my silence, mistaking my boredom for fear. He bellows to the gathering crowd, clearly trying to activate a public humiliation debuff. This idiot is about to reveal that I was once humanity's greatest hope, a celebrated genius. A wave of mockery washes over the crowd, remembering my past self only as a legendary flop. They sneer at the memory of the fallen prodigy, a running joke about wasted potential. Phuket basks in their derision, savoring my public humiliation like a fine wine. His foul breath hits my face as he hisses grim reminders about an old crushing debt. However, a serene smile blooms on my face. This is all going according to my walkthrough. My mind flashes to his pathetic end in the first timeline, a death far too merciful for my taste. This time, my small hand is the first to move, seizing the collar of his grimy shirt. A truly unhinged grin stretches my cheeks as I completely flip the script on this buffoon. Pure, unadulterated shock flashes across Phuket's brutish features. His confusion quickly boils into a predictable, sputtering rage as a meaty fist soars towards me. I calmly present my cheek, a perfect, inviting target for his clumsy attack. My voice drips with condescending sweetness, daring him to ruin his investment before the exam. However will you collect if I'm disqualified for a little scuffle? I coo with a wicked glint in my eye. You can practically see the gears grinding to a halt in his thick skull as he realizes my checkmate. That oversized fist stops just inches from my face, paralyzed by his own insatiable greed. He withdraws with a string of pathetic threats, trying to salvage a shred of dignity. I simply form a little finger gun and aim it straight at his retreating back. Pew pew, I whisper playfully. You've just been tagged for later. Leaving him stewing in his own fury, I promise a much more interesting reunion is coming soon. Terrified whispers follow me through the parted crowd, their awe now curdled into fear. The other applicants give me a wide berth, branding me some kind of walking bad luck charm. A satisfied smirk settles on my lips because this predictable fear is exactly what I wanted. My thoughts drift back 3 years, to the start of this whole ridiculous tutorial level. A much younger, painfully naive version of me declared his grand dream of saving the world. Everyone hailed him as a 1 in a billion prodigy, the hero destined to carry the server. Back then, the world ran on a simple algorithm of power levels and combat stats. His initial reading of 1200 shattered all previous records, stunning the officials into silence. Even the legendary headmaster Pushkin was summoned to witness the birth of a new main character. The old man activated his unique skill, Foresight, to read the data on my future. At first, the headmaster's gaze was blank, finding no trace of my awakened ability. Suddenly, a vision of overwhelming power seized him, a glimpse of a legendary fate. He spoke of a destiny that would outshine the brightest stars in the heavens. That prophecy went viral, cementing the legend of a genius who had yet to do anything. My past self foolishly believed this was the key to a better life for his struggling family. He imagined a future free from grinding, a world filled with peace and happiness. Endless sponsorship deals and guild invitations flooded his inbox before he'd even cast a single spell. Then, under the intense glare of the world's spotlight, my core ability finally manifested. It was the most laughably pathetic F-rank skill in the game: Summon Light Sphere. This ultimate power amounted to nothing more than a dim, ambient party trick. All that hype, all that hope was built on the world's most epic server-wide glitch. That brilliant promise soon twisted into a shadow that devoured his entire world. My past self became the server's most legendary punchline. Crushing debt and public shame ultimately shattered his once proud family. Now this very exam represents his last-ditch quest for survival. Returning to the present, I confirm every piece is moving exactly as my guide predicted. Across the field, my eyes lock onto a key character standing amidst the anxious mob. A stoic girl with raven hair draws a blade that glimmers with quiet purpose. Deep inside, a silent promise forms. She's the one NPC I'll protect when this world ends. Without warning, an authoritative voice crackles to life across the entire campus. Pollutants are being released onto the grounds as the sealer exam officially begins. Your mission is simple: team up, hunt down these creatures, and seal them for points. Examiner Shajo formally declares the start of this brutal high-stakes game. From her balcony, she offers a chillingly insincere wish of good luck. Absolute chaos erupts as 1,000 desperate players scramble for allies. Shouts fill the air as everyone desperately hawks their skills to join an elite party. High-ranked players are immediately swarmed, leaving the low-level newbies in the dust. The whole training field transforms into a frantic, chaotic bazaar of power and potential. One examiner dryly observes how the top-tier students had pre-formed their guilds. Another argues that strategic alliances are the cornerstone of survival in this field. With a dismissive scoff, examiner Xiaojue injects a cold dose of reality. Only a sharp grin spreads across her face as she declares that living sealers have value. An aide quickly reports that nearly every student has found a team to weather the storm. Her gaze freezes on the monitor, her expression shifting from boredom to utter disbelief. Unbelievably, one lone applicant registers a staggering power level of 1,200. Beside her, a proctor just chuckles, noting this supposed prodigy is playing completely solo. Down below, the field is a sea of newly formed squads with isolated figures left stranded. Before me, a panicked boy desperately pleads with a formidable-looking group for a spot. They simply shove him to the ground, mocking his pathetic E-rank abilities. I calmly walk over and offer the rejected player a 2-person party invitation. He instead turns his rage on me, blaming my very presence for his misfortune. His clumsy fist connects with my jaw, sending me sprawling onto the grass. Furious shouts demand that I get lost and quit the exam immediately. Lying here, a cold, familiar rage begins to smolder deep within my eyes. Memory flashes of my past life, of this very boy who once called me brother. Such a bitter memory of betrayal now sharpens my contempt into a razor's edge. Suddenly, a clean white handkerchief is offered down to me from above. It belongs to the girl with the sword, her expression a pool of calm in the storm. In a quiet voice, she warns me to be careful since my powers haven't yet manifested. Then she confesses her own power level is a flat, completely useless 0. Getting to my feet, I offer a knowing smile, because the future is my own personal cheat sheet. A mountain of a student stomps over, addressing the sword girl as Miss Yuexian. Introducing himself as Ma Huzhong, he proudly announces his B-rank Rock Fist ability. Yuexian calmly explains her cousin conveniently hired this muscle-bound escort service for the exam. Her gaze then shifts to me, casually proposing I tag along for the ride. Ma Huzhong grumbles a reluctant acceptance, clearly bound by duty to his client's odd whims. Turning to my new benefactor, I have to ask for the logic behind her sudden charity. My question hangs in the air, a genuine need to understand this unexpected party invite. She simply looks away, dismissing it as a whim while telling me not to read too much into it. I cheerfully extend a hand to the bewildered giant, introducing myself with a knowing grin. His eyes widen in absolute shock, demanding to know how I already knew his name. With a mischievous wink, I cryptically reply that some things are just part of the game's public lore. I then claim my little light sphere as a legendary item that reveals all hidden player information. After watching him gape in awe for a satisfying moment, I admit with a laugh that it's all a bluff. High above, the sun reaches its zenith, casting long shadows across the campus grounds. A disembodied voice announces the hunt has officially begun, directing all players toward the main building. Elsewhere, a well-balanced squad of 4 confidently strides into an overgrown school courtyard. Their confident leader commands the earth itself, backed by a specialist in aggressive plant manipulation. Supporting them are 2 others, one skilled in stunning enemies and the other a dedicated healer. The leader smirks, hoping to farm some easy points from low-level creatures in the area. Suddenly, their plant user freezes, sensing a hostile presence rustling within the flower beds. A nimble girl with feline features eagerly offers to flush out whatever is hiding from them. She bolts across the courtyard on all 4s, a blur of motion against the unkempt green. Without warning, massive thorny tendrils erupt from the soil, lashing violently through the air. Her desperate cry for the team to fall back is cut short by the sudden eruption. An enormous floral monstrosity bursts from the earth, swatting her aside like an insignificant toy. Towering over them is a notorious field boss, the dreaded cannibal 4-leaf demon clover. From the ground, countless smaller versions sprout in an instant, completely surrounding the panicked students. The entire courtyard is now infested with a writhing horde of 18 F-rank monsters. Their coordinated formation completely crumbles under the sheer weight of this overwhelming surprise attack. In a panic, the leader screams for the cat girl to immediately disable the charging beasts. He instead slams both palms onto the ground, channeling his own ultimate skill in desperation. Geysers of molten rock instantly erupt from below, turning the courtyard into a volcanic death trap. The entire swarm of demon clovers is completely vaporized within the searing pillars of flame. Breathing heavily, the leader scans his scorched surroundings, his teammates shaken but unharmed. His agile scout presents a glowing crystal, the precious core salvaged from the ashes of the boss monster. He explains how this single item can be used as bait to spawn endless waves of weaker creatures. A fanatical gleam fills his eyes as he preaches about securing humanity's future through these sealed powers. Far from the fiery battle, my own mismatched party navigates the eerily silent school corridors. Our new group moves with a palpable tension, each footstep echoing in the empty halls. Beside me, Yuexin keeps her blade at the ready, her quiet focus a constant warning that danger is everywhere. Baixing playfully winks, utterly unbothered with a B-rank captain watching our backs. Turning to Ma Hozhong, he complains loudly about this painfully slow scavenger hunt. Our captain insists pollutants are a random spawn, but a bead of sweat betrays his targeted search. He desperately seeks a rare beast, one capable of bending the very fabric of reality. Its unique power traps victims within a sealed pocket dimension, a world completely separate from our own. Under the weight of his secret mission, Ma Hozhong's composure begins to visibly crack. He gestures nervously toward a derelict warehouse, ordering Baixing to illuminate its shadowy entrance. Yuexin immediately questions the reckless command, though Baixing seems surprisingly irritated by her concern. His annoyance instantly melts into theatrical tears of joy, ecstatic to finally be useful. He bounces forward with uncontainable glee, giving the captain a hearty slap on the shoulder. Mid-stride, that cheerful mask contorts into a chillingly sinister grimace. His leading foot collides with an invisible wall, stopping him dead in his tracks. Everyone freezes, staring in disbelief at the shimmering distortion in the air before him. The ground beneath his feet cracks open like glass, revealing a swirling vortex of pure darkness. His teammates watch in horror as unseen tendrils violently pull him into the abyssal rift. Miles away, inside a sterile control room, analysts diligently monitor the unfolding examination. Head examiner. Xiajie, however, calmly buffs her nails, appearing completely bored by the proceedings. A frantic technician reports that an entire team's life signal has suddenly vanished from the grid. She offers only a cold smirk, remarking that a few casualties are an expected part of the curriculum. Deep within the suffocating void, Baixing's tiny sphere of light bravely pushes back the gloom. Its gentle glow reveals the horrifying truth that they are not alone in this pocket of nothingness. A monstrous C-rank crypt demon spider hangs directly above them, its many eyes gleaming with hunger. Ma Huzhong shakily assumes command, barking at the disoriented group to rally behind him. He quickly assigns combat roles to his high-ranking cronies, pointedly ignoring the rest of us. One of the hired mercenaries suggests simply abandoning Baixing to lighten their burden. Weixin's blade is instantly at the man's throat, her eyes blazing with protective fury. Ma Huzhong hastily silences the argument, reminding them that her judgment is absolute. He then dismisses Baixing with a sneer, telling him to just stand still and be a good little lamppost. Another thug chimes in, cruelly suggesting they just hang him from the ceiling for a better spread of light. The burly men erupt in mocking laughter, enjoying the casual degradation. Yet Yuexin's sharp gaze sweeps the darkness, her instinct screaming that a far greater threat is lurking nearby. Suddenly, a hand clamps down on her wrist, and she turns to see Baixing stopping her from drawing her sword again. He calmly inspects her weapon, identifying it as a rare artifact designed for hunting ethereal beings. Taking the hilt with a newfound confidence, he declares that it's his turn to be her shield. Wexin can only stare, her face flushing crimson at his impossibly audacious gesture. Baixing puffs out his chest, boasting about his flawless perception and unbreakable moral compass. His crimson irises narrow to slits, focusing on a single point in the empty space before them. He then drives the enchanted blade downward into the floor, striking something unseen by anyone else. The entire party flinches back as the impact reverberates through the strange dimension. With a triumphant, manic grin, Baixing calls out the true name of their invisible tormentor. Wexin's face drains of all color, her expression twisting with horrified recognition. He yanks her back an instant before an unseen force rips the enchanted blade from the floor. From that very spot, a figure of pure shadow begins to unfurl with chilling grace. The darkness coalesces into a man with an appraising smile, commending Baixing's sharp senses. His voice drips with condescension, offering Baixing a place in his grand experiment. This is Ji Weiguang, the infamous A-rank researcher with a chilling obsession for unique abilities. A single terrified word escapes Yuexin's lips. Cousin. Baixing merely scoffs, completely unimpressed by the dramatic family reunion. Ji Weiguang casually commands the monstrous spider to begin its grim work on another terrified student. His attention then snaps to Yuexin, enveloping her in a suffocating aura while whispering of her family's ruin. With an unnervingly wide grin, Baixing declares it's time they all learned the meaning of true despair. He finally unleashes his true nature, the legendary Divine Hand, a power over the very concept of abilities. The other students recoil in terror, shouting about the catastrophic consequences of his awakening. Ma Haozhong bellows for everyone to attack, warning that their hesitation means certain death. Yet the hired mercenaries suddenly fall silent, a strange understanding passing between them. Their tense stillness shatters into waves of mocking, condescending laughter. They openly jeer at the notion of a second awakening, dismissing it as a childish fantasy. Ji Weiguang smirks, advising Baixing to pay no mind to the ignorant rabble. Sinister tendrils of shadow coil around Yuexin, pinning her arms as she struggles helplessly. He pulls her against him, his voice a venomous whisper promising a new kind of game. Tears of pure frustration and fear stream down her captive face. Baixing's voice cuts through the noise, a sharp command for her to get ready to move. Those crimson eyes harden, locking onto his target with icy resolve. Ma Huzhong contemptuously steps forward, blocking any chance of a simple escape. A brutish wager is proposed, withstand one punch and their freedom is guaranteed. His entire arm then transmutes before their eyes, sheathing itself in jagged, dense stone. The B-ranker channels his energy, preparing to unleash his signature avalanche fist technique. He orders his lackey to handle the spider, his full attention now fixed on crushing the boy. Yuexin's heart plummets, a desperate wish for the strength to fight her own battles consuming her. Baixing calmly extends an open palm towards her, offering the very power she craves. His fingers gently touch her forehead, a strange warmth spreading from the point of contact. A brilliant thread of light suddenly arcs from his hand to Ma Huzhong's stony fist, freezing the B-ranker in place. Ji Weiguang snarls, his amusement instantly replaced by raw fury at this interference. He conjures a towering wall of impenetrable shadow to intercept the boy's strange power. But the glowing sphere phases through the barrier as if it were mere smoke, leaving the A-ranker stunned. Its trajectory remains unaltered, continuing its inexorable flight directly toward Yuexin. The orb merges with her skin, erupting in a blinding flash that engulfs her entire form. An immense, untamed aura explodes outward from Yuexin, blasting her astonished cousin backward. A look of manic understanding dawns on Ji Weiguang's face. The boy can bestow awakenings upon others. His predatory grin returns, his offer now laced with a fervent, dangerous obsession. Baixing flatly rejects the offer, declaring he hates work more than anything. He smirks, adding that since Ji Weiguang is about to die, there's no salary to worry about. Ji Weiguang recoils from the intense heat radiating from his cousin. A status window reveals Yuexin's new A-rank ability, Thermal Mastery with a power level of 1200. She stares at her own flaming hands, shocked by her sudden awakening. Baixing casually tells her to stop standing around and get to work. Yuexin's eyes narrow, filled with a new and dangerous resolve. Her cousin's face twists in a mask of disbelief and fear. He taunts her, suggesting she get familiar with her new powers. Ji Weiguang orders Ma Haozhong to go and play with his newly empowered cousin. With an apologetic grin, the B-ranker charges forward with his rock fist. Now a being of pure flame, Yuexin prepares to meet his attack head-on. She unleashes a torrent of fire, completely overwhelming his stone fist. Ji Weiguang watches in horror as his hired muscle is instantly consumed by the flames. Panicked, he uses Shadow Dive to sink into the ground and escape. He analyzes her power, noting its short range is a critical weakness. Hiding in the darkness, he prepares a shadow dagger for a surprise attack. He lunges from the shadows, screaming that she must die for his family's future. But a voice from behind calmly asks if he truly believes he's safe. Baixing sits idly by, reminding him that an A-ranker is not so easily defeated. Ji Weiguang launches his shadow attack, vowing to make them pay. Yuexin responds with a massive pillar of fire that engulfs her cousin. Baixing comically praises the villain for taking the hit so bravely. The flames die down, leaving Yuexin staring at her cousin's smoldering remains. Her power fades as she looks at her hands, tears streaming down her face. Baixing drapes his jacket over her, telling her to get used to the feeling of her first fight. She looks at the aftermath, unable to process that her own cousin tried to kill her. He plants a dark seed, suggesting her parents may have met a similar fate. With a grateful smile, she thanks Baixing for everything. The emotional and physical toll proves too much, and she collapses into his arms. A status window reveals his true ability, Divine Hand, which can grant and record powers. He explains that by awakening Yuexin, he copied her A-rank ability for himself. His attention snaps back to the crypt demon spider looming over them. The student riding it laughs, seeing an opening now that Yuexin is down. The massive spider lunges forward, ready to strike Baixing and the unconscious girl. But Baixing easily dodges, smirking. "Who says I can't fight?" The rider screams in frustration, vowing that Baixing won't escape a second time. Baixing realizes Yuexin fainted from the sudden heat loss of her awakening. An idea sparks as he pulls a simple water bottle from his bag. With a sinister grin, he prepares to turn the tables on his attackers. Siphoning all warmth from the air, he forges a blade of absolute zero. This newly forged weapon elevates his power to the realm of an A-ranker. A chilling smile graces his lips as he questions the very need for concealment. From atop his monstrous steed, the rider signals his hidden partner with smug certainty. Another adversary emerges from the shadows, boasting of his victories against B-rank foes. His 8-legged mount spews a colossal venomous net intended to ensnare their target. Baixing remains perfectly still, utterly unimpressed by the descending toxic mesh. That familiar gamer's smirk spreads across his face as he anticipates the counterplay. With a single fluid motion, he unleashes a devastating 0-degree slash. An arc of pure frost radiates from his blade, intercepting the venomous assault. The entire web crystallizes in an instant, disintegrating into a million glittering shards. Lowering his sword, he mockingly asks what happened to their earlier bravado. His expression sharpens into a predatory glare as he announces the real game is about to begin. A sudden blur of motion brings him face to face with the beast, its rider crying out in shock. His manic grin widens, promising this is merely the first of many delightful experiments. The frigid blade finds its mark, plunging deep into the monstrous arachnid's head. Icy veins spread rapidly from the wound, the rider watching in horror as his mount solidifies. He yanks the weapon free, its crystalline form now pulsing with a sinister violet light. A new status effect has been unlocked. The blade is now infused with the spider's potent venom. It then expands to a colossal size, crackling with the combined power of frost and poison. Raising the monstrous sword high, he declares with wild glee that the data acquisition phase is complete. Utter terror contorts the rider's face as the impossibly large weapon begins its final descent. A desperate scream rips from his throat, warning that his death will shatter this entire dimension. The blade halts just inches from its target, its wielder's manic energy replaced by cold calculation. A new objective flashes in his mind. The spider must survive to erase all traces of this encounter. Seeing this hesitation, the rider's despair sparks into a triumphant sneer. He shouts a new command, ordering his partner to sever control over the rampaging beast. Their plan becomes clear. An uncontrolled monster will instinctively flee, breaking the domain for their escape. Meanwhile, the second student gathers immense energy, preparing a disorienting sonic assault. Deflecting a wild strike from the spider, Baixing reprioritizes his targets to the two schemers. With a roar, the partner unleashes his ultimate skill, the Sonic Slam Cannon. A terrifying, visible wave of concussive force hurtles directly toward him. For the first time, the blast connects, and a cry of genuine pain escapes his lips. Triumphant, the attacker boasts that every player, no matter how skilled, has a weakness. Urgently, his partner shouts for the final blow while their enemy is staggered and vulnerable. Taking the opportunity, the enormous spider lunges forward to crush its seemingly helpless foe. Venom-laced fangs descend, poised to deliver the killing strike. But in a flash of insight, his colossal sword morphs into an impenetrable shield of ice. Behind the frosted barrier, his eyes harden with the vow to never again let sentiment cause hesitation. The shield explodes into 1,000 pieces, providing the perfect cover for his lightning-fast repositioning. Convinced of their victory, the students prepare a final, coordinated strike. Yet the beanie wearer's face suddenly contorts with disbelief and horror. His eyes widen as Baixing dashes past them, making a beeline for their unconscious leader. Standing over the downed student, a mischievous glint appears in Baixing's eyes as he summons a sphere of light. That radiant sphere touches the captain's chest, infusing him with an incredible burst of energy. Then, in a flash, he snatches it all back, absorbing the unique power signature for himself. A new skill has been added to his arsenal. The B-rank ability, Rock Fist, is now his to command. Without hesitation, he tests the freshly looted power, erupting a wave of solid stone from the ground. Now surfing atop a massive stone gauntlet, he charges directly at the bewildered arachnid. The titanic fist connects with bone-jarring force, launching the monstrous creature across the shattered domain. A satisfied smirk plays on his lips, finding this new earthbending talent surprisingly intuitive. His gaze immediately shifts to the next piece of loot, the unconscious A-ranker with a far more valuable skill. Crossing the ravaged battlefield in a blur, he reaches down to claim his next prize. Another notification confirms the acquisition of the A-rank Black Shadow ability, a significant upgrade. Realizing their impending doom, the last two students unleash a desperate final attack. Their combined power, however, only passes through an afterimage that dissolves into black smoke. Too late! The swordsman realizes their true target has already vanished from sight. Sheer panic grips his partner, the horrifying truth of Baixing's copycat power finally dawning on him. From his own shadow, inky tendrils erupt to ensnare the shrieking sound user. This newest acquisition adds sound control to an already overpowered skill tree. Only the swordsman remains, trembling before a foe who has become utterly unbeatable. With a grin that promises both pain and discovery, Baixing proposes one last beta test. He presents a chilling choice to his final, terrified lab rat. Now it is time to see if his newly acquired skills can be combined into a single, devastating combo. He casually explains the theory of merging rock, shadow, and sound into a perfect synthesis of destruction. Around his outstretched arm, a monstrous cannon of shadowy rock begins to coalesce. This ultimate weapon, he decides, will be called the Hellcrusher Gold Cannon. A wild laugh escapes his lips as he pours every ounce of stolen energy into the charging weapon. The resulting torrent of pure, chaotic power completely engulfs his last opponent. He watches the beautiful aftermath, pleased that the field test was a resounding success. As the last enemy fades, the corrupted dimension shatters like glass, revealing the familiar campus grounds. Kneeling beside Yuexin, he calmly reports that the pollutant has been successfully contained. He presents a miniature, perfectly preserved spider as proof that no trace of the incident remains. Suddenly, his playful demeanor vanishes, his senses screaming at the approach of an uninvited audience. Lifting his gaze, he sees Examiner Xia Jue and her elite squad walking toward them. Her stare is cold and penetrating, an unspoken accusation hanging in the air. She wastes no time on pleasantries, demanding to know the whereabouts of Ji Weiguang. In that instant, Baixing understands she was a key player in this entire charade. His eyes drift to the oblivious Yuexin, a painful memory of her previous tragic end flashing through his mind. Watching the examiner depart, he silently confirms that this world's plot is far more complex than he first believed. Frantic shouts erupt from a suited man over Yuexin's still form. Uniformed guards immediately swarm around their fallen young miss. An imposing butler named Ji Renhei barks orders for an immediate evacuation to the hospital. One subordinate frantically speaks into his comms, his face a mask of pure panic. Another agent attempts to shield her, muttering about her disheveled state. Baixing's calm voice cuts through the chaos, explaining it's merely post-battle exhaustion. Furious, the butler seizes him by the collar, demanding a real explanation. Deja vu strikes as a memory surfaces of being framed for this exact scenario in his past life. His crimson eye narrows, analyzing the examiner's terrifying matter-decomposing aura. With a chilling smile, Xiajue warns that her ability can erase him from existence. Her attention then shifts to the butler, now a hulking reptilian monstrosity. They forge a temporary, monstrous alliance with a firm handshake. Looming over the boy, the beastly butler offers a simple deal: survive one punch to earn the right to speak. Internally, Baixing assesses the brute's stats and finds them laughably one-dimensional. He immediately throws his hands up in a display of theatrical terror, promising to spill everything. A wild story tumbles out about Ji Yueguang's secret plot to steal a legendary school treasure. Scoffing at the tale, Xiajue counters that she can't detect Yueguang's presence anywhere. Desperately, he adds that the target is an artifact belonging to Headmaster Pushkin. Mention of that legendary name drains the color from the examiner's face. Her own colleague whispers a frantic warning about the consequences of angering such a man. Confirmation arrives that the headmaster is conveniently off campus, giving a guest lecture. While being dragged away, Baixing endures the jeers of students assuming he has been abandoned. They mock him loudly, celebrating the expulsion of a supposedly useless teammate. A sly grin touches his lips as he helpfully suggests checking the headmaster's office for proof. Suddenly, Xiaojui's sharp eyes catch a faint wisp of shadow trailing from his feet. Inky tendrils bind him as the squad cautiously follows the dark breadcrumb trail. Their path terminates precisely at the grand, imposing doors of the headmaster's office. Keeping him in a vice-like grip, they slowly push the heavy doors inward. Inside, a gasp escapes her as she recognizes Ji Guang's unmistakable shadow clone. A knowing smirk plays on Bai Xing's face. This very room was the stage for his previous life's downfall. Before their eyes, the clone retrieves a gleaming golden ox statue from a hidden compartment. Without hesitation, the shadow figure hurls the artifact directly into their hands. She catches the heavy statue instinctively, her expression a perfect picture of bewilderment. Bai Xing's grin turns wicked as he announces the grand opening of an S-class pollute domain. Instantly, a colossal dome of crimson energy swallows the entire campus. A memory of a lecture surfaces, explaining how these domains completely rewrite reality's laws. Each domain's twisted rules are dictated by the unique abilities of its master. Powerful domains can inflict anything from debilitating poisons to an eternal, unwaking sleep. Revealed as the lecturer is Headmaster Pushkin, a man rumored to see the future. On the blackboard, he had written the one absolute key to survival: know the rules of the game. An enormous lecture hall hums with the nervous energy of countless students. One student connects this ominous lecture to a recent catastrophic A-rank event. His neighbor whispers that releasing such classified data signals an unprecedented crisis. A younger boy asks aloud what the rankings even mean. An older student clarifies that the letters signify casualty rates, not the enemy's strength. He continues, explaining that S-class countermeasures are treated like national secrets. This grim realization dawns that something far worse than A-class is on the horizon. A single sharp clap from the stage instantly silences the growing panic. Headmaster Pushkin confirms their worst fears, announcing an escalation in pollutant activity. He then projects the horrifying survival statistics for the highest level domains. Within an S-class domain, a person's chance of survival plummets to a mere 1%. Sheer terror rips through the auditorium as the weight of his words sinks in. One desperate woman stands to ask the legendary prophet if this is the end for humanity. Pushkin meets her gaze with an unnervingly calm expression, acknowledging her plea. His chilling prophecy declares that mankind's ultimate turning point will arrive in just 3 months. Reality snaps back to the present, where the entire campus is imprisoned beneath a blood-red sky. A nostalgic smile plays on Bai Xing's lips as he recognizes this particular S-class playground. Panic finally dawns on the squad, their eyes fixed on the cursed golden ox in their hands. Xiaojie whirls on the shadow clone, demanding an explanation for this catastrophic betrayal. Her words meet only empty air as the dark figure dissipates into nothingness. Inky appendages immediately constrict around Bai Xing, tightening like a vice. A horrifying understanding dawns on Xiaojue. This tiny child orchestrated everything. His Cheshire cat grin widens as he activates a familiar skill, preparing to phase out of existence. She bellows at her team to seize him before he completely melts into the floorboards. The reptilian examiner instantly unleashes a torrential wave of shadowy tentacles. Countless limbs erupt from the ground, grasping desperately for the sinking silhouette. He boasts that his B-rank binding technique is inescapable, even for an A-rank powerhouse. Bai Xing's shadowy form elegantly weaves through the chaotic eruption of appendages. His captor laughs, absolutely certain that his specialized aura lock has the boy secured. A cheeky question echoes from the floor. How can you lock onto a target that has become the building itself? Another examiner steps into the fray, her hands crackling with latent power. Her entire body erupts in the dazzling B-rank energy of an electric pixie. She detonates a flash of pure, concentrated light, violently erasing every shadow in the room. Their triumphant laughter fills the now blinding space, as Bai Xing's escape route is obliterated. Forced back into a solid form, he wonders how their abilities are enhanced within the domain. A sharp stiletto heel suddenly stomps down, pinning his hand's shadow firmly to the ground. Shukcha towers over him, her face a mask of fury as she demands to know the source of his stolen power. He simply looks up with an infuriatingly calm smile and poses a simple riddle. Her rage finally boils over, raw energy coalescing around her as she orders his utter destruction. Yet his own counterattack is already unfolding, a silent scream poised to shatter their reality. An invisible shockwave erupts from him, sending the examiners tumbling backwards. Glass throughout the entire hallway simultaneously shatters into a million glittering shards. Agonized cries are stifled as they clutch their heads, disoriented by the soundless assault. Through the ringing in her ears, Xiaojue furiously commands her squad to pursue the phantom. Suddenly, a monstrous shadow eclipses her, whispering a grave warning about her own safety. Ji Wu's transformed butler vows with chilling resolve to safeguard the life of Miss Yuexian. His colossal form then bounds away, a single footfall cracking the foundation beside the stunned examiner. That reptilian guardian now tears through the school grounds with terrifying, unnatural speed. Shoju's mind races, desperately trying to connect his flight to the G family's darkest secrets. She redirects her remaining agents, ordering them to track the beast and locate an escape route. Outside, the assembled student body gazes upward at the blood-red sky, a terrible premonition dawning. Sheer pandemonium erupts as the chilling truth sinks in. A pollute domain has sealed their fate. Perched high on a rooftop, Bai Sing grimaces, annoyed that this life's playthrough also comes with a debuff. His remaining hand clenches into a fist, a silent promise to shatter this rigged destiny. With a glint of pure vengeance, he swears to dismantle Pushkin's entire scenario piece by piece. Far below, the trapped students point with bewildered expressions at the unnatural crimson ceiling. One terrified shriek confirms their worst fear as a student finds the dome's edge impenetrable. Among the chaos, a C-rank opportunist spies a chance to turn his classmates into disposable pawns. He confidently steps forward, ready to spin a web of lies for his own selfish survival. This, he falsely proclaims, is merely the surprise final stage of their entrance exam. Boasting of his tactical prowess, the boy promises he alone can lead them through this test. His cat-eared companion quickly endorses his claim, urging the panicked crowd to trust their new leader. Another hopeful watches from the sidelines, realizing that leadership is the fastest path to a high score. From the crowd, a formidable B-ranker emerges to challenge this self-appointed captain's flimsy authority. The would-be leader just smirks, preparing a flashy demonstration for the non-believers. His lava earth ability activates, transforming the ground before him into a bubbling pool of magma. He casually mentions the skill's long cooldown, smugly asking if anyone still doubts him. Without warning, a streak of crimson energy descends from the sky and strikes him down. His followers can only stare in mute horror as their captain is instantly erased from existence. A single piercing scream cuts through the silence as a student realizes the domain itself has rules. Frantic whispers spread like wildfire, everyone desperately trying to guess which action triggered their leader's demise. The devastated cat-eared girl crawls toward the scorched earth, whimpering his name in disbelief. Before her, a colossal bull forged from malevolent energy begins to materialize from thin air. Crimson motes of power shower the remaining students, the chilling aftermath of the divine punishment. That monstrous beast then lunges forward, its ethereal tendrils snatching screaming victims from the crowd. From his vantage point, Bai Sing observes the unfolding massacre with the cold detachment of a spectator. He idly muses that for these low-level NPCs, a game over was always inevitable. His memory flashes forward to a grim future where this exact demon bull is the city's final boss. That future vision shows the titanic creature standing astride the ruins of a conquered metropolis. Its ultimate attack would leave behind nothing but a vast, smoldering crater where millions once lived. What hope remains when he's already seen the final tragic cutscene? Below, the terrified students descend into a savage free-for-all for survival. Pure despair drives others to indulge in their darkest final whims. Absolute terror freezes the remaining students, their only recourse a silent prayer. His only options are to crack the event rules or somehow find a respawn point. This S-rank pollutant's primary mechanic is brutally simple. Any shift in color means instant death. To the beast, all things are monochrome, and any emotional outburst just tightens the parameters. With Pushkin's malicious design now clear, he launches himself from the roof to meet the monster head-on. He instantly activates his copied A-rank skill, Thermal Mastery Control. By rapidly expanding the air beneath him, he expertly cushions his descent. Touching down with silent grace, his mind is already on the next step of his strategy. Using his shadow ability, however, would be a fatal mistake, a clear violation of the domain's law. Even the setting sun poses a threat. Its shifting colors a guaranteed trigger for the beast's fury. A chilling memory surfaces, making him pray the sky remains a constant, unwavering crimson. His resolve solidifies as he sprints away, now on a personal quest to rescue Ji Yuexin. Meanwhile, the entire academy remains a prison beneath the suffocating, blood-red sky. Across the campus, the reptilian butler and his subordinate move with unnatural speed. She struggles to match her guardian's blistering pace, his transformed body a blur of motion. Her frustration mounts as she demands to know why they are fleeing instead of hunting Bai Xing. He calmly reminds her that their sole mission directive has always been to protect the young miss. The butler confesses his pursuit of Bai Xing was merely a ruse to thank the boy for saving her. She sneers at his sentimentality, her loyalty sworn to Yue Guang and the family's true patriarch. A cruel smile spreads across her face as she resolves to eliminate this sentimental obstacle. Reaching a nondescript van, the butler anxiously inquires about Yuexin's condition. An agent inside reports that the girl is stable but remains deeply unconscious. A silent, knowing look passes between the two conspirators, their moment finally at hand. Beneath the vehicle, a cleverly hidden explosive device awaits its signal. Her partner clutches a small, pulsating sphere of light. The detonator? He fantasizes about the immense rewards he will reap once Weakling seizes control. Offering a final, hollow apology to the unconscious girl, he moves to crush the sphere. Suddenly, an unfamiliar hand clamps down on his wrist, halting the motion. His partner hisses a warning, her eyes locked on the figures emerging from the shadows. Examiner Xiaojue and her team step into view, proposing a temporary alliance for survival. The examiner carefully considers her next move, realizing Yuexin is her ticket out of this nightmare. She hesitates, acutely aware of the danger in meddling with the Ji family's internal power struggle. Unimpressed, the transformed butler flatly rejects her proposal, his only concern being Yuexin's safety. Xiaoju's lips curve into a confident smirk as she offers him a foolproof escape plan. He merely scoffs at her bravado, certain she cannot comprehend the true nature of this prison. Her own A-rank ability is then revealed, a spatial backpack capable of storing living beings. Total disbelief washes over her subordinates as they witness her legendary spatial talent firsthand. Instantly, he deciphers her unspoken offer, his cooperation for the girl's guaranteed protection. She presses him for answers, questioning why his renowned family now shies away from the hunt. His hardened expression falters, confessing that true knowledge of these abominations only breeds terror. Only a monster, he declares with grim certainty, possesses the power to destroy another. Her patience wears thin as she reminds him the spatial shelter has its definite limits. Reluctantly, he accepts her terms on the sole condition that Yuexin enters the sanctuary first. Xu Zhao then unveils her grand strategy of gathering survivors to decipher the domain's lethal rules. He immediately dismisses the plan as reckless, warning that the living are merely liabilities in this death trap. Turning to his subordinate, he commands her to scan the area for any signs of life or death. Luminous energy gathers in her eyes, activating a unique perception that distinguishes the vital from the spectral. However, the examiner harbors a far more sinister agenda, trusting no one but herself. With a curt gesture, she commands her own team to compile a list of targets for an imminent capture mission. A wicked smile confirms her true intent. The other students will serve as disposable test subjects. An underling quickly identifies their prime specimen, an A-rank candidate named Yin Xiao. Concealed within the nearby shadows, Bai Xing absorbs every detail of their cold-blooded scheme. Calculating furiously, his mind maps the optimal path to Yuexin through these two warring factions. Then, an unexpected presence directly behind him sends a jolt of alarm through his senses. Before him, the terrified target Yin Xiao pleads for her life, desperately offering her utility. Bai Xing leans in close, his playful demeanor gone as he demands an immediate demonstration of her value. Desperately, she proposes a risky gambit, offering herself as the perfect bait for his power-stealing heist. Unmoved, he counters with a single, non-negotiable demand, reveal her A-rank ability now. Terror grips her as she shrieks, the final second before their pursuers violently converge. Writhing tentacles erupt from the ground, ensnaring the space between them and the approaching squad. Just like a final boss, a confident smirk spreads across his face, knowing they've tragically underestimated him. Casually flicking his wrist, he channels an overwhelming surge of power into the trembling girl. Immediately, the fleshy appendages coil around her newly empowered form, sealing the trap. Suddenly, a holographic interface materializes, displaying her boosted stats and the A-rank ability, Mind Probe. The tentacle-wielding agent freezes, sensing an impossible spike in Bai Xing's own energy signature. Grinning wider, he prepares to reclaim the power he so generously loaned out. Without warning, his opponent crumples, his life force and abilities siphoned away in a single moment. Now commanding the stolen tentacles himself, Bai Xing's true strategy finally clicks into place. Stomping one of the appendages into the ground, he begins his own theatrical, deadly countdown. This objective is simple. Exploit the game's rules by cloaking his victim in shifting colors. Shadowy wisps snake around the fallen examiner, corrupting his form with forbidden hues. Meanwhile, the monstrous butler stands his ground, forming a defensive perimeter around the van. Exactly as orchestrated, the domain's guardian beast aggroes onto its new, helpless target. Utter disbelief paralyzes Xiaojue as the brutal, calculated carnage unfolds before her. Panic seizes her as she frantically tears open a spatial rift for a desperate escape. Pointing a single finger, he continues his countdown with the chilling smile of a predator. From the ether, he manifests the legendary Hellcrusher Gold Cannon, aimed directly at her escape route. Blinding light coalesces within the cannon's barrel, warping the very air around it. An earth-shattering wave of pure force then obliterates the chaotic battlefield. Scorched earth is all that remains where the guardian beast once stood. Casually, he inspects his fingertips, feigning a bored sigh after such a spectacle. His personal interface glows, scrolling through a dazzling list of newly acquired skills. Before her, the tiny boy seems less a person and more an unstoppable force of nature. A self-satisfied smirk plays on his lips, marveling at a strategy conceived and executed in seconds. Her mind races, replaying his perfect manipulation of power, shadows, and domain rules. That colossal cannon served as the ultimate misdirection for his true, hidden objective. Even the resulting inferno was a calculated trigger for the domain's next deadly phase. She shudders at the terrifying clarity of his high-speed, cold-hearted calculations. This boy's absolute mastery of the game's mechanics represents her only path to survival. He dismisses her awe with a flick of his wrist, unimpressed by simple flattery. A horrifying thought strikes her as she realizes her own A-rank ability is suddenly missing. Cheekily, he flashes a peace sign, confirming he's already browsed her every secret. Her face flushes with a mixture of terror and indignation, demanding his immediate silence. She sputters a weak threat, insisting his usefulness is the only thing keeping him alive. He explains his need for a silent, mind-linked subordinate, a role she is uniquely qualified for. His offer is simple. Become his personal skill collector, and he will guarantee her life. Placing a hand on her head, he bestows upon her the raw, crushing power of a rock fist. Her own status screen flickers to life, now displaying a dual-ability A-rank designation. With the deal struck, he urges her forward, reminding her their window of opportunity is closing. His gaze holds a silent warning, promising that any thought of betrayal will be her last. Her expression transforms into one of zealous determination, accepting her new mission without hesitation. She sprints away, fueled by a newfound resolve to protect her vulnerable classmates. Of course, the entire rescue strategy was already uploaded directly into her mind by him. Pure elation courses through her, certain she has just allied with a living legend. He watches her go with a weary sigh, utterly baffled by her sudden heroic optimism. Returning to the van, the monstrous butler discovers a scene of absolute devastation. His elite agents are scattered across the ground, incapacitated and utterly defeated. A quick assessment reveals they are still breathing, a small mercy in this calculated disaster. From the shadows, Bai Xing emerges, casually mentioning the examiner hiding within her spatial storage. Instantly, the butler commands his last standing subordinate to secure the young miss at all costs. Bai Xing simply places a palm on the earth, a silent command for all movement to cease. His threat is unspoken but clear. Another step will trigger the domain's most lethal rule. A sly grin spreads across his face as he activates a freshly stolen sound manipulation ability. His voice echoes directly inside the butler's mind, revealing the hidden bomb and the plot against Yuexin. Primal fury contorts the butler's features, his loyalty pushed beyond its breaking point. Bai Xing decides this emotionally charged moment is perfect for field testing his latest acquisition. Grotesque purple tentacles burst forth from his now empty sleeve, writhing with stolen power. Gleaming reptilian talons unsheathed from the butler's fingertips poised to strike. Vicious purple tendrils erupted from Bai Xing, lashing out to ensnare the charging guardian. That monstrous frame barely flinched, utterly contemptuous of the feeble restraint. Sweat beaded on Bai Xing's temple as he recognized the overwhelming power gap. The butler's sneer was a silent, mocking question of his pathetic strength. Using any of his real trump cards would mean an instant game over from the domain. Just beyond the struggle, a fallen agent saw a golden opportunity to complete his mission. Bai Xing pivoted his strategy, shouting a false command for the traitor to secure his target. Instantly, the loyal guardian's attention violently shifted toward the true danger. Deceived by the bluff, the panicked agent scrambled to obey what he thought was a hidden order. Sprinting for the van, his hand hovered over the detonator meant for Yuexin. Blazing fury erupted from the butler as he contemptuously flung Bai Xing away. In a blur of motion, he closed the distance and seized the traitor in an iron grasp. The agent's desperate struggle was useless against the butler's crushing absolute strength. With his last breath, the traitor made a final, defiant push for the trigger. Yet a casual flick from Bai Xing's wrist effortlessly redirected the activation signal. Across the field, a desperate student brandished a shimmering, enchanted banknote. Its arcane markings pulsed with the promise of a perfect shield against any monster. Pressing the talisman to his forehead, he poured all his hope into its activation. An emerald barrier materialized around him, shimmering with protective energy. Triumphant laughter escaped his lips, convinced he had finally outsmarted the system. Suddenly, the Crimson Demon Bull manifested from thin air, its charge an unstoppable force. The flawless shield disintegrated like glass, taking his last glimmer of hope with it. Frozen in terror, the onlookers understood that even prepared items were a death sentence. Amongst them, a sharp-minded student began piecing together the grim puzzle of their prison. Memories raced through his mind of the previous casualties from technology and invisibility. Someone then noted that a physical transformation had been safe, implying the rules were not static. Clutching his head, he frantically sought a logical constant within the evolving, deadly chaos. Then his eyes flew open as a truly monstrous pattern clicked into place. Before he could speak, another student seized him, hissing for absolute stillness from the group. This whispered theory was chilling. Every broken rule made the next one more restrictive. Panic flared as they realized they were tightening their own noose with every action. Bitter laughter escaped one student, recognizing every attempt at freedom only hastened their doom. Hopeless cries finally erupted from the crowd as the weight of their impossible trap crushed them. Another boy began rambling maniacally, trying to reconcile physics with this twisted reality. Desperately, he grabbed the shoulders of another, demanding the strongest among them take action. Challenged on his knowledge, his gaze flickered towards a silent, unassuming figure. All eyes followed to a girl with sharp glasses. Yin Xiao Xiao, their hidden A-rank telepath. She advanced with an unnerving calm, her presence alone silencing the rising hysteria. Her voice cut through the despair, proclaiming her unique ability to perceive the unseeable rules. Amidst the chaos, her mental probe had uncovered a truly delicious secret. Any interruption was silenced with a glare, demanding their complete attention. With chilling certainty, she declared Bai Xing a time traveler bent on humanity's absolute ruin. Disbelief warred on the student's face, unable to grasp such a profound betrayal of their species. Yin Xiaoxiao's fingers dug into his collar, her voice a low hiss commanding his silence. That creature, she insisted, had long since abandoned its claim to being human. She then projected a memory directly into their minds. Her own tense confrontation with the boy. Cold dread washed over them. Their opponent could not only fight, but read their very thoughts. However, she revealed Bai Xing's fatal flaw as a jack of all trades, yet a master of none. Her own ace was a meticulously crafted mental fortress, a perfect blind spot in his vision. A brilliant strategy then unfolded, a symphony of their combined powers designed for one perfect strike. They paled, suddenly understanding she had already peered into every corner of their own minds. She praised another student's cleverness, one who had already adapted to the newly discovered color rule. His ability manifested as a perfect vacuum sphere, an ingenious bubble of absolute silence for their plotting. With an inviting smile, she offered them a pivotal role in the grand crusade to save their world. One student bravely challenged her cold calculus, refusing to treat his classmates as disposable pawns. He instead rallied the group with a fiery promise of unity, a vow to triumph together. Beneath her calm facade, however, a far more sinister ambition took root. To steal Bai Xing's knowledge, her obsession twisted into worship. She would help her savior devour this entire world for his prize. Miles away, Bai Xing coolly replayed the examiner's pathetic scramble and the butler's clumsy assault. These so-called elites, he mused, were just one-trick ponies with zero actual combat sense. He left the butler with one final mission: protect the girl and clear the last remaining pest. Summoning a simple C-rank light construct, Bai Xing prepared for a stylish exit. A blinding beam of pure energy sliced cleanly across the shattered courtyard. He brandished the light like a legendary sword, painting a final grand flourish before vanishing. Stunned, the butler finally grasped the terrifying truth of Bai Xing's multiple stolen A-rank abilities. He scoffed at the boy's audacity, promising to demonstrate the true, unyielding might of the Ji family. That final telepathic message replayed in his mind, a perfect map of the entire devious conspiracy. It even included the nurse, a hidden accomplice tasked with spiriting Yuexin to safety. Without warning, the nearby van erupted in a colossal vortex of violent purple energy. Examiner Xia Yi emerged from the wreckage, crackling with unrestrained, furious power. She was absolutely livid, complaining bitterly about her thoroughly ruined vacation plans. Her gaze fell upon the butler, proposing a temporary truce to hunt their mutual problem child. Of course, her real mission was to capture them both for a far more intimidating master. The butler warily agreed, requesting Yuexin's safety within her curious spatial storage. A predatory smirk graced Xiajui's lips as she offered him a prestigious position in her new world order. With their pact sealed, a sliver of hope returned to the butler. Survival finally seemed possible. Meanwhile, the other students erupted in cheers, hailing Bai Xing as the genius who had cracked the system. Brimming with newfound confidence, they prepared to execute the brilliant plan he had left them. Yet two among them exchanged a knowing glance, patiently waiting for the perfect moment to strike him down. They sneered at their fallen classmate, impressed by the ruthless power hidden in their midst. Yin Xiaoxiao silently observed them, seeing only stepping stones for her own grand design. She resolved to capture Bai Xing herself, to enslave him before his potential became a threat. A chilling memory then surfaced, a vision of him begging Headmaster Pushkin for mercy. He remembered being sold like an object, a rare specimen for a madman's private collection. A A shadowy figure had loomed over him, justifying the impending torment as necessary for progress. From a sterile tray, a gloved hand selected a single, gleaming surgical instrument. An impassive nurse promised him the entire process would be over very soon. That cold steel then descended, beginning the agonizing deconstruction of his very being. Consciousness fled from him in a silent scream, only to return to a body irrevocably changed. He could still recall the grim arsenal of tools used in his first life's final, horrific moments. Pushkin had ordered his nurse to meticulously catalog and contain every piece of him. Even his very heart was isolated and preserved, a trophy in a glass prison. They had forced him to witness his own dismantlement, fragment by stolen fragment. Isolating his divine hand ability had been the headmaster's ultimate obsessive goal, but the nurse envisioned it as the key to ending the age of the world's monstrous pollutants. As the headmaster departed, Baixing was left to the mercy of his final caretaker. He pleaded with her to end the unbearable, fragmented existence he was forced to endure. She consented to his request, but only in exchange for a single binding promise. His light sphere, she revealed, was a font of creation that could grant abilities to others. Baixing suddenly understood Pushkin had manipulated his destiny, nerfing him from the very start. She then whispered a secret the great prophet himself had missed. His power could grant eternal life. It all became terrifyingly clear. They limited his awakening simply to control him. The nurse offered a quick, merciful end in exchange for that ultimate power. Feigning utter defeat, Baixing agreed to give her the luminous sphere. An orb of pure light floated from his palm, drifting into her waiting hands. She greedily began the absorption ritual, eager to make its infinite potential her own. In that precise moment, however, his true legendary tier skill, Divine Hand, finally awakened. His eyes snapped open, blazing with a desperate, defiant question for the world. Never again would he be treated like a pig raised for the slaughter. With a final furious scream, he commanded his stolen power to return. The light sphere erupted from the stunned nurse, a loyal comet streaking back to its master. He reclaimed his core ability, the script of his own fate now firmly in his grasp. Pushkin burst back into the room, his precious, infallible prophecy shattered into dust. Baixing roared with laughter, asking if the great prophet had foreseen this particular plot twist. With no other escape route available, he grabbed the nearest surgical tool. He chose his own ending, the one act that would trigger a complete system reboot. Back in the present, Yin Xiaoxiao recoiled, shaken by the raw horror of his memories. A cool voice then drifted from above, asking if she had any more secrets to hide. She looked up to find Baixing on the roof, inviting her to join the grateful students below. Baixing offers a telepathic chat, mocking her sudden silence with a playful smirk. Yin Xiaoxiao scoffs at his accusation, demanding to know how a human could ever be a monster. He calmly explains that power itself is the ultimate corrupting debuff, twisting bodies and souls. Countless wars and the casual disregard for life were just the start of humanity's monstrous resume. She dismisses his grand philosophy as nothing more than a child's naive fantasy. His playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a cold query about her treasonous thoughts. A wave of cold dread washes over Yin Xiaoxiao as she realizes her mind was an open book. He turns his back on her, admitting a lifelong policy of never trusting fellow players. The real monsters, he suggests, are those who treat their own kind like disposable livestock. She screams that any price is worth paying to finally cleanse the world of pollutants. He retorts with a cynical smirk, noting how easy it is to volunteer others for sacrifice. His crimson eyes gleam with a wicked idea, offering her a chance to make a more personal contribution. She recoils as if struck, spitting the word demon at his impossibly twisted logic. Yin Xiaoxiao points a trembling finger, fabricating a story of him absorbing the dungeon boss. Panic and conviction spread through the crowd as they prepare to fight for their survival. One confident B-ranker steps forward, becoming the focal point for a massive combined assault. A self-assured grin spreads across his face, certain their unified power will guarantee a one-shot kill. Her laughter rings out, sharp and manic, as she taunts him with the collective fury he now faces. Streams of pure energy converge upon the leader, his power level skyrocketing to an immense new height. Baixing watches the grand display from his rooftop perch, an expression of profound boredom on his face. Then, with a casual elegance, he raises a single, slender finger to the sky. Every head snaps upward as a colossal silhouette begins to blot out the daylight. An enormous shadow clone of him materializes above, dwarfing the entire academy courtyard. Yin Xiaoxiao's triumphant expression crumbles as she understands the brilliant simplicity of his trap. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he prepares to address his captive audience. He cheerfully explains the domain's exploitable rule. No light means no color. The powered-up student leader bellows in terror, realizing the fatal flaw in their plan. Despair marks the B-ranker's face, his ultimate attack utterly useless against an intangible shadow. Bai Xing calmly announces this is merely self-defense, but any attack will be met with annihilation. Their leader immediately cracks under the pressure, screaming that Yin Xiaoxiao orchestrated the entire plot. He then pathetically begs for mercy, offering a deal for Bai Xing to surrender his power. An amused glint appears in Bai Xing's eyes as he reveals he just copied their energy channel skill. He graciously offers to return their pooled energy, framing it as a generous gift. Instead, he yanks every last spark of power from them in a single, breathtaking instant. His internal system log explodes with notifications, cataloging over 60 newly acquired skills. He tisks in disappointment, unimpressed by the low-tier quality of his loot. Across the courtyard, the entire student body collapses in unison, their power levels reset to 1. Yin Xiaoxiao glares up from the ground, vowing the headmaster will make him pay for his demonic actions. Their punishment, he declares, will be to helplessly watch the true boss descend upon them. He concludes with a sinister grin, promising to clear the raid himself after they've had a good scare. Sunlight finally breaks through as the Crimson Domain shatters like glass. Within a lavish office, Headmaster Pushkin and his 2 assistants prepare for departure. A frown crosses his face as he senses the distant trouble, prompting a question about his unhurried pace. The headmaster offers a cryptic excuse, blaming a celestial server admin for his travel restrictions. He then dismisses one aide, gesturing for the other to accompany him alone. Without his companion Lin Qi, he admits the powerful seals are simply beyond his control. A predatory smirk graces Lin Qi's lips as she declares her restored power can handle the job, for a price. With a confident stride, she takes the lead, her destination set for the troubled academy. The abandoned assistant watches their departure, a storm of conflict in his eyes. A system window materializes, displaying Lin Qi's S-rank status and her golden blood trait. Returning to the campus, the monstrous butler carefully wheels the unconscious Yuexin towards an escape route. His associate urges him to hasten their escape so the hunt for Bai Xing can begin. The hulking butler hefts the stretcher, advancing towards a shimmering, unfamiliar portal. She snaps at him to hurry, her patience clearly worn thin by the delay. Suddenly, his slit pupil eye narrows, detecting the subtle scent of betrayal. His enormous foot stomps down, abruptly halting their forward momentum. Violently, he yanks the stretcher away, pulling Yuexin back from the portal's waiting maw. Utterly stunned, the agent demands to know how he saw through her deception. His cold gaze locks onto her as he asks if she intended to follow them through the gate. She admits to hearing Bai Xing's earlier warning about the domain's peculiar activation triggers. A cruel smile plays on her lips as she reveals the power of annihilation rests at her very fingertips. He calmly points out that activating her power would change her nail color, triggering instant death. Her laughter rings out as she counters that any random event could set off the trap, making inaction a gamble too. She gestures imperiously, demanding he deliver Bai Xing to her without another word. He seemingly concedes, agreeing on the condition that Yuexin is safely stored in her spatial inventory. The butler then instructs her to open a transfer portal far away, manned only by a powerless medic. Confident in her victory, Xia Jue smirks and accepts his seemingly foolproof terms. A swirling vortex of purple energy materializes at her command, ready to claim her new assets. His mind races, calculating the single second it takes for her to activate her personal escape portal. This entire plan is a high-risk gamble, hinging on the nurse now wheeling Yuexin forward. In a flash, his powerful reptilian tail sweeps out, catching the unsuspecting nurse at the ankles. A startled cry escapes the nurse as she pitches forward, crashing to the pavement. Shaiju's head instinctively whips towards the sound, her focus broken for a fatal instant. Seizing the opening, the butler pivots and drives his fist into the side of a nearby van. The entire vehicle lifts from the ground, soaring through the air like a missile aimed at the agent. Her face contorts with rage as she comprehends the brilliant, infuriating simplicity of his counterplay. He presents her with 3 terrible options: vaporize the van, create a new escape route, or use the one she already made. Panic grips her as she realizes the portal is her only viable escape, yet she still hesitates. Exploiting her indecision, he lunges forward, enormous jaws snapping shut where she just stood. Shaijai dives desperately through the vortex an instant before the van obliterates her position. A hidden bomb under the van is revealed, ready to detonate. A massive explosion engulfs the entire area in a blinding light. The butler activates a powerful T-Rex force field to shield himself. He braces against the fiery blast, his energy shield holding firm. His status window reveals his B-rank power as he marvels at the traitor's ruthlessness. A single orb of light floats out from the heart of the inferno. It lands gently in Bai Xing's waiting hand. Bai Xing calmly congratulates him for passing the test, his status showing a newly copied A-rank ability. The butler turns in shock, asking when he arrived on the scene. Bai Xing praises his brilliant mind game, admitting he's been watching the whole time. The butler notes his primitive throwing skill has made him immensely stronger. Bai Xing proudly presents his new flying throne, a combination of stolen abilities. The butler scoffs, calling it a simple escalator and confusing Bai Xing with modern terms. He demands a cooler ride, sparking Bai Xing's childish excitement to build a UFO. The school remains trapped under the crimson sky, waiting for the inevitable. Bai Xing reveals the S-rank domain's secret, a rule he would have sacrificed millions to learn. The butler is stunned, demanding to know how he accessed such classified information. With a sly wink, Bai Xing offers to share the rules before nightfall. He explains the first rule. The Golden Bull statue is a seal that triggers the domain on contact. The second rule is that a significant color change will awaken the beast, starting a massacre. He reveals the third rule. When the sun sets, everything loses color, triggering an all-out attack. The final rule is that he will seal the beast's true form after it has eliminated all other targets. The butler realizes with dread that they'll be attacked as soon as night falls. Bai Xing opens a portal, joking that he and Yuexin will hide while the butler faces the danger. The butler sees through the bluff, and Bai Xing sighs at his lack of humor. A lingering question hangs in the air. Is survival truly possible? The nurse voices her doubt, wondering if they can really make it through this. Bai Xing reveals his true plan, to use his combined powers to create a safe zone of constant light. He recalls a time when he was asked to control the brightness of his light sphere. By matching his light to the setting sun, their area will be the only one that doesn't change color. He offers the butler a chance to live for Yuexin's sake, warning him not to cause trouble. The remaining agents look on with weary skepticism. The butler's gaze softens as he looks over the still unconscious Yuexin. Bai Xing sits alone, plotting his next move and anticipating Pushkin's arrival. He questions why fate has brought him back to these specific events, suspecting a deeper trap. The butler suggests putting Yuexin in the spatial backpack for her own safety. The nurse nervously agrees, wanting the comatose girl to be properly cared for. Bai Xing's crimson eye flashes with hidden intent. The remaining agents panic, insisting they were only following orders to protect Yuexin. Bai Xing explains her coma is temporary and urges them to get her to safety before the seal is complete. Bai Xing probes the portal, sensing something strange within its depths. He realizes the spatial pocket opens and closes in the same location. He clears a path, assuring them there's enough room for two. With a wicked grin, he warns that his death means they'll be trapped forever. The team rushes Yuexin's stretcher into the swirling vortex. As the portal closes, Bai Xing waves a casual farewell. The last of the light fades, plunging the world into twilight. A blood-red sky now hangs over the trapped school. The transformed butler looks up, sensing the approaching darkness. He turns to Bai Xing, asking if the boy is finally afraid. Bai Xing smirks, correctly guessing the Ji family's internal chaos is the real problem. The butler lectures him on the harsh reality of power and family ambition. Bai Xing asks about the family's secret research, offering a rare moment of respect. The butler reveals Yuexin's father theorized using pollutants to strengthen sealers. Shocked, Bai Xing realizes the Ji family's research is the foundation of modern power. The butler deflects, suggesting the experiments were for Yuexin's sake. Bai Xing cuts him off, his expression grim as he announces it has begun. In the distance, a lone student's desperate cries for help echo through the dark. A student is consumed by dark energy, cursing Bai Xing with his final breath. Fiery projectiles begin to rain down from the crimson sky. The school is bombarded, buildings crumbling under the relentless assault. The butler surveys the devastation, asking how Bai Xing plans to seal the beast now. With a crazed smile, Bai Xing wonders the very same thing. The butler explains the beast will now hunt them, the only remaining source of color. In the darkness, a pair of massive, glowing red eyes snap open. The colossal demon bull materializes, looming over the lone survivor. Bai Xing proposes a new strategy. What if he blinds the beast to color itself? He unleashes his shadow ability, sending dark tendrils toward the monster. The shadows completely envelop the demon bull, cloaking it in darkness. Bai Xing explains his A-rank shadow can be amplified with more power. He injects 3,000 power, supercharging his shadow ability. The demon bull roars as the darkness overwhelms its senses. The beast is completely consumed, its power neutralized. The butler watches in awe as the pollute domain begins to shatter. Bai Xing turns to see his allies tumbling out of the spatial pocket. The nurse and agent are stunned, wondering if the nightmare is finally over. With a grin, Bai Xing announces the second step of his plan. He expands the spatial backpack, preparing to suck the beast inside. With a clenched fist, he activates the seal, trapping the monster. He confirms the sealing is complete, ready to unleash the bull again if needed. Before departing, he taps the unconscious Yuexin's forehead, leaving behind a parting gift. A single tentacular limb launches him skyward with explosive force. He offers a jaunty wave to the astonished reptilian butler below. His personal status screen flickers to life, showcasing a newly acquired flight skill. A mischievous grin spreads across his face as he rockets towards his next target, a certain loan shark. Miles away, a pair of regal purple eyes flutter open in a sterile medical room. Yuexin sits bolt upright, her mind a fog of confusion and lost time. Her monstrous uncle informs her that 12 hours have passed and the mysterious boy has vanished. An attendant scanner reveals her power has inexplicably surged to an unprecedented level. Sensing a new, approaching danger, the butler insists they must evacuate this location now. While dressing, she presses him for every last detail concerning the one called Bai Xing. She then queries why he remains in his monstrous combat form. He directs her gaze outside to the smoldering, apocalyptic ruins of their former campus. His grim expression confirms that a catastrophe of immense scale has indeed taken place. Turning to the few remaining subordinates, he commands them to vanish into the shadows. Yuexin secures herself firmly onto his scaled back, prepared for a swift departure. With a single earth-shattering leap, the colossal guardian bounds away from the scene of destruction. Our view transitions to a cheap, dimly lit apartment overlooking the sprawling city. Inside, the loan shark, Kim Phuket, gazes pensively out the window, contemplating his next move. He tunes out the woman in his bed, her incessant talk of marriage grating on his nerves. Phuket confidently dismisses her concerns, boasting that a major windfall is coming his way. His front door suddenly splinters inward, blasted clean off its hinges. A tiny girl and her enormous dog stand in the doorway, delighted to have caught him with a guest. Panic erupts as the girl chirps, "Daddy!" prompting Phuket to play the part of a struggling single father. Feeling utterly deceived, the woman scrambles for her clothes, demanding to be let go. Phuket simply grins, encouraging his daughter to give their new friend a big, friendly hug. He then casually exits the room, leaving the petrified woman alone with the strange pair. Without a shred of remorse, the loan shark saunters down the hallway. A calm voice echoes from a dark alleyway as he steps outside. "There you are." Ignoring the interruption, Phuket answers his phone, bragging to his boss about his recent collections. His mind is already buzzing with schemes to overthrow his superior and take over the entire operation. Suddenly, the call distorts with static, replaced by a new voice informing him that his every move is known. This chilling voice introduces itself as his new boss, with a very special task for him. Bai Xing materializes from the shadows, phone in hand, coolly requesting a status update. An irritated Phuket begins to repeat his successful numbers, bewildered by this bizarre power play. His words catch in his throat as an unseen force seizes control of his mind and body. Bai Xing's eyes glow, demonstrating the potent mind control ability he just copied. He casually explains the vast, unbridgeable chasm between their respective power levels. His small hand clamps onto the loan shark's shoulder, preparing to deliver a final, inescapable command. Bai Xing orders him to experience the full weight of the suffering he caused, and then to deliver his own justice. Groveling on the filthy alley floor, the loan shark pleads desperately for his life. Bai Xing simply smirks, offering a unique gift to cure such pathetic cowardice. A system notification materializes, granting Phuket the ironic new skill of extreme survival. "This extra boost," he explains with a chilling smile, "is merely interest on a long overdue debt." Phuket's first directive is a simple game of tag with the nearest speeding truck. As the inevitable collision occurs, Bai Xing calmly lists a creative menu of future demises. Returning to the squalid apartment, he announces a special delivery for the daughter. From behind the splintered door frame, a colossal canine head tilts with morbid curiosity. Its form shimmers, revealing the corrupted energy of a pollutant eager for a new game. The tiny girl gleefully showcases a brand new pair of legs, liberated from the sleeping woman. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Bai Xing offers them a far more interesting diversion. He activates a C-rank object splicing skill, instructing her to go find her daddy. Child and beast then meld into a bizarre, rolling amalgam of limbs and fur, bounding away with joy. Once the strange creature disappears, a deep sigh of exhaustion escapes Bai Xing's lips. Suddenly, his crimson eyes flash with an agonizing, unbearable light. Clutching his skull, he feels a malevolent crimson aura burst forth from his body. Violent tendrils of dark energy erupt from his face as a panicked shout tears from his throat. His body gives out, sending him collapsing to the floor in a spasm of pure torment. Through the haze of pain, he understands the shadow seal has fractured, allowing the beast to reclaim him. Desperately reaching for his spatial storage, he feels his own power being rapidly siphoned away. He pours a massive reserve of energy into his system, a frantic attempt to reinforce the failing containment. Deep within the void of his soul, the colossal demon bull thrashes against its shadowy prison. Leaning against the wall, Bai Xing gasps for air, the internal tempest momentarily quelled. He knows with chilling certainty that the seal is irreparably damaged, granting him less than 3 days. His gaze drifts over the city lights, a dark temptation to unleash the monster welling up inside him. Slamming a fist into the wall, he reaffirms his vow that power is the key to his ultimate revenge. Outside, the rolling monstrosity collides gleefully with the regenerating loan shark, eager to play. Baixing remotely retracts the borrowed power, unable to afford such a wasteful expenditure. Fuket's boss would have to wait. For now, he activates body transparency and fades from view. Completely unseen, his new mission crystallizes. Find GUXion and a more permanent solution. Our focus shifts to a cluttered laboratory, where the name Yeguang is spat like a curse. A haggard man in a stained lab coat slurps down a cup of cheap instant noodles. He confides that Yeguang's abnormality was always obvious, prompting him to make certain preparations. His daughter then asks how he first uncovered the family head's monstrous ambition. The man reveals a long-term manipulation, initiated with special treatments after a certain incident. He orchestrated a campaign of isolation, using agents to systematically turn Yeguang into a social pariah. Furthermore, he admits to using unique items to deliberately stunt the boy's power, making him a laughingstock. His expression turns grim, recalling the horrific, defining event of Yeguang's childhood. Because of his father's influence, the boy's monstrous act was completely buried, leaving him without consequence. Now, a far greater power covets his research, using the entire family as a pawn to acquire it. GUXion clenches her fists, pledging to protect her father with her newly awakened strength. A brilliant smile spreads across her father's face, already planning a grand celebration for his daughter's ascension. He waves off her concerns, a curious glint in his eye as he mentions a certain boy named Baixing. Instantly, his demeanor shifts to a dark glower, warning of a terrible fate for any suitor who dares approach. His hand then softly pats her head in a gesture of pure fatherly affection, the threat momentarily forgotten. Watching from the side, the butler's expression remains stone cold, sensing the winds of change are about to become a storm. Her father guides her toward a towering research facility, insisting she get some rest before the coming trials. Alone now, he murmurs a solemn vow to the empty halls. Tonight, he reclaims his destiny or dies with his family. His fingers trace the lines of a familiar cat mask, understanding that his daughter's return has lit the fuse on a conspiracy. A crimson cloak settles over his shoulders, a silent declaration of war within the sterile laboratory. Raising the mask, he knows with absolute certainty that the approaching presence is hostile. One of its eyes pulses with an eerie, predatory light scanning the darkness. With a decisive click, the feline visage locks into place, concealing his identity. Next, he produces a pair of surprisingly quaint, circular spectacles from his coat. He meticulously positions the spectacles over the glowing eye of the mask, creating a bizarre monocle. A feral grin stretches his lips as the lens flares to life, completing his strange new persona. An interface panel materializes, detailing the synergistic effects of his 3 powerful pollutant artifacts. He chuckles under the mask, confident that this unholy trinity of items will pierce any veil of secrecy. Just then, his enhanced senses detect a ripple in the air, signaling an unseen guest has arrived. Meanwhile, the cloaked Baixing appears in the seemingly vacant lab, a flicker of confusion on his face. His own time is short, so he decides a simple, direct message is the most efficient approach. A single whispered offer echoes through the room, an exchange of information for the sake of GUXion. Through his lens, the father sees an impossibly long list of skills unfurl next to the boy, leaving him utterly speechless. He focuses his will, activating the full power of his omniscient lens to analyze this mysterious entity. A blinding flash erupts from the monocle as it dissects Baixing's very essence. What he sees is not a boy, but a colossal, raging inferno of crimson energy that threatens to consume his sanity. Stumbling backward, a choked cry escapes his lips as he identifies the impossible signature of an S-class pollutant. His terror instantly melts into a manic glee as he tears off the mask, joyfully addressing Baixing as his future son-in-law. He then lunges forward with outstretched hands, greedily demanding the boy surrender his magnificent power. An invisible wall of force materializes with a flick of Baixing's wrist, halting the researcher in his tracks. Baixing calmly warns the man that the entity within him is not a prize to be won, but a cataclysm to be contained. Still, he remains on guard, recognizing the dangerous glint of a scientist who sees a fascinating new specimen. The father merely scoffs, questioning the logic of keeping a world-ending power as a personal pet. With a flourish, he produces a bizarre, gelatinous pollutant, offering it as a token of goodwill. Before Baixing can react, the creature shoots forward and slaps onto his face, eliciting a startled yelp. GUXion's father introduces the C-rank, mischievous jellyfish, assuring him its effects are mostly harmless. Immediately, the jellyfish begins to vomit a torrent of black ink, threatening to drown the entire laboratory. A single, shimmering golden thread erupts from the tip of Baixing's finger. It wraps around the gushing creature in an intricate pattern, instantly neutralizing the C-rank threat. Completely unfazed, the researcher suddenly begins a strange parable about a small nation that struck oil. He speaks of a foolish nation that tapped into a forbidden power, shattering sacred pacts. Within a month, orbital scans revealed a continent swallowed by an abyssal, inky stain. Earth's greatest champions assembled to confront the S+ level anomaly that blotted out the sun. By their arrival, nothing remained but an endless, silent ocean of black under a starless sky. At the epicenter of this desolation floated the culprit, a ridiculously small jellyfish now safely contained. Its status window displays a comically simple yet terrifying directive: endlessly produce ink to occupy all available volume. The researcher proposes a brilliant exploit, pitting the jellyfish's infinite ink against the bull's infinite drain. A sudden realization dawns on Baixing. The bull has been siphoning his shadow reserves this entire time. Forget containment, he envisions a more direct strategy, using the ink as a tactical smokescreen against the beast. Voicing concern over a potential system crash, he's assured by the core principle that only a pollutant can truly counter another. Another bizarre creature is presented, a C-class octopus with the absurd rule of claiming exactly half of any given space. Unleashed in the void, the father claims, it would swell to encompass half the Milky Way itself. His crazed smile widens as he gestures toward a hidden vault, a veritable treasure trove of rule-bending artifacts. An offer is made for the entire collection in exchange for the bull, a trade Baixing immediately identifies as a terrible scam. Calculations spin behind the researcher's eyes, weighing the boy's stealth capabilities as a potential weapon against Pushkin. The proposition is met with a firm rejection, as the bull is clearly a main quest item, not vendor trash. Frustration boils over into a wild accusation, questioning if his own daughter is now part of this insane bargain. Unfazed, Baixing simply offers a small lens, considering the jellyfish seal a more than equitable exchange. Abruptly, the man's fury dissolves into tenderness as he pushes the lens back, designating it a gift for Yuexin. His bizarre, ink-stained limb receives the trinket, a silent acknowledgement of the strange truce. With a flick of his wrist, the minuscule jellyfish is deployed into the sub-dimension to confront its colossal foe. Almost instantly, the phantom drain on his energy lessens, confirming his tactical gambit is a success. Turning his back, the researcher dismisses him with a wave, declaring his own pressing matters now take precedence. A casual finger points towards a large window, indicating a far more direct, if unconventional, exit. One last, chillingly paternal warning is issued about the consequences of ever harming his daughter. He nods in agreement, utterly baffled by the man's lightning-fast mood swings. Choosing not to question the bizarre encounter further, he manifests shadowy wings and dives from the shattered pane. Gliding through the moonlit city, his next objective crystallizes. Find Yuexin, then resume the gear grind. Alone once more, the scientist slides open a concealed panel in the wall, revealing a dark recess. From within, he retrieves a menacing A-class artifact, the legendary Black Monkey Claw. A vibrant red cloak is slung over his lab coat, signaling a dramatic shift from scholar to warrior. Several imposing figures materialize in the lab, their leader addressed with cold familiarity as brother. Shimmering status displays identify the intruders as elite members of the powerful G family clan. Two more combatants of A-rank caliber emerge from the shadows, their energy signatures overwhelming. Beneath his mask, the father scoffs at their foolish talk of unshackling the very forces he struggles to control. His grip tightens on the claw, a silent vow to protect his life's work from his own kin. Miles away, a solitary guard maintains a silent vigil before the gates of an opulent, isolated estate. Within its walls, Yuexin sits peacefully in the center of an immaculate, sterile white room. With serene focus, she lifts a small tool and begins the meticulous process of personal grooming. The camera zooms in on the silver clippers, capturing the quiet, deliberate snap of a perfectly trimmed nail. Suddenly, her serene focus shatters as an unexpected presence materializes just beyond the glass. A familiar voice cuts through the silence, casually identifying itself from the shadows. Outside, the lone guard is momentarily blinded by an incandescent eruption of pure energy. An immense detonation tears a gaping wound in the pristine white wall of the estate. Through the settling dust and smoke, a scorched figure stumbles forward, wreathed in fading embers. Panic seizes Yuexin as she lunges to support the grievously injured boy. He coolly waves her off, dismissing his critical condition with a confident smirk. Shimmering blue panels materialize around him, listing a ludicrous number of high-tier regeneration skills. Instantly restored to perfect health, he playfully accuses her of setting a trap. She stammers an explanation, pointing at the window where a shadowy appendage had first appeared. His own tentacle sprouts to demonstrate its harmless suction cups, a detail that only deepens her suspicion. Baixing shrugs with an easy grin, claiming his wellness check is complete and it's time to bounce. A wave of guilt washes over her, regretting her panic when he clearly needed help. Waving the bizarre limb, he laughs off her concern, treating his dismemberment like a minor debuff. Her hand moves to call for backup, but he sharply warns her against interfering with his next move. Without another word, a cascade of brilliant white feathers bursts from his shoulders. Two immense angelic wings unfurl majestically behind him as he declares his departure. Impulsively, she latches onto his arm, insisting he can't leave without a proper thank you dinner. Her plea barely registers as his mind races, already calculating the odds of Pushkin's inevitable pursuit. Those crimson eyes narrow, acknowledging the futility of escaping a foe who can see the future. Countless escape routes flash through his mind, each one a dead end already foreseen by the headmaster. He concludes that beating a precog is impossible without a high-level counterskill he doesn't possess. Abruptly breaking his train of thought, he turns to her with an unexpected, mischievous question about leaving. Her confusion melts away as a shimmering light envelops her, swapping her simple clothes for an elegant blue dress. She offers a knowing wink, suggesting that sometimes the best plan is to enjoy the moment. A genuine laugh escapes him as he agrees, adding the condition that she's paying for their airborne taxi. A faint blush colors her cheeks as she imagines a classic hero's flight held tightly in his arms. He scoffs at the notion, proclaiming true romance is a giant starship as a golden vessel materializes above. Their magnificent craft streaks into the starry expanse, leaving a bewildered butler staring up from the lawn. Touching down in a neon-drenched metropolis, they find themselves at the entrance to a sprawling, futuristic mall. Seated at a lavish buffet, she sheepishly confesses this extravagant meal was her secret objective all along. A silver fork descends, cleanly slicing through a perfect, cream-laden strawberry shortcake. Between bites, Yuqin explains how her awakening has unlocked countless new applications for her abilities. He nonchalantly warns her about potential bugs and unforeseen consequences of experimenting with new skill trees. Her determination shines, arguing that a powerful ability is worthless without the mastery to control it. A hopeful light fills her eyes as she speaks of finally being strong enough to protect those she loves. He readily agrees to be her guinea pig, quietly queuing up his best healing spells just in case. Moments later, a teetering skyscraper of empty plates rises between them, a testament to her first experiment. His jaw hangs open as she explains her new skill, converting caloric intake directly into a storable energy source. Her entire physique has visibly expanded as she asks with a grin if he's ever met a girl who could really eat. She beams with delight, finally free to indulge her endless appetite without consequence. His mind races, already plotting how to reverse this buff before she discovers a mirror. A quick mental scan through his library of stolen abilities reveals no easy fix for her sudden expansion. Pushing back from the table, she pauses, momentarily perplexed by how snug her chair suddenly feels. Deciding a distraction is the best strategy, he volunteers to fetch another round of desserts. His boot lands squarely in a small, unnoticed puddle of water on the polished floor. Turning towards the distant buffet, he dismisses the minor splash and continues on his mission. Behind him, the water's surface warps unnaturally, the restaurant's reflection twisting into a grotesque parody. From the depths of the tiny pool, a malevolent doppelganger with burning eyes offers a chilling smirk. Moments later, his tentacle appendage carefully balances a fresh slice of cake as he heads back. Another step into the same puddle reveals not his own face, but the leering visage of a nightmarish beast. His entire form flickers like a faulty projection, momentarily phasing between worlds. An explosive splash erupts from the floor as if something unseen has just burst through a liquid gateway. Oblivious to the spatial anomaly, Yuexin casually sips her tea, wondering what's delaying his return. Reality fractures, instantly replacing the cozy restaurant with an endless, terrifyingly empty blue sky. Pure, unadulterated shock registers on his face as the world around him vanishes. He finds himself hurtling through the air, a vast, merciless ocean stretching to the horizon below. Without a single landmark in sight, his terrifying freefall continues into the infinite blue expanse. A desperate cry escapes him as he instinctively tries to manifest his angelic wings. Though the brilliant plumage appears, a horrifying realization dawns that they are utterly immobile. His frantic attempt to summon his starship yields nothing, leaving him completely stranded in the air. Intricate golden runes swirl around his falling form, the clear signature of a powerful containment field. His tactical mind instantly identifies the debuff, a high-level domain skill enforcing a strict no-fly zone. Knowing the impact will be catastrophic, he immediately shifts focus to his vast arsenal of other skills. Multiple enhancement abilities activate in a flash, supercharging his physical parameters for the inevitable collision. His very flesh hardens and shifts as every defensive protocol he possesses layers over his body. Reaching into his personal menagerie, he begins the summoning incantation for his most powerful chimeras. A monstrous amalgamation of shadow hounds and arcane serpents erupts into existence, ready to merge with him. Utilizing a compression skill, he drastically increases the air friction around him, turning his plummet into a controlled descent. Finally, he weaves together a dozen different energies, preparing a massive kinetic burst to counter his momentum. A grim determination sets in. He will unleash every single stolen power to survive this ambush. Thankfully, recent acquisitions from the students granted him mastery over water, regeneration, and item repair. Yet his thoughts race, trying to pinpoint which enemy possessed the power to trap him in such a bizarre dimension. Far beneath the waves, a shadowy silhouette with a flowing tail turns its gaze upward, sensing his imminent arrival. A siren-like creature with sharp, predatory eyes informs her team that their unexpected guest has entered the trap. Their A-rank leader smirks, ordering her crew to prepare for interception and to strip him of everything valuable. Her partner, an equally dangerous-looking rogue, immediately calls dibs on any high-tier seals and power crystals. Another B-rank teammate chimes in, content to claim any leftover ability shards for himself. Nodding in agreement from within a massive bubble of air, the mermaid gives the signal to engage. The lead thief's eyes glow with avarice as she activates her signature skill, Grand Larceny, targeting the boy in the sky. Her grand ability yanks forth a pathetic jellyfish trinket and 2 low-grade crystals from her target. A sneer of disbelief crosses her face at the laughably poor quality of her haul. Her partner eagerly pockets the meager crystals, apparently content with any scraps. Undeterred, the leader's grin widens with the promise of stripping him bare after the fight. Confusion momentarily clouds her features as she wonders how he's casting spells without a focus. An incandescent meteor of pure rage suddenly ignites the deep hurtling directly at their position. Above the waves, his fury ignites not from the ambush, but from the theft of his favorite little jellyfish seal. His powerful mind probe skill activates, scanning the depths for the audacious loot ninjas. A flood of petty avaricious thoughts instantly confirms the identities of the culprits below. Pure indignation courses through him. How dare some low-level mobs try to gank him? With a flick of his wrist, he prepares to teach these amateurs a lesson in overwhelming firepower. From within the descending inferno, a shadowy form detaches, rocketing toward the ocean surface. Panic flashes in the mermaid's eyes as she recognizes the impossible signature of a multi-class player. Desperately, she summons a swirling maelstrom, her ultimate mermaid's vortex skill intended to shred him. Absolute confidence shines on her face, certain her trap will tear any intruder to pieces. Yet his ethereal shadow form glides through the vortex completely unharmed, striking her in an instant. A violent pulse of crimson energy erupts from the point of impact, silencing the raging waters. Baising materializes from the blast, his entire body now wreathed in crackling, ominous power. An unheard scream of terror contorts the mermaid's face as his overwhelming presence descends upon her. His hand closes around her head, initiating a chillingly casual 1-second countdown to ability absorption. Looming over his defeated foe, he prepares to claim the A-rank mermaid's unique skills for his collection. A sudden brilliant realization dawns on him. The demon bull's restrictive rules can be turned into a weapon. His focus immediately shifts to another threat materializing within the strange aquatic battlefield. Before him floats a sinister A-level seal, radiating a deadly toxin he knows is instantly fatal on contact. The remaining ambusher offers a condescending smirk, questioning if he truly feels safe now. Multiple toxic spheres suddenly detonate, unleashing a virulent, corrosive explosion all around him. His adversary's grin widens into a manic leer, anticipating his target's agonizing dissolution. Responding instantly, Baising compresses the surrounding water into a crystalline prison, trapping the poison. The swirling green miasma is held at bay for the moment, a beautiful yet lethal tableau. Mocking laughter echoes through the water as his enemy boasts about the absolute nature of a seal's power. An intriguing thought crosses his mind. What if the only way to counter a pollutant type was with another? A delightfully wicked grin spreads across his face as he decides it's time to let the demon bull out to play. Manifesting instantly, the bull's immense shadow form lunges toward the 2 remaining thieves. The entire pocket dimension twists into a nightmarish pollute domain, trapping them all within its grasp. Corrupting tendrils of the bull's energy snake around Baising, symbiotically amplifying his own aura. The last thief shrieks in terror, accusing him of being a living vessel for monsters. In a last-ditch effort, he brandishes his trump card, a B-class seal that teleports anything it touches. Just as he prepares to activate his escape route, he catches a glimpse of his partner's greedy gaze. Her signature, steel skill flashes, snatching the shimmering teleportation seal for herself. A wisp of brilliant light is violently ripped from his desperate grasp, leaving him utterly abandoned. But the thief suddenly goes limp, floating away helplessly. The man reveals his true trap, a seal that induces a 3-day coma. He crushes the real seal, activating its powerful effect. Now shielded, he declares himself the true master of escape. But the demon bull's shadow strikes him without warning. He finds himself trapped inside his own protective bubble. His confidence shatters as he realizes he can't get out. Desperately, he summons more wisps, trying to break free. The domain begins to collapse, firing deadly beams from above. He screams in terror, finally understanding the true hopelessness of his situation. The last ambusher panics, realizing all his seals are trapped inside his own bubble. He decides he must end Bai Xing before the boy unleashes the pollutants in a final, desperate act. But Bai Xing revels in his newfound power, feeling the entire domain fall under his control. His crimson eye narrows, sensing his opponent's desperate thoughts. He scoffs at the man's attempt, asking if he's tired of living. Using the demon bull's power, he teleports instantly without consuming any energy. He appears directly behind his foe, who is stunned by the impossible speed. The ambusher's face twists in pure terror and disbelief. Bai Xing reveals he can also transfer other objects within the domain. He teleports the deadly toxic spheres right in front of the man's shield. The ambusher screams, realizing he's been caught in his own trap. The toxic spheres phase through his shield, striking him directly. His body is overwhelmed by the powerful attack. Bai Xing sends the man's seals to his demon bull for inspection. With a sinister smile, he prepares to deal with his final opponent. A wave of golden energy engulfs the screaming man. Defeated, he curses the mermaid who dragged him into this mess. A status window confirms Bai Xing has copied the B-rank air bubble ability. He smiles, pleased by this unexpected and useful new power. He teleports to the unconscious thief, who floats inside a protective bubble. He copies her A-rank steel ability, a perfect supplement for his divine hand. But he notes the ability requires one of her hands to activate. Using body splicing, he calmly removes her arm. He then uses body transformation to attach it to his own empty sleeve. Flexing his new fingers, he's glad to finally have a hand again. He sends the stolen jellyfish seal back into his spatial pocket. Breathing a sigh of relief, he confirms the jellyfish's ink is once again blinding the bull. He plans to use his new abilities to create powerful, consumable seals. A diagram shows the deadly new seals he can now create from his copied powers. Holding a rebirth droplet, he smirks, having found another way to survive against Pushkin. Surveying his new prison, he identifies the ethereal domain as the whale's dream. A sudden jolt of memory reveals the unconscious woman from his vision is conspicuously absent. Flashed images from the thief's mind confirm dozens of other sealers had already orchestrated her rescue. Suddenly, a searing pain lances through his chest as the temporary jellyfish ink begins to fail. Tearing open his shirt reveals a creeping, dark corruption, spreading like a vile stain across his skin. This irreversible erosion from the pollutants marks him with a permanent damning brand. With the researcher's original plan now in tatters, he resolves to hunt down the demon bull alone. First, however, a massive fluke tail breaches the water's surface, reminding him that escape is the immediate priority. Activating his newly acquired mermaid bloodline, his form shifts, allowing him to slice through the water. His primary objective now is to locate the other survivors and extract every scrap of intel they possess. Cutting through the endless blue at an incredible velocity, he leaves a shimmering wake behind him. A single, powerful flick of his tail launches him airborne, arcing gracefully over the waves. Plunging back into the depths with a triumphant flourish, he revels in his newfound mobility. Far below, countless colossal shapes drift in the abyss, the dormant whales powering this entire A-rank dimension. Descending toward the leviathans, he knows that understanding the hidden rules of this instance is key to survival. An unseen presence triggers his senses, his eyes flashing a silent, deadly warning into the gloom. Then, his enhanced hearing catches a faint, unnatural sound echoing from the world above. Instantly, he reverses course, rocketing toward the surface to investigate the disturbance. Cresting the waves, his gaze falls upon a massive, derelict ship, where he spots the source of the sound. Relief floods the face of a lone woman on deck, who immediately offers to trade for any food he might have. His mind flashes back to the perfectly good fruit plate he was enjoying just before this whole mess started. Desperation colors her voice as she offers an exorbitant sum for a single bite of sustenance. Waving away the useless money, his sharp gaze locks onto her, demanding to know how she identified him as a newcomer. Her explanation is chillingly simple. Any wasted movement is a death sentence, as energy cannot be restored here. Questioning why the whales remain untouched, he receives a dire warning against such a foolish notion. Agreeing to a trade, he nonchalantly summons a glistening magical bee that begins producing golden honey. Overwhelming joy washes over her features, utterly astounded by his ability to generate a limitless food source. Now seated beside him in a small boat, she sighs with the profound relief of someone pulled back from the brink. Gratefully, she devours the sweet honey, her energy visibly returning with every mouthful. A sly, predatory glint enters her eyes as her mind immediately begins plotting to steal his invaluable skill. Introducing herself as a powerful merchant, she promises him anything his heart desires in exchange for the honey. A knowing smirk plays on his lips as he cheekily asks if that anything includes her. Meeting his gaze without flinching, she coolly replies that the answer depends entirely on his supply. Internal panic seizes him as he realizes his casual flirtation was just taken completely seriously. Leaning closer, her voice drops to a conspiratorial whisper, urging him to discuss the specific terms of their arrangement. Shoving her back gently, he insists his only real price is information on how to escape this watery prison. A weary sigh escapes her as she admits that if an exit existed, she would not still be trapped here herself. Changing his tone to one of feigned vulnerability, he asks if she'll at least protect him while they're stuck together. His system interface flashes, revealing her B-rank persuasion skill, which grows stronger with every fulfilled request. Before she can answer, a powerful hand suddenly clamps around her throat, silencing her instantly. A cold smile touches his lips as his own mind probe skill neutralizes her mental assault. A chillingly pragmatic thought crosses his mind. Clearing this instance of all players would be far more efficient. Utter terror contorts her face as she babbles frantic promises of eternal servitude. He merely laughs, casually reaching out to copy her B-rank persuasion as a little souvenir. Now an uneasy truce settles over their tiny boat, adrift in the vast, silent ocean. She murmurs in defeat that the 6 great clans never accounted for a chaotic variable like him. Testing his new toy, his eyes glow ominously as he commands her to spill every secret she holds. Her voice becomes a monotone drone, detailing the prison's hopeless rules of slow starvation and no escape. This isolated dimension, she reveals, is the infamous Whale's Dream, a private dungeon of the Jiang family. His brow furrows in confusion, wondering why a notorious clan of assassins would target him. Casually, he pries for information about the other major players, specifically the Ji family's standing. She obediently recites the hierarchy of the 6 clans, a complex web of commerce, research, and death. With a sudden, decisive air, he announces their little chat is over and it's time to move. A predatory grin spreads across his face as he declares their intent to greet the other players and collect their skills. Despair clouds her features again, arguing that ultimate power is meaningless without an exit. His final command silences her protests, her body moving against her will to follow his orders. An unsettling aura emanates from him, his gaze drifting toward the deep with a new, destructive resolve. His voice echoes across the water, calling out a single name as a titanic shadow rises from the abyss. Pushkin. Abruptly, the scene cuts to the smoldering, silent ruins of the Sealer Academy. First responders swarm the perimeter, their instruments failing to detect any trace of the powerful sealed artifacts. An S-ranker coolly explains that the Golden Bull's rampage simply erased the items from existence. Outside the cordoned-off area, a crowd of distraught parents clamors for answers that will never come. Headmaster Pushkin addresses them with chilling detachment, declaring loss a necessary price for this new era. He and his companion vanish in a shimmer of light, utilizing a rare and costly memory beacon to depart. Reappearing in his grand office, Pushkin remarks on the beacon's price, a small fragment of the user's lifespan. His companion boasts that her unique golden blood could have easily sealed the rampaging pollutant. Pushkin counters with a cold truth, insisting those sacrifices were the very foundation of humanity's future. Turning to a bookshelf, he triggers a hidden mechanism, revealing a secret passage into darkness. The headmaster muses aloud that even in his previous life, Bai Xing never discovered this particular secret. A sudden realization dawns on his companion as she senses her own blood was used to seal whatever lies within. Pushkin smirks, confessing that his true ability extends far beyond simple, unreliable foresight. He describes it as a perfect, instantaneous communication link with every version of himself across the timeline. At the heart of this power lies the Seer's crystal ball, a pollutant that bends reality to its prophecies. By feeding it energy, he can literally converse with his past to ensure his future unfolds perfectly. Her eyes widen in horror, understanding he would only reveal such a secret to someone he was about to eliminate. A blinding flash of light erupts from him as he simply invites her to see for herself. She lands in a defensive crouch, her own power flaring as she swears to make her final stand a memorable one. 3 identical versions of Pushkin surround her, speaking in unison of her vital role in his ascension to godhood. Her defiant stance falters, her mind reeling as she struggles to process his impossible declaration. The 3 headmasters gesture grandly toward the center of the room, beckoning her to witness his ultimate creation. Utter shock freezes her gaze upon the impossible sight before her. Within a crystal sarcophagus lies the still form of Bai Xing's past incarnation. Its legendary golden arm emits a soft, ethereal luminescence through the glass. A silent scream escapes her as she stumbles back from the macabre display. One of the duplicates calmly gestures, identifying the body as the hero's past. Another clone indicates a second coffin, coolly revealing it contains his fated future. Kneeling beside a third empty casket, the final Pushkin declares their only target is his present. She reels, her mind refusing to process the sheer audacity of his claim. Trapped between these grim monuments, she questions if this is truly him or some grand illusion. He clarifies that pollutants obey rules, not reason, making this reality absolute. Recalling a powerful sealer consumed by her own quarry, he illustrates the terrifying stakes. Inside a domain, he explains, the established rules simply become the new truth. A profound chill runs through her, revealing the terrifying fragility of their entire existence. This very moment, one of the headmasters proclaims, will pivot the destiny of all mankind. Activating a pollutant named Moon in the Well, he conjures a surface that reflects one's soul. Through this rippling portal, the headmaster boasts of having already witnessed Bai Xing's every move. Warning her to keep her distance, he notes the well's reflection is a dangerous trap. Its watery surface shimmers to life, showing Bai Xing ensnared within the whale's dream. He commands her to prepare the seal, for he is about to retrieve the necessary components. Brandishing arcane surgical tools, he prepares to operate directly upon the aqueous vision. Suddenly, the reflected hero's arm separates cleanly from his struggling form. Plunging a hand into the water, he withdraws a still-beating heart to complete the extraction. An identical headmaster states the price for such a retrieval, an equal measure of living blood. Without hesitation, his companion erupts in a torrent of golden, sacrificial energy. She hurls a solidified shard of her power toward the well, finalizing the grim ritual. His grand deception is finally revealed. Hijacking the hero's rebirth cycle to empower his current self, raising the golden arm, he explains this cruel gambit was the only way to force the sealing. Meanwhile, the real Bai Xing's body is violently ejected into the vast, churning ocean. Triumphantly, Pushkin announces the past body now contains a time-looping monstrosity. His future self, he continues, has become the perfect vessel for a self-replicating plague. Even his present form is now a cage, slowly being consumed by the Golden Bull's power. An arcane diagram materializes, illustrating how these pollutants mirror a tripartite ancient god. He has weaponized the hero's very existence, binding these entities to steal their fundamental rules. This stolen power will fuel his own domain, a reality set to multiply and devour the universe. His vision now spans all of time, allowing him to preemptively erase every catastrophe from history. Together, the three figures raise their arms in unison, heralding the dawn of their new divinity. Adrift in the cold abyss, a wounded Bai Xing finally grasps the full scope of the villain's endgame. A single crimson eye glares into the darkness. Amused, the prophet assumed he hadn't planned for this patch. A fleeting memory shows him cleverly swapping his hands just moments before, a simple exploit to fool the seer. His regeneration sputters beside the silent whale, and for a moment, he almost believes it's game over. Desperate times call for desperate looting, so he fashions a blade of pure water to borrow a few spare parts. A single focused slash parts the flesh of the colossal beast sleeping in the abyss. Heaving with impossible strength, he extracts a massive, pulsating heart from the creature's core. An immense surge of power crushes the colossal organ down to a perfectly compatible size. Utilizing a daring object fusion skill, he slots the brand new loot directly into his own chest cavity. A thunderous new rhythm echoes through his frame, signaling a successful, if unorthodox, upgrade. Sporting a manic grin, he wonders aloud if the so-called prophet saw this particular stat boost coming. Continuing his impromptu field surgery, he begins processing the whale's other vital components for personal use. Every last survival and healing buff activates simultaneously, barely keeping his body from tearing itself apart. The newly integrated organs begin to glow with a potent violet aura, knitting themselves into his very being. His revival feels fantastic, a glorious realization that this whale's gear is top-tier loot. Casually testing his new lungs, he unleashes a concentrated jet of water from his mouth. That single exhale blossoms into a monstrous swirling vortex that churns the deep ocean. Aboard her tiny vessel, the startled woman scans the horizon, certain a new sea monster has just spawned. Her small boat is suddenly tossed about like a toy on the increasingly violent waves. She cries out as the terrifying whirlpool threatens to drag her down into the churning abyss. Bai Xing observes the chaos with a bit of awe, realizing a single breath now holds the power to stir the seas. He clutches his chest, a sharp reminder that installing legendary-grade equipment comes with some serious system instability. Only his passive regeneration skills are preventing a total system crash from the overwhelming power. Knowing the final boss is completely unaware of his respawn, he decides it's the perfect time for a counter-gank. Now he just needs to figure out this domain's permadeath rule and how to re-equip his missing hand. With a tremendous leap, he explodes from the surface, soaring through the air to the utter shock of his companion. He lands with enough force to splinter the wooden deck beneath his feet, a testament to his new strength. The bewildered woman simply asks what on earth just happened, her mind reeling from his sudden reappearance. He nonchalantly explains that his new explosive power caused a minor muscle strain debuff on the landing. His regeneration stat immediately kicks in, knitting the damaged leg back together in a flash of light. Brimming with newfound confidence, he declares it's time to regroup with the rest of their raid party. His companion, however, looks distinctly green, pointing out a critical flaw in their escape plan. She gestures to the waterline, explaining his new high-density organs are quite literally sinking their only ride. Seeing no other option, he dives back into the ocean, figuring he'll just have to provide his own propulsion. The woman watches, completely baffled as he flails about, unable to perform a simple swim stroke. He quickly realizes his new core burns through stamina too fast for such inefficient movement. Shifting tactics, he decides to just use his water manipulation skill to create a path for himself. Now sprinting across the ocean's surface, he tells her to give him the quest briefing while they travel. She nervously asks exactly what kind of upgrade he performed on himself down in the dark. He casually replies that he just borrowed a few organs from a friendly neighborhood whale. Her face contorts in pure terror as she shrieks that harming a whale is the one unbreakable rule of this zone. His eyes widen as he looks to the other colossal shapes in the deep, a dreadful understanding dawning on him. She confirms his worst fear, whispering that only one of those creatures was ever truly a whale. Far away within a hidden chamber, Pushkin's grand and terrible ritual finally reaches its magnificent conclusion. Within the coffin, the golden organs pulse with an arcane light as the final seal activates. His exhausted companion sighs, muttering about her severe blood deficiency and the desperate need for a vacation. Ignoring her completely, Pushkin grandly announces she is about to witness the glorious birth of a new god. He brandishes a simple-looking wand, a sea-level artifact capable of compelling absolute obedience for one crucial second. All three versions of the headmaster simultaneously command the lifeless form to surrender the very rules of the Golden Bull. A brilliant beam of energy erupts from the wand, striking the inert body within the sarcophagus. An incandescent orb of pure power is forcibly extracted, hovering freely in the chamber's center. The first Pushkin eagerly absorbs a third of the essence, his eyes flaring with stolen divinity. His second iteration immediately follows suit, greedily drawing his portion of the phenomenal power. Finally, the last of the trio completes the transfer, reaching out to claim the remaining energy. One of them bellows triumphantly, declaring he now wields the authority to loop time itself. Another cries out as his body begins to destabilize, urging the final version to complete their union. Yet the third Pushkin stands bewildered, having received absolutely no power from the ritual. They frantically attempt to activate their Trinity protocol, only for the connection to sputter and fail. His companion stares blankly at the unfolding disaster, flatly stating the obvious: it failed. Sensing the imminent system collapse, she wisely decides to make a tactical retreat. A blinding torrent of light suddenly engulfs the two corrupted headmasters, whisking them away from reality. The remaining Pushkin grabs his companion's arm, desperately ordering her to seal the volatile crystal ball. She wordlessly slices her palm, allowing her unique golden blood to cascade over the orb and begin containment. Its polished surface reflects a horrifying vision of the other Pushkins being consumed by their own stolen power. She turns on him, demanding to know why their supposedly foolproof sealing artifacts had malfunctioned so spectacularly. Pushkin calmly explains that a mere human vessel cannot withstand the strain of containing two conflicting world rules. He grimly admits the bull's corruption has permanently devoured Baising's unique abilities, losing them forever. Her face twists in fury as she asks if he's just giving up, demanding the payment promised for this fiasco. Turning his back, the headmaster reveals this is but one failure among countless others stretching across history. He vows with chilling resolve that his future self will continue this fight until the day victory is finally achieved. Pausing at the doorway, he remembers there is one final piece of business to discuss. Pushkin offers her a new lucrative contract involving a rogue nation of mass-produced vampire soldiers. Elsewhere, Yuexin's father, now a disembodied eyeball, shrieks in rage at his own plan's utter collapse. The crimson iris dilates in disbelief, frantically searching for the single variable that caused this catastrophic outcome. His memory flashes back to a man in a red raincoat being pulled into a dimension of perpetual, dreary rain. He recalls how his cat mask granted him the vision of a pollutant, allowing him to navigate the impossible landscape. Through a wish from a cursed monkey's paw, he created a secret exit only that feline perspective could ever locate. His grand design involved fusing three powerful pollutants, using their own rules to create a perfect, self-restraining prison. This elegant system would have allowed him to traverse worlds and seal away any threat he encountered. A reflection in a beaker shows two unwelcome figures, his greatest enemies, arriving in the laboratory. Suddenly, the eyeball spots the small, unassuming lens he had given to Bai Xing, lying discarded on the floor. He remembers the boy's paranoid, gamer-like caution, realizing he was far too savvy to be manipulated so easily. Bai Xing had simply handed the lens back, refusing to carry an unidentified legendary-grade item from a suspicious NPC. With dawning horror, the eyeball understands a fourth, unaccounted-for pollutant had been introduced into his perfect equation. Clutching the cursed artifact, the disembodied eye demands to know its new nature. Its chilling reply confirms he is already dead, a vessel waiting for assimilation. Overwhelming dread consumes him with the understanding that he is no longer human. He resolves to erase his own existence, a final act of protection for his beloved daughter. The crimson orb then plunges into a swirling crimson gateway, desperately seeking oblivion. Through the chaotic rift it flies, zeroing in on the unsuspecting members of the G family. It slams into one of the men with impossible force, sending him hurtling across the room. His stunned brother whirls around, shouting in protest that he never laid a hand on him. A team of elite agents suddenly materializes, immediately classifying the event as a pollutant incursion. A ghostly voice explains the monkey paw's ultimate price, the life of one's closest kin. With all relatives gone, the curse simply defaults to the nearest available target instead. It mockingly concludes that mortals who toy with cosmic rules are destined only for ruin. Back at the ruined laboratory, an investigator silently surveys the sheer scale of the devastation. A surviving family elder croaks a warning, telling them not to underestimate the rogue researcher. His partner, however, shuts the old man up with a single, brutally efficient kick. She coolly deduces their target must have paid a steep price, judging by his conspicuous absence. The elder shamelessly reveals his scheme to seize control of the family now that his rivals are gone. Her companion considers a new approach, remembering his unique ability to command beasts. Sneering, the old man reveals one of his own tamed creatures is a pollutant that still serves him. He spits that the researcher selfishly abandoned his family to chase his own mad ambitions. Deciding this is all too complicated, the female agent opts for a much simpler strategy: demolition. Both the cackling elder and the floating eyeball freeze in disbelief at her insane suggestion. Electric blue energy begins to crackle violently around the heel of her combat boot. She launches herself skyward, a living thunderbolt streaking through the darkened hall. Her white lightning footprints technique allows her to race vertically up the skyscraper's exterior. Landing gracefully on a higher floor, she crouches low with a predatory grin. The elder watches in horror, realizing she has already tagged the entire level for destruction. A mischievous wink signals her intent to detonate every single energy marker simultaneously. An immense conflagration erupts from the building, tearing a jagged hole in its side. Her partner calmly whistles, summoning a colossal eagle from his private dimensional menagerie. This magnificent beast soars fearlessly through the smoke and cascading debris. They leap onto its back, riding the majestic creature away from the collapsing structure. Glancing back, the male agent notices the tenacious old man has somehow survived the blast. The elder's ornate snake-headed cane carries him away from the wreckage like a serpent. He cackles madly, believing his path to the family fortune is now completely unopposed. Unconcerned, the agent decides to simply wait, knowing his prey will have to show himself eventually. Suddenly, his partner's eyes begin to radiate a strange, phosphorescent glow. In the blink of an eye, they find themselves standing back in the perfectly pristine hallway. His companion glances at her watch, puzzled that its display shows no temporal displacement. He realizes with a jolt of terror they are trapped by a time-looping power no human should possess. That floating orb warns them that abusing cosmic laws only invites madness. Its grand explosion was nothing more than a cheap parlor trick, a simple wish granted. This reality-bending illusion is now a permanent, unbreakable fixture of their prison. Having established its new game, the creature discards its other powerful artifacts. Pure human cunning it boasts will be more than enough to crush them. Her partner glances over, silently asking if this is a fight they can even win. Pulling out a satellite phone, she decides to check in with the other squad first. She reports their primary target has vanished along with a fellow agent. Across the city, a woman named Julia confirms one loose end has been neatly tied up in the whale's dream. Locating the researcher's mysterious daughter, however, remains their most frustrating problem. Julia scoffs at the pathetic decoy they found, a transparent and almost insulting ploy. Her holographic file identifies her as Julia Zhang, a hunter patiently waiting for the true prey. Beside her sits Xenia Zia, sister to the examiner who was recently retired. Xenia's fist crashes against the steel table as she furiously demands proof of death. Julia calmly explains that victims of the whale's dream simply become whales, leaving nothing behind. Their mission, she coldly reminds her, is to systematically dismantle the entire G family. A raw scream of anguish tears from Zinnia's throat, mourning a sister and a canceled vacation. Back in the pristine hallway, the agent snaps her phone shut with grim finality. Overhearing their genocidal plan, the eyeball decides it's time to stop playing games. It instantly materializes within a hidden control room, ready to spring its trap. A single command from the creature sends thick iron shutters crashing down over every exit. Everyone inside flinches as the entire skyscraper is plunged into metallic darkness. Through a reinforced window, the orb laments ever needing to use this protocol against mere mortals. Heavy magnetic locks engage with a deafening thud, sealing them inside their tomb. The agents exchange a look, knowing their cunning target is now watching their every move. Without hesitation, the female agent ignites her boots with crackling white lightning. She becomes a blur of motion, painting the floor with volatile trails of azure energy. Her partner simply points upward, signaling a much more direct path to the top. A single powerful stomp detonates her energy markers in a blinding upward explosion. Concrete and steel vaporize above them, revealing a brand new, custom-made exit. The beast tamer bellows, summoning his next monstrous ride from the dimensional rift. A colossal armored goat carries them effortlessly through the gaping hole in the ceiling. He flashes a cocky grin, promising to smash through the last 2 floors with ease. Their tormentor's voice echoes from the walls, promising their climb has only just begun. It boasts of having so many more delightful tools to share with its new guests. Nearby, a reinforced containment unit bursts open to reveal something slimy and ravenous. Countless glistening tentacles immediately begin to flood the entire chamber. They barely escape, blasting through the next ceiling in their desperate vertical race. Upon landing, he summons a trio of shadow wolves, ready for whatever comes next. But his confident expression immediately shatters at the impossible sight that greets them. A colossal octopus now completely barricades their only path forward. Its immense appendages strike with overwhelming force, engulfing the hunters and their wolves. She cries out in frustration, demanding to know if he can tame this corrupted monstrosity. He grimly confesses his taming abilities are useless against true pollutants. Both agents scramble frantically, dodging the crushing grip of the cephalopod. From its hidden perch, the eyeball gleefully notes how the octopus exploits the very holes they created. The creature's mass swells at an alarming rate, threatening to devour the entire floor. It smugly predicts the imminent demise of its 2 guests under the monster's growing weight. Yet the beast tamer calmly calls out to a specific shadow wolf, his secret weapon. The wolf's head lifts to show a disturbing canvas of vacant, hollow pits where eyes should be. Suddenly, every socket snaps open with an otherworldly light, unveiling its terrifying, corrupted identity. A jolt of pure horror strikes the eyeball. The hunter is somehow commanding a pollutant. He calmly requests his pet's aid, initiating a deadly hunt that requires 4 specific traits. With a tense grin, he feeds the creature its first clue, specifying their quarry's approximate size. In response, one of the creature's many eyes emits a deep, menacing purple glow. Instantly, a matching violet sigil materializes on both of the agents' foreheads. Julia coolly explains the mechanic at play, a 4-point lock for absolute termination. His expression hardens as he prepares to deliver the second, more specific identifier. The eyeball finally grasps their terrifying strategy, recognizing a high-level kill rule being activated. Outside, the monolithic skyscraper stands sealed and silent against the dark, rainy sky. He smirks, announcing the second trait. Their target is watching them this very second. Pure panic seizes the orb as it desperately tries to phase out into the safety of the storm. Too late. The violet sigil flashes into existence, branding the now visible, fleeing eyeball. All of the wolf's eyes now blaze with that same ominous purple, its power reaching a new threshold. It rapidly processes the debuff. 4 observable traits trigger a non-negotiable death sentence. A final, horrifying detail emerges from its analysis. The kill zone is the entire planet. Her confidence wavers as she discovers 2 distinct purple marks blooming on her skin. Unfazed, he promises that the coming conditions will refine the target, excluding them from the final count. From its slimy hiding spot, the creature knows it must stop the 3rd condition at all costs. Now the hunt begins in earnest, the trio moving to flush out their elusive target. Julia voices her doubt, asking how they'll satisfy the next condition for a target they cannot see. It gloats internally about its ability to slip between dimensions, making direct observation impossible. Then, peering over a high shelf, he prepares to announce his game-winning move. His finger points to a polished glass panel, perfectly capturing the eyeball's distorted reflection. A 3rd sigil ignites on his brow just as Julia warns that his own reflection is also visible. She dismisses the risk, now more concerned that their clever target has already slipped away. Any fear she has is dismissed by his absolute faith in the perimeter his wolves have established. Then, a key detail from the mission briefing surfaces in his mind about a distinctive red coat. He commands his otherworldly hound to perform a quick census of every being on the floor. After a moment, the creature's glowing gaze reports back with a surprising number. 5 targets detected. Julia's brow furrows, questioning if the colossal octopus constitutes their mysterious 5th target. Trusting his otherworldly hound, he prepares to declare 2 final traits for a decisive checkmate. Yet, a moment of tense silence reveals his brilliant gambit has failed to draw me out. He struggles to formulate 2 conditions that won't backfire spectacularly on his own team. His gaze drifts upward to the monstrous cephalopod, a dangerous suspicion dawning in his eyes. From my watery prison, I admit his high-level strats have me completely and utterly cornered. His meticulous, cautious approach was almost enough to guarantee a total game over. Those taunts were a classic bait and switch, but they also revealed the one exploitable glitch in his code. Suddenly, the octopus speaks, explaining how a single, well-placed tentacle concealed its master's sigil. Pollutants, it lectures, are bound by absolute rules that make a simple line-of-sight block foolproof. Furthermore, the beast itself matches 2 conditions, and its kind has no concept of observing one another. My own brief dimensional hop was just enough to throw the wolf's senses completely out of whack. With a surge of renewed confidence, I gleefully announced that the tables have officially turned. The hunter holds up a hand, cautiously suggesting they might be able to negotiate a truce. Julia's jaw practically hits the floor, finally processing that the giant squid is actually talking. Her mind races to the only logical conclusion. Their target did not hide, he became the monster. Her partner calmly stops her from acting rashly, intrigued by this unexpected development. My new voice echoes with smug satisfaction, pointing out that their hesitation is a fatal mistake. Then I switch tactics, pleading my case as a simple researcher who just wants to make a deal. He scoffs at the ridiculous plea, reminding me that cornered prey has no right to bargain. I calmly point out the obvious stalemate, as this new boss form is significantly harder to take down. A flicker of doubt crosses his face as he mentally reviews which of the 4 conditions must have failed. Was it the tricky reflection condition that you messed up, I ask with a wicked grin. Guessing wrong now, I warn him, will only speed up his own party's inevitable wipe. Suddenly his eyes widen with understanding. The wolf had counted the researcher and monster as one. A ghostly image of a bright red raincoat unexpectedly materializes within my new blurry vision. With a triumphant smirk, the agent declares he has figured out my ultimate cheese strat, a full-on fusion. He perfectly recounts how a simple raincoat provided cover for the merge, dodging the final rule. A spectral flashback shows the hooded figure dissolving into the monstrous, gelatinous form. Julia's quick scan of the area confirms it, detecting only the single massive life sign remaining. All conditions now officially met, he unleashes his spectral hounds for the final devastating attack. My colossal form roars in protest as the ethereal wolves lunge forward with silent, deadly purpose. Their incorporeal claws find purchase, and a wave of pure, unadulterated confusion washes over me. My core self rips free from the dying host, screaming that I am no longer even human. He moves with impossible speed, his hand reaching out to snatch me directly from the air. I frantically offer him everything, all my loot, my pollutants, my secret stashes, for a chance to live. His expression remains utterly cold as he flatly rejects my desperate last-minute plea. One last juke is all I have left, a desperate maneuver to escape his closing grip. My only hope is to phase back outside, into the relative safety of the dark, rainy world. This grand escape plan ends abruptly with a pathetic thud against a nearby filing cabinet. Disbelieving, the agent lunges for the filing cabinet where I just vanished. His hand slams down, grasping the handle and seemingly cornering me inside. A self-satisfied smirk spreads across his face as he declares the hunt officially over. Julia cautiously steps up behind him, questioning if the target is truly contained. He turns to her, but his triumphant expression has already melted into pure bewilderment. Oh crap, there's another one, and my brilliant escape plan just got complicated. I phase back into my personal pocket dimension, a world of perpetual gloomy rain. Flashing past their stunned faces, I gloat that they're playing on my home turf now. Suddenly, Julia's boot erupts in a cascade of crackling blue energy. She rockets forward with impossible agility, her hand outstretched to snatch me. Too slow, I jeer, ducking back into the spectral version of the same filing cabinet. Her hand finds the real-world cabinet door, ready to yank it open and expose me. Complete shock registers on her face as the metal door remains stubbornly, impossibly sealed. Her partner watches, a flicker of concern crossing his features as he sees her struggle. I see the spectral squid's influence has merely knocked her unconscious, not worse. Then the realization dawns on him. The cabinet itself has become a pollutant with a single, unbreakable rule. My mind flashes back to how its illusionary properties already saved me once before. Its new absolute law makes the very concept of opening it a complete impossibility for them. With the immediate threat neutralized, I turn my attention to the dormant squid monster. These things can't be destroyed, only managed by exploiting their own rigid programming. A flicker of my old self worries about my daughter, but I know she's got the gamer smarts to handle herself. My brief moment of relief shatters as I remember the spectral wolf is still on the prowl. It pads silently towards the unconscious squid, its former master no longer giving commands. One of its 4 spectral eyes ignites with an ominous purple light, initiating a new hunt protocol. Miles away, a shadowy elder sneers at a monitor displaying the agent's utter failure. He chuckles, relishing the opportunity to deal with the researcher's legacy himself. His gloating is cut short as he catches a strange distortion in his own reflection. There, glowing on his own forehead, is the unmistakable purple mark of the wolf's curse. Back in the office, the wolf's eyes flare brightly, its long-distance target now acquired. A silent scream contorts the elder's face as the inescapable rule begins to take hold. He crumples to the floor, his grand ambitions instantly reduced to nothing. All 4 of the spectral wolf's lights extinguish, its second successful hunt now complete. I watch from my hiding spot, confirming that one more annoying NPC has been permanently deleted. This changes everything. Without a master, the wolf's targeting system has switched to autopilot. Another ominous purple light flickers to life, beginning a new, terrifyingly random search. My grand plan hits a snag as I realize all my containment items are stuck in the now unopenable cabinet. Trying to combine pollutants is a classic noob move. Their rules could glitch and create a world-ending bug. I need a strategy that's safe, controllable, and has a clear escape route if things go south. Throwing caution to the wind, I shoot directly towards the beast, banking everything on a mental stat check. My focused will collides with its primal code, and with a final surge, I force the glowing eye to fade. Yet the wolf's programming persists, clawing at the all-knowing lens to complete its hunt. A terrible choice paralyzes the disembodied eye, its daughter's life, or the fate of the world. Its very consciousness fractures between a father's love and a guardian's duty. Miles away, our small boat cuts through an endless ocean as my guide announces our approach. Her finger directs my gaze toward a colossal prison ship dominating the horizon. Inside, she explains, a high-ranking Kong family member is permanently bound to the vessel itself. I can't help but think he should have picked a cooler ride, maybe an aircraft carrier. Apparently, he was a rising star before some woman named Julia nerfed him into this floating jail. Noting the classic guild betrayal, I watch as she admits to suffering the same fate. Politics bore me, so I cut straight to the important question: who are the raid bosses on board? She lists off several A-rank elites and even a legendary S-rank healer. This rust bucket is the server's main hub, the gathering spot for all the high-level players. Her last quest was a forced resource run, with failure meaning she'd become the next meal. A confident grin spreads across my face. It's time to carry the newbie. With the steel fortress looming, I tell her to brace for a party invite. My foot slams down on the ocean's surface, coiling energy for a physics-defying jump. An explosive pillar of water launches me skyward like a missile. Sailing through the air, I lock my trajectory onto the main deck. My impact shatters the deck's timber in a shower of splinters. From the crater of my landing, I meet their shocked faces with a challenging glare. The assembled crew stares, immediately assuming I'm a pawn sent by their rival Julia. One of them, a smug A-ranker, scoffs at the dramatic entrance. His companion, however, smirks with the hope of some decent entertainment. Their apparent leader steps forward, demanding to know who I am. I just give a lazy smirk, telling them I'm here for a friendly wellness check. Their eyes drift past me to the boat below, identifying my guide as a mere merchant. That smug A-ranker takes a deep breath, power gathering in his throat. Completely unimpressed, I ask him what he thinks he's trying to accomplish. Blinding energy tears from his mouth, a devastating beam streaking toward the tiny boat. Down below, her face twists in terror, knowing these lawless players are about to delete her. But I just clap my hands together, releasing a focused concussive wave of my own. Both invisible forces collide mid-air, erupting in a silent, blinding flash. The resulting shockwave atomizes the water's surface, obliterating the small vessel. Stunned silence falls over the deck as William stares, his ultimate move easily countered. He glances down at the churning water, satisfied his target has been vaporized. Deep beneath the waves, however, the merchant floats unharmed within a shimmering sphere of air. Her mind reels at the impossible fact that I saved her, especially after her betrayal. She calls me a fool in her heart, wondering what kind of player faces a whole crew alone for a traitor. Drifting alone in the silent darkness, she can only offer a desperate prayer for my victory. My own grin widens, already pleased with how my new skill combo strategy is panning out. He challenges the crew, ready to fight if they insist on playing power games. Instead, he offers a trade, revealing his honeybee as a valuable resource. William is intrigued, noting the boy's power is a lesser version of his own. Bising humbly agrees, then slyly adds that he wishes he had William's ability. The A-ranker explains that any ability can be powerful with enough energy. With a wicked grin, Bai Xing clarifies that he meant it literally. Owen Kong steps in, telling him he's proven his strength and must now choose his fate. He offers 3 options: call for supplies, trade intel, or become a resource. Bai Xing glares, asking if cooperation is completely off the table. Owen laughs, revealing their captain's S-rank gift of life makes them invincible. Owen shows off a regenerating root, a product of their captain's power. Another crewman boasts about his regenerating baguette that tastes like meat. The leader reveals his own unsettling regenerating resource. William scoffs, saying Bai Xing's food-making ability is nothing in comparison. Bai Xing feigns surrender, realizing reasoning is useless in this place. The crew is satisfied, asking if he'll call his family for supplies. His expression turns demonic as he decides to take everything from them instead. He launches a surprise attack with a powerful, glowing fist. The punch lands with incredible force, stunning his opponent. William is sent flying across the deck from the unexpected blow. The other crewman taunts him, saying resistance only makes him their next meal. Bai Xing admits he hoped to just borrow their powers without a fight. He clutches his head, tormented by a voice repeating, "I am a whale." Defying the no-fly zone, he uses fire thrust to launch himself at another foe. The fiery propulsion sends him rocketing toward his target. He activates his plant growth ability, ready to ensnare his enemy. A monstrous plant erupts from his hand, grabbing the startled William. The powerful vines wrap around William, trapping him completely. With glowing red eyes, Bai Xing prepares to unleash another attack. William screams, activating his golden armor shield for protection. A powerful laser beam erupts from Bai Xing's eyes, striking the shield. William mocks the attack, boasting a real fighter has more than one trick. He reshapes his golden armor into a powerful steel sword. The sword easily deflects the laser blast, sending it careening away. Bai Xing sprouts massive wings, combining thrust and glide to maneuver. He dodges the counterattack, soaring past the ship's mast. With a grin, he realizes the golden armor is the key to controlling his new organs. Enraged, William declares that Bai Xing has gone too far. Bai Xing fires another laser blast from the air. William easily blocks it, mocking his low-level abilities as nothing more than a fly bite. William taunts him, questioning how long he can burn energy without a way to recover it. With a confident grin, Bai Xing activates his telekinesis hand. A massive blue energy hand shoots out, catching William by surprise. The powerful hand grabs the shielded A-ranker, who screams in shock. Bai Xing effortlessly lifts his opponent high into the air. The remaining crew stares in disbelief, wondering how one person has so many powers. A crewman shouts that Bai Xing is trying to split them up. Heron Kong orders them to hold their position, reminding them of their captain's orders. But the other man ignores him, demanding a small boat to give chase. He leaps from the ship, landing in the small vessel below. Heron uses his willpower to guide the boat, telling his crewmate to hold on tight. The small boat zips across the water, hot on Bai Xing's trail. Bai Xing flings the captured William through the air like a projectile. William vows to tear him to pieces the moment he hits the ground. Bai Xing calmly accepts the challenge, ready for the next phase of his plan. He activates heat control, absorbing the warmth from the ocean's surface. The water around him instantly freezes into a solid sheet of ice. William crashes hard into the newly formed ice field, shattering it on impact. He grimaces, admitting Bai Xing might actually have what it takes to survive. Bai Xing just smirks, unfazed by his opponent's threats. He lands a powerful elbow strike against the golden shield. William scoffs, confident his armor is unbreakable. Bai Xing summons his rock fist, ready to shatter that confidence. He compresses the rock, infusing it with a dark, powerful energy. The fist glows with immense power, ready to be unleashed. He slams his attack into the golden shield with a massive impact. The shield cracks as William desperately tries to negotiate. Bai Xing explains it's not just strength, but explosive force. He continues his assault, shattering the golden armor completely. Bai Xing admits that having many weak abilities isn't always useful, but his foe just proved him wrong. He reveals a pollutant reached through a domain to take his organs in hand. The golden shield shatters under the force of his enhanced fist. Purple tentacles erupt from his empty sleeve, shooting toward his foe. The tendrils ensnare William as Bai Xing demands to know about other pollutants. Defeated, William panics, claiming the information is a family secret. Bai Xing strikes again, activating his mind probe to read his thoughts. The terrified A-ranker begs for his life, promising to tell him everything. But Bai Xing has already copied his golden shield body ability. He casually flings the defeated man across the frozen ocean. William sinks helplessly into the dark, icy water. He struggles for a moment before a strange transformation begins. His body contorts, a massive tail sprouting from his legs. The transformation completes, turning him into a colossal whale. Bai Xing confirms the domain's deadly rule works just as he thought. With glowing eyes, he activates his vision field ability, A massive energy wave expands from him, scanning the entire area. From his boat, Heron screams in fury, realizing his teammate is gone. A golden, glowing version of Bai Xing appears before him. Heron demands he return to the ship and beg their captain for forgiveness. The golden figure responds with a powerful, glowing kick. The attack connects, sending the last crewman flying from his boat. Bai Xing soars away, his status window confirming he's copied mouth cannon. He clutches his head, fighting the whale's influence rewriting his mind. A lone crewman on the ship spots Bai Xing returning from the sky. He lands hard on the deck, shattering the wood beneath his feet. The crewman nervously asks where his two companions have gone. Bai Xing's rock-covered hand shoots forward in response. He grabs the man by the face, lifting him effortlessly into the air. With glowing red eyes, he demands to see their captain, Leo. A new figure appears, introducing himself as the captain and noting Bai Xing has eaten whale meat. Bai Xing cuts to the chase, offering a way out in exchange for the captain's ability. The captain smirks, warning the boy that coming after him is a very bad idea. Bai Xing tosses the last crewman aside, revealing the others won't be waking up. The captain is impressed, noting Bai Xing figured out the rules soon after arriving. He reveals that Bai Xing isn't the only one who understands how this domain works. The captain declares he's not trapped, but is building a new era for humanity here. He extends a hand, inviting the talented newcomer to join his ambitious cause. Bai Xing scoffs at the offer, pointing to the two men he just defeated. The captain explains no one truly dies here, they just get lost in the dream. Dismissing the offer, Bai Xing demands the useful Gift of Life ability. The captain taunts him, promising to show him something far more interesting. He activates Golden Shield Body, erupting in a brilliant, blinding aura. Bai Xing recoils in shock, stunned by the sudden display of immense power. The captain unleashes an upgraded sea-level Flash Eyes attack. The intense light overwhelms Bai Xing, forcing him to shield his face. Bai Xing counters with his own mouth cannon, unleashing a powerful sonic blast. He then activates his own golden shield, bracing for the captain's attack. The sonic blast sends a fiery projectile hurtling through the ship's mast. The captain summons a massive iron palm cage to trap his foe. The giant metal hand closes around Bai Xing, ensnaring him completely. Dangling me over the churning ocean, the captain suggests a little chat. A playful smirk is my only answer as Body Morph activates, my solid form dissolving. Flowing like quicksilver, I escape his watery prison with almost mocking ease. Freedom tastes sweet, but a weapon tastes even better as my body reconfigures into cold steel. Behold my masterpiece, a colossal blade shimmering with an ominous purple aura. Swinging the colossal blade, I happily declare that it's my turn to play. Rather than face my blade, the captain opts for a classic debuff, blanketing the deck in a dense mist. Soon, the entire colossal vessel vanishes into an impenetrable wall of white. Using my fire skill as a makeshift rocket, I zip through the blinding fog with my sword leading the way. His disembodied voice echoes through the mist, taunting me to survive his next little trick. Suddenly, the air crackles with immense power as he unleashes a top-tier lightning ability. An apocalyptic spear of pure energy descends from the heavens, aimed directly at me. A moment of comical horror dawns as I realize this giant sword is also a giant lightning rod. Quickly, I summon a Spark Flash Sprite, a tiny creature designed to eat electricity for breakfast. It's immediately obvious this B-tier summon is about to be overloaded by an A-tier spell. Another mocking jeer cuts through the storm as he prepares a follow-up attack. Time for a classic strategy switch. The sword melts away, reforming into multiple projectiles. Telekinesis sends a volley of massive shurikens spinning up into the storm clouds. They intercept the bolt perfectly, scattering the deadly energy harmlessly into the fog. With graceful ease, the captain weaves through the storm of electrified metal I've created. Seeing me blink away the afterimages, he wrongly assumes I've lost track of my own attack. But my telekinetic grip never wavered, and the shurikens whip around to pin him against the main mast. Total disbelief washes over his features, stunned by such a creative use of combined abilities. I can't help but admit that fighting someone with so many cool abilities is a genuine thrill. This fog has served its purpose, I announce, before casually willing it to disperse. It clicks into place that he's a multi-ability user too, which raises some very interesting questions. Let's see what the peanut gallery is thinking with a quick mind probe of the crew. Hilariously, the entire crew is mentally cheering for me to beat their own captain. Beyond their amusing disloyalty, however, their surface thoughts offer zero useful intel. Switching targets, I send a telepathic message to my little friend hiding below the waves. Her reply is chilling, confirming the abilities belong to powerful and recently vanished young elites. So that's his game, a power-thieving hack who can't earn his own skills. A predatory grin spreads across my face as I reveal the ghost bugs I sent scouting hours ago. Their report was simple. The ship is empty of anyone but his regular non-powered crew. Now I can analyze him properly, not as a player, but as a system pollutant with a set of rules. Gamer instincts kick in, instantly deducing the first 3 rules of his whale's dream domain. A final, crucial piece of the puzzle slots into place, exposing his domain's fatal flaw. Humans are trapped in an endless loop here, a dream from which only the whale can awaken. Utter disbelief contorts the captain's face, wondering how I cracked his system so fast. Then comes the dawning horror. He knows I've just found the master exploit for his entire domain. My spectral scouts slip silently beneath a sealed cabin door. Inside, they confirm the missing elites are merely sleeping, their powers ripe for the picking. A delightfully devious plan hatches to yoink their skills before they even wake up. From his perch, the captain observes my stillness with a flicker of nostalgic interest. His loudmouthed first mate openly scoffs at my pathetic shuriken display. That taunt about my missing hand immediately places him at the top of my 2-gank list. Offering one last chance to surrender, the captain seems utterly convinced of his victory. Only a dismissive smirk answers him, a silent dare to bring his A-game. With a dramatic flourish, he draws his hand back to summon something truly immense. Loudly, the crewman boasts of an incoming A-rank ability that can tear domains apart. An arrogant grin splits his face as he unleashes his divine blade projection. Above him, an ethereal greatsword of blinding light materializes, humming with reality-bending power. Down it comes, sending a colossal wave of pure energy screaming across the deck. Suddenly, it all makes sense. This must be his cheat code for analyzing system rules. Reaching into my inventory, I retrieve a tiny, swirling orb containing a desperate escape plan. Crushing the fragile seal activates Lost Wind, a B-tier instant teleport skill. The teleportation spell collides head-on with the divine blade, triggering a cataclysmic eruption of light. Just in the nick of time, I'm warped away from the epicenter of the devastating blast. Calmly, the captain notes my 2-ability limit, confident his grand strategy is unfolding perfectly. His arms raise, encasing the entire vessel within an inescapable light barrier. A condescending question echoes across the dome, asking how many borrowed tricks I have left. Seemingly defeated, my body plummets from the air towards the dark, churning ocean below. I hit the water with a distant splash, watched by 2 sets of smug, victorious eyes. Beneath the waves, a new skill activates, instantly blanketing the surface in a thick, disorienting fog. Unfazed, the captain confidently declares that a 3rd ability is simply impossible for me. That trusty commentator explains how the divine blade has already locked on, making hiding useless. Screaming into the mist, the crewman pronounces my death sentence for defying his captain. Appearing directly behind him, I casually ask about the pay grade for a ringside announcer before I strike. As he crumples, I deftly copy his A-rank ship contract ability for myself. Utter shock registers on the captain's face before he launches another furious slash in my direction. Another Lost Wind seal is crushed in my hand, preparing for a second rapid-fire teleport. Vanishing in a flicker of azure light, I narrowly evade the captain's desperate counterattack. My remaining teleports give me the confidence to gift him a little present. Toward him drifts a tiny, seemingly harmless orb of my own energy. Wary eyes track the approaching power as he braces himself for whatever trap I've laid. His divine blade swings down just as my final teleport whisks me safely away. The resulting detonation engulfs the deck, a spectacular collision of my bait and his attack. Now I try to activate the real trap, attempting to retract my energy and steal his abilities. Instantly, he sees through the ruse, but genuine shock appears when my power-stealing skill fizzles. For the very first time, my ultimate ability fails, and a cold wave of panic washes over me. He boasts that against a superior will, his power is merely a gift. His own A-rank Twin Minds ability apparently doubles his mental fortitude. Standing silently within the mists, I calculate the perfect counterplay. Another furious blade slash cuts through the fog, finding only empty air. Frustration boils over as he screams for me to stop hiding and fight. My wicked grin materializes directly behind his shoulder, enjoying his panic. With a startled cry, he spins, his greatsword a blur of panicked motion. Suddenly, a new status window bestows upon him the F-rank Mediocre Talent. Cheerfully, I explain he can't use complex skills with a mind running at half speed. This nasty little debuff actively sabotages his cognition, logic, and emotional control. Does this curse not affect me too? He wonders aloud. I just smirk, admitting this handicap is less than a day old for a pro like me. How, I wonder playfully, can his long-range attacks possibly hit me now? While he hesitates, I plan my infiltration of the ship to farm some more abilities. Disappointment clouds his features, a flicker of genuine regret for my defiance. Golden light flares within his eyes as he laments the loss of a potential recruit. From his lips comes a final, devastating command. Sweet dream returns. Utterly engulfed by a blinding radiance, I cry out in sheer confusion. Somehow, he has weaponized the very rules of this domain against me. An irresistible force pulls my body into a strange void, originating from within. Everything fades before I realize I'm now a prisoner inside his memories. The world resolves on a young boy named Leo, told his power will never be enough. Alone in the oppressive darkness, dejection weighs heavily upon his small frame. For a handful of cash, he joins a transport squad as a simple backup. Leo quickly discovers they are shipping contaminated food, but his boss silences him. Desperate for a promised bonus, he later confronts the corrupt captain. But the man just scoffs, claiming the money is needed to bribe the elders. You are mockingly told to keep dreaming if you want to escape this life. Then, a single phone call announces their entire operation has been shut down. To save his own skin, the captain frames the disbelieving young man. Heavy iron doors slam shut, sealing away Leo's last shred of hope. Within his cold cell, he mutters that only in dreams can he find what he truly desires. Grim resolve hardens his expression, deciding dreams are better than this cruel world. Curled on the cot, he closes his eyes, seeking freedom and light in his imagination. Abruptly, the grim cell dissolves into a vast and peaceful blue sky. There, a well-dressed version of Leo gazes up at his perfect, quiet world. Embracing the beautiful sanctuary he has created, a faint smile touches his lips. Through a sun-drenched field he runs, believing he can erase the filthy past. Only his dream self, he decides, can finally live the life he was always denied. One final, powerful thought grants this perfect copy the gift of life. Back in the cell, the real Leo's eyes snap open with a new, terrifying resolve. The dream version appears before him, a being of pure golden light. Leo realizes the truck's contamination infected him, turning his dream into a pollutant. The dream self smiles, now a pollutant that carries its creator's will. It extends a hand, offering to build a perfect world just like the dream. The real Leo accepts, shaking hands with his own powerful creation. He understands this dream self is a mutation, but still a part of him. The pollutant's power flows into him, and in 3 days he becomes S-level. Surrounded by shadowy figures, he hears their whispers of praise and suspicion. Leo concludes the world is rotten and that humanity needs a new beginning. A mysterious woman invites Leo to a chat, acknowledging his growing power. His dream self offers a hand, vowing to build a new world free of corruption. Back in the present, Baixing screams, trapped within the captain's powerful dream. He's surrounded by countless dream selves, all trying to overwhelm his will. He clutches his head, resisting the mental assault meant to steal his abilities. Mocking the weak coercion, he pulls out a glowing rebirth drop. He crushes the orb, deciding to rewind time just a few crucial moments. Dark energy envelops him as he activates the powerful time reversal item. He zips through the dreamscape, a blur of purple energy escaping the trap. His eyes flare with crimson light as the rebirth is successfully completed. Back in reality, he reveals he used the drop just before diving into the sea. He then used a strange ability to swallow the merchant, keeping her safe. His shadow form appeared behind the crewman, stealing the ship contract ability. Baixing explains he anchored that moment in time, putting his plan in place. The captain turns in shock, stunned to see Baixing back on the ship. Baixing cheekily asks if the captain noticed what he dropped into the water. Leo is confused, wondering what his foe could have possibly left behind. Baixing activates a magnetic field, pulling his hidden shurikens from the deck. The metal projectiles fly through the air, aimed directly at the captain. Leo easily deflects the attack with his crackling lightning blade. With a confident grin, Baixing catches one of the shurikens, declaring his victory. The captain scoffs, pointing out that none of the so-called traps even touched him. Baixing just smiles, warning him that poison is the least of his worries. In a shocking move, he drives the shuriken deep into his own chest. He collapses as the captain watches in disbelief, questioning his sanity. Leo realizes too late that Baixing has found a loophole in the domain's rules. Lying on the deck, Baixing reveals he fused his own organs with the ship. He explains how the captain's dream self is immune to the domain's rules. With a crazed grin, he declares the ship is now connected to all 3 of them. Using his new contract, he commands the entire vessel to flip over. The massive ship capsizes, crashing into the turbulent ocean. Underwater, Baixing taunts the captain, revealing his real body is with the original whale. He explains their new bond. Leo is linked to the dream, while he is fused with the whale. With the ship as a bridge, the whale's cognitive contamination now flows into Leo. As Leo floats helplessly, his power to control the dream begins to drain into Baixing. The captain desperately tries to recruit him, offering a perfect world within the dream. Baixing calmly admits humanity is corrupt, but he has no interest in destroying this place. With a wicked grin, he decides to just borrow the dream's most powerful abilities for himself. His eyes glow with power as he declares, "I am the whale and I will awaken." The scene snaps back to the empty restaurant where the ambush began. Bai Xing screams on the floor as a purple tentacle erupts from his body. The monstrous appendage thrashes wildly, a side effect of his new power. He clutches his head, realizing he's absorbed 1/3 of the whale's contamination. His face contorts in agony as he fights to accept the cognitive rewrite. A massive whale looms over him, but he knows he has the abilities he needs to survive. Back in the domain, a colossal whale swims away from the sinking ship. Leo floats in the water, confirming that his opponent has escaped. His dream self appears, stunned that Bai Xing found his true location so quickly. The dream self wonders why Bai Xing fought so hard, as if he knew about their final attack. Leo reveals that his link to the whale lets him see everything that happens in the dream. He explains that Bai Xing used a rare rebirth drop to outsmart them. The dream self realizes their memory attack was too weak without stronger powers. Leo's body begins to dissolve as he decides they must explore the outside world. He turns away, noting the selection for the next dean is just around the corner. The two Leos stand together, ready to announce their new era to the world. Their feet stand on the water's surface, a sign of their control. Their bodies melt away, dissolving into the endless ocean. They rise again, ascending to a second, deeper layer of the dream. The dream self spots the unconscious merchant floating in the deep. He forms a sharp blade of water with his hand, preparing to strike. The dream self unleashes a powerful water attack on the helpless merchant. But her body begins to change, her head morphing into a whale's. She transforms completely, becoming a massive whale that looms over them. The two Leos stand on the whale's back, ready to descend to the third layer. His foot steps onto the water's surface, a sign of his absolute control. Leo reveals they can travel through dreams within dreams, as long as the whale exists. The scene fades into the endless blue of the dream's ocean. He declares his plan to build a 9-fold heaven across 9 layers of the dream. His new world will have a place for pollutants, a place for deities. One world was designated solely for sealers. Another was meticulously crafted for ordinary people. An oppressive gloom fell across the dreamscape as his grand design solidified. This creeping darkness revealed the chilling ambition behind his utopia. He vowed that every being would be categorized and locked into its proper place. His dream self declared they had built the foundation to end the age of contamination. Their next mission was to find more pollutants to complete this new world order. With their purpose clear, the two Leos vanished to begin their crusade. Jerking back to reality, I choked on the intense psychic feedback from his memories. So, his insane method of self-contamination was a terrifyingly efficient path to power. That singular obsession with a new era had become the absolute rule of his avatar. I quickly understood that any doubt in this path meant immediate self-destruction. Finding no other choice, I prepared to refine this ridiculously overpowered skill for myself. A defiant roar escaped my lips as I activated the A-level ability, Twin Minds. From my body erupted a massive pillar of shimmering golden energy. The blinding light then split, condensing into a second, identical version of me. Together we stood, twin masters ready to exploit this incredible new power. Without warning, a gargantuan purple whale burst from the churning ocean below. This colossal creature soared through the air, aiming directly for us. Realizing the dream was targeting my original self, I initiated my ultimate gambit. A torrent of violet energy immediately swamped my former body. My new self then bestowed the gift of life, making it a truly independent being. It was commanded to exist as my subordinate life form for all eternity. Using advanced memory manipulation, I ordered it to strip away every last recollection. Then, it was confined to its own inner world, never to emerge again. A flawless psychic barrier sealed it off, severing all connection to the outside. My original form was gently guided into a glowing ethereal sphere. There it was told it had embarked on a lonely path to find its true self. Watching it go, I called this a blissful rebirth into a perfect blank slate. In that instant, a new consciousness was born, opening its eyes for the very first time. Slowly, the fledgling being began to think, looking up at its world with wonder. It questioned its own strange existence, wondering what it was and where it was going. The creature sat up, feeling as though it were trapped inside a tiny, luminous egg. Standing tall, it declared a singular desire to finally see the outside world. My new consciousness, I explained, was not human, whale, or anything so easily defined. With a grim certainty, I knew my understanding had changed. I was simply myself. Trapped in a formless white void, the newborn being could only wonder how to escape. It finally chose a direction and began to walk, leaving footprints in the endless space. For an unknowable amount of time, the lonely figure just kept moving forward. Eventually, its steps grew weaker as its very body started to fade away. Adrift without purpose, the nascent creature felt its very essence begin to dissolve. I mused that even a newborn self needs a little push to get started on the tutorial. Every one of my past triumphs and hard-won skills would serve as its starter pack nutrients. With a knowing smirk, I flicked 2 motes of brilliant energy into the formless white. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light startled the fledgling being out of its stupor. It now stood upon a creeping black shadow, from which two malevolent red eyes stared back. That creeping darkness introduced itself as doubt, the part that awakens when you've lost your way. The tiny golden figure lashed out with a kick, wondering if its stubby legs could ever carry it away. Amused, the shadow confirmed its legs were comically short and utterly useless for a long journey. It then taunted the poor thing, noting a single elephant's step was taller than its entire body. A snake, the shadow continued, could strike 5 meters in an instant with no legs at all. Even creatures with 4 legs possessed a speed it could only dream of with its measly 2. Nodding in agreement, the golden being decided it simply needed to copy those superior builds. It immediately craved a serpent's torso, an elephant's mighty legs, and 4 limbs instead of 2. Its shadowy counterpart twisted into a grotesque chimera, a perfect fusion of those ill-conceived desires. This clumsy new abomination promptly collapsed as the shadow cackled at its impending identity crisis. Just then, a second brilliant light sparked within the golden being's eyes, signaling a grand revelation. An overwhelming flash of pure energy completely consumed its form. Returning to its original shape, it saw a tiny orb of light had saved it from the brink. That little sphere cheerfully introduced itself as confidence, the ultimate debuff remover for self-doubt. The being finally grasped that trusting its own path was the only way to clear this stage. Acknowledging it had been lost, fresh power surged through its limbs as the world began to fracture. The orb affirmed that true confidence was an infinite power source, urging it to press onward. Yet the being noticed a wisp of its shadow remained, a final lingering trace of uncertainty. That shadow calmly explained that without a hint of doubt, confidence simply curdles into arrogance. A look of profound understanding washed over the tiny creature's face as the final puzzle piece clicked. It clasped the orb of confidence, which flared with an impossibly bright, stabilizing power. A colossal explosion of azure energy then erupted from within, shattering the endless darkness. Now perfectly balanced, the being vowed to wield both its light and shadow to discover its true purpose. Snapping back to reality, my own arm pulsed with a dark, crackling aura. I realized that by embracing this internal conflict, I had neutralized the whale's mental contamination. This profound struggle had unexpectedly forced both my shadow and light abilities to evolve. Sporting a wicked grin, I decided to name this awesome new power the Hand of Self. My gaze swept across the now empty restaurant, suddenly wondering where Yuexin had vanished. A cold fury instantly replaced my triumphant mood as I sensed something was terribly wrong. The scene rewinds 15 minutes, showing the neon-lit city streets at night. Yuexin sat alone at the table, her expression etched with worry over my long absence. She nibbled on a piece of food, her anxiety mounting with every passing second. Finally activating her unique senses, she sent out a pulse of energy to pinpoint my location. Her sweeping scan returned an unnerving result. Only 6 other people occupied the entire building. Her senses detected only a lone staff member at the front desk. Deep within the kitchen, a single oblivious chef continued his work. A pit formed in her stomach. Baixing had completely vanished from the building. Resolve hardened her features as she rose from the table, a plan already forming. Someday she would need to face these threats without a party leader to guide her. Tapping into the immense well of energy now coursing through her, she felt ready for anything. She strode towards the restroom, her newly upgraded body feeling like weightless, legendary tier armor. A quick jab at the wall confirmed her new stats were absurdly high. Inside the stall, she twisted the faucet handle to full blast. Focusing her heat control ability, she supercharged the stream of cold water. An instantaneous, colossal plume of steam completely flooded the room in white. Miles away, 2 shadowy figures discussed the mission's progress on a high-rise balcony. One tapped her foot impatiently, clearly bored with the lack of action. Her partner merely took a slow sip of wine, the picture of unnerving confidence. The first woman grumbled about the excessive time it was taking to secure a single researcher. Suddenly, the calm one froze, her wine glass hovering midair as alarm crossed her face. She tried hailing her operatives, only to be met with a dead, unresponsive signal. Perhaps their comms were simply damaged in the scuffle, she reasoned with a frown. Her companion then delivered the chilling update that their secondary target had also disappeared. Back at the restaurant, thick white vapor billowed out from the restroom door. Pandemonium erupted as panicked staff and patrons scrambled for the exits, screaming about a fire. A smirk touched Yuexin's lips. Her diversionary tactic had worked flawlessly. Every enemy observer would now be fixated on the front of the building. Now was the perfect time to utilize her pre-planned, unconventional escape route. She aimed for the small bathroom window, a perfect shortcut in her mind. Her triumphant escape was immediately thwarted as her shoulders wedged firmly in the opening. With an undignified grunt, she channeled her strength and simply blew the entire window frame out. She tumbled onto the pavement below, landing with a less than graceful thud. Scrambling to her feet, she pulled out her phone to check on her father's status. She darted towards a nearby stairwell, hoping to melt into the city's shadows. Her foot landed with a splash in a deep puddle that wasn't there a moment ago. Looking up the stairs, she saw a cascade of water flowing down from the roof. Two imposing women materialized from the darkness at the top of the stairs, blocking her path. Startled, Yuexin instinctively squared her shoulders and demanded to know who they were. The lead woman merely scoffed, informing her that her little game was over. A nervous bead of sweat trickled down Yuexin's temple as she asked what they wanted. They were looking for a high-value target known only as Stellar. Utterly confused, Yuexin just pointed a thumb at her own chest and admitted that was her code name. The second woman exploded with rage, accusing her of being a pathetic liar. Yuexin could only stare back, completely baffled by their absolute disbelief. Then it clicked with an almost audible snap. They didn't recognize her at all. These goons were hunting her dad, using an outdated character profile. A wave of guilt crashed over her for dragging Bai Xing into this dangerous quest. Her tiny hands clenched into fists, a bitter frustration rising at her own powerlessness. Lying now could trigger an even worse event flag for her father's safety. Running from this boss fight was no longer a viable strategy. She drew herself up to her full, unimpressive height and announced that they had found their target. Crackling golden light began to dance between her fingertips, a clear invitation to battle. They wouldn't risk a fatal blow, not when she was the key to the main mission. A whip of pure flame lashed from her palm as she promised this encounter would be their last. Her memory suddenly flashed back to a distant, moon-drenched night. Sunlight streamed into a familiar courtyard as a voice called her name. The sharp whistle of a wooden sword cut cleanly through the still air. A much younger Yuexin moved with relentless precision, grinding out experience with every swing. Her loyal butler gently suggested a brief respite after her 10,000th practice swing. She flatly refused, insisting her current stats were still pitifully low. A sneering voice from the sidelines taunted her for failing to unlock her true potential. Those biting words only served to ignite a blazing inferno of determination within her. With a burst of speed, she closed the distance between them in a single explosive step. Her wooden blade connected solidly with the man, who stared in disbelief at the sudden retaliation. From nearby, her cousin Lucian offered a lazy smirk and a challenge for a real match. The butler immediately reprimanded him for his lackluster training regimen. Without a word, Yuexin began hauling the indolent boy away from his comfortable lounge chair. Her grip tightened around the worn handle of her practice sword. She dared him to break her hold, promising to concede if he could manage it. A fiercely determined glare settled on her face as she prepared to prove him wrong. She put every ounce of her strength into the pull, her muscles straining against his. He disarmed her with an effortless twist of his wrist, laughing at her futile attempt. Lucian smugly reminded her of the immense level gap that separated them. Her father's words echoed in her mind, speaking of a strength beyond raw power. Her gaze hardened with renewed fire. True victory came from unbreakable will. Returning to the present, she unleashed a torrent of flame to protect her new family. Her foot slammed down into the watery alley, sending shockwaves across its surface. She promised her stunned opponents that the next attack would be a critical hit. Julia, the woman in charge, merely let out a theatrical and deeply unimpressed yawn. Suddenly, the puddle beneath Yuexin's foot grew impossibly deep, pulling her down. Ethereal hands composed of pure water erupted from the ground, grasping for her ankles. A system window materialized in her vision, displaying Julia's A-rank water manipulation skill. Yuexin countered instantly, blasting a concentrated jet of fire from her outstretched palm. She smirked, confident her fire-type attack had a massive advantage over their water-based skills. She launched herself through the air, her blazing sword arcing down in a fiery cleave. Her opponent calmly presented a strange object, revealing this was no mere skill. A single luminous flower crafted from pure water bloomed in Julia's hand. Within the flower's heart, Yuexin saw a perfect, shimmering reflection of herself. The alley puddle abruptly transformed into a vortex, yanking her down into its watery depths. Submerged in an instant, she found herself suspended in an endless, silent blue. Julia's mocking voice echoed from above, questioning if a spark could ever challenge the ocean. She quickly assessed her new prison. A flawless sphere of water with no visible exits. Something felt off. This debuff wasn't dealing any damage, which was highly unusual. Her captor smugly confirmed the objective was not elimination, but capture. A critical insight flashed through her mind that the activation trigger was her own image. An utterly insane yet brilliant escape plan began to form in her head. With a colossal eruption of steam, the watery prison violently burst apart. Yuexin crashed onto the pavement, grinning at the absolute shock on Julia's face. Horror dawned on her foe upon realizing Yuexin had used fire to temporarily disfigure herself. Flames now wreathed her entire body as she prepared to unleash her ultimate skill. Her form became a living beacon of heat, pouring out an overwhelming torrent of fire. This raw power coalesced into a blinding pillar of light that pierced the sky. She funneled every last drop of energy into a final, desperate move called Detonation Burst. Becoming a human missile, she shot forward as a streak of pure, incandescent rage. Panic finally broke Julia's composure as she hastily summoned a towering wall of water. Fire met water in a cataclysmic impact, shrouding the entire alley in dense steam. A desperate cry for help pierced the hissing chaos as Julia's defense began to buckle. Suddenly, a hand crackling with brilliant golden energy appeared between them. A newcomer named Xenia effortlessly swatted the attack aside, sending Yuexin tumbling away. Yuexin's eyes widened in disbelief. Her all-or-nothing ultimate had been nullified instantly. Her power completely exhausted, she collapsed onto the wet ground in a heap. Even immobilized, her gamer brain calculated that a quick snack was all she needed. A heavy boot suddenly pressed down on her head, pinning her face to the grimy alley floor. Xenia coldly explained their abilities were a hard counter before demanding her sister's location. Nearby, Julia watched with growing unease, realizing this personal vendetta was escalating things. Politics meant nothing to the newcomer, whose entire focus was now fixed on Yuexin. Her face contorted with fury as she placed the full blame for her sister's fate on Yuexin. Violently, she hauled the defeated girl up by the collar, demanding an immediate answer. A chilling promise was made to make Yuexin suffer in ways she could not imagine. Out of nowhere, a blur of crackling purple energy shot directly between them. The third party moved with impossible speed, striking Xenia and sending her flying. Baixing stood over Yuexin's crumpled form, his eyes blazing as he declared no one was leaving. With Xenia now a heap in the distance, he positioned himself as Yuexin's sole protector. He then turned to the two women, his voice a low growl as he asked if they had enjoyed themselves. Staggering to her knees, Yuexin desperately pleaded for him to escape. His gaze fell upon her wounds, a cold fury igniting within his eyes. Pushing him away, she swore to create the ultimate diversion for his getaway. A strange purple light pulsed from his arm as he declared this round was just beginning. Gently, his hand covered her face, bathing her in a warm, restorative glow. Countless system notifications flooded Yuexin's vision, announcing a cascade of high-tier healing buffs. With her health bar completely refilled, he turned to their enemies with a predatory grin. Julia's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief as a forgotten memory surfaced. Total shock registered on Xenia's face, finally understanding her inescapable prison had been breached. Panic seized her as she stammered that no one had ever broken an A-level seal. Desperately, she invoked the Narcissus seal once more, summoning a swirling vortex of water. He watched the pathetic attempt with an air of absolute boredom, his arm thrumming ominously. One casual swing of his arm unleashed an overwhelming tide of violet devastation. The resulting impact created a blinding flash that bleached the world of color. Through the searing light, they could just make out two silhouettes being flung safely away. An expanding dome of pure energy swallowed the entire city block in an instant. Laughter echoed through the void as he coolly asked what water they were referring to. She looked around in horror, finding not a single drop of her summoned ocean remained. Xenia furiously kicked her partner away, snarling about her over-reliance on useless trinkets. This new reality dawned on her. He had displaced their entire world. Pointing a trembling finger, she finally identified him as the impossible escapee. Pure terror gripped Julia as she imagined her family's wrath for this catastrophic failure. Frantically, she shrieked that they had to erase both of them to cover up her mistake. Another sharp blow from Xenia silenced her partner's hysterical ranting. Her glacial stare fell upon them as she demanded to know the chief examiner's status. Baixing met her gaze without flinching, casually confirming the woman was gone. Uncontrollable rage twisted her features as she spat out a demand for details. Shrugging lazily, he denied having the honor of defeating such a high-level boss. That flippant remark was the final spark that sent her charging forward in a blind fury. Golden light erupted around her fist as she threw a punch meant to shatter reality. Its radiant form streaked through the void, aimed squarely for his condescending face. Yet her attack passed harmlessly through him, revealing a shimmering illusion. From a safe distance, he smirked, welcoming her to his newly conquered personal domain. Now, the whale's foul corruption served as his personal battery, fueling his own unique abilities. These newfound powers had crystallized into two orbs, one of light and one of shadow. While she prepared another furious assault, he calmly presented the first orb of light. Effortlessly sidestepping her attack, he explained his absolute mobility within any illuminated space. Then he raised the second orb, announcing its simple but absolute rule: pierce. Suddenly, a brilliant blade of pure light materialized in his grasp, a manifestation of his confidence. Raising the luminous weapon, he prepared to deliver the final decisive blow. Disbelief contorted her features as the blade of pure rule descended upon her. Her bare hand shot out, impossibly halting the radiant weapon's advance. A flicker of confusion crossed her face, questioning how one could simply catch an absolute concept. She roared that he wasn't the only one who commanded pollutants, vowing vengeance for her sister. Raw grief suddenly surfaced as she tearfully begged him for the name of the person responsible. His lips curled into an intrigued smirk, surprised this rampaging boss monster had a soft spot. Coldly, he promised to share all the quest details once she was properly defeated and looted. Their conflicting energies repelled each other, sending a silent tremor through his domain. Both combatants retreated to a safe distance, re-evaluating their opponent's threat level. He then turned his gaze to the crumpled Julia, demanding she spill what she knew. Xenia, surprisingly, urged her partner to talk, guaranteeing her safety from any harm. Yuexin watched from afar, struck by how much this felt like one of his ridiculous game simulations. Her heart fluttered with a strange mixture of profound concern and overwhelming awe. Urgently, she shouted a warning about Xenia's hands seemingly nullifying any power they touched. Golden static crackled over Xenia's form as she taunted him for trying to analyze her unique skill. With a challenging glare, she beckoned him forward, her palms now glowing with immense energy. Two massive, ornate golden gauntlets then materialized around her arms with regal finality. He chuckled, framing the classic RPG question of an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. For a fleeting moment, his eyes glowed crimson as he considered activating the Demon Bull's trump card. Xenia, however, had already deduced the basic mechanics of his light and shadow abilities. Determined to expose his entire skill set, she charged forward with explosive speed. Baixing met her reckless assault with a calm, precise swing of his light-forged sword. Her golden-clad fist clamped down on the blade, its radiant energy fizzling into nothing. Through a steely glare, she began winding up a counterpunch with devastating potential. That colossal fist swung in a brutal arc, intending to pulverize him completely. He dipped beneath the attack with a gamer's practiced ease, already preparing his next move. An interesting thought occurred to him. Could she nullify something she couldn't physically catch? His blade found her neck in a flash, only to be stopped by a newly formed golden gorget. Realization dawned on his face as he understood her power wasn't just gauntlets, but a full suit of armor. She mocked his failed attempt, challenging him to find a single weak point in her perfect defense. Annoyed, she glanced back at Julia, shouting at her for cowering on the sidelines. That sharp reprimand jolted Julia from her terror, reminding her of the mission to capture Yuexin. Seizing the briefest opening, Baixing revealed a third orb, this one pulsing with dark, chaotic energy. Xenia's instincts screamed as she braced for an attack that felt fundamentally different from the last. Yet the insidious beam of violet light completely ignored her, homing in on Julia instead. A horrifying shriek tore from Julia's throat as she was overwhelmed by an agony no one else could see. He casually explained his demon assault, a debuff that forces the target to confront their own inner demons. This entire power system, he continued, was a game of balancing his own confidence with doubt. To offset the ego inflation from his absolute light abilities, he needed the humbling influence of shadow, a wicked blade of pure darkness. The shadow blade coalesced in his free hand, completing his dual-wielding stance. A sudden understanding clicked into place for Xenia as she analyzed his dual-wielding stance. Her lips curled into a smirk of genuine if fleeting admiration for his tactics. That brief respect vanished, replaced by a cruel promise of his imminent defeat. Suddenly, a flicker of movement drew her gaze to Yuexin, who was inching toward Julia's prone form. Flustered, Yuexin offered the world's worst excuse about simply adjusting her friend's collar. Unbridled fury contorted Xenia's face, her voice a raw scream of betrayal at the attempted theft. Her grief and rage coalesced, unleashing the S-level skill known as Divine Avatar, Battle Proxy. Tears streamed down her face, each one a memory of the beloved sister she fought to avenge. A colossal golden effigy materialized behind her, born from a solemn vow to share her pain. The Avatar's immense palms pressed together, gathering a catastrophic storm of pure power. A torrent of searing crimson light erupted forth, threatening to consume everything in its path. Panic seized Baixing as he dove for Yuexin, who was directly in the devastating attack's trajectory. He swept her into his arms, a frantic escape plan forming amidst the swirling chaos. Above the ruin, Xenia coldly commanded her construct to unleash its absolute, unrestrained might. He deftly dodged the crushing blow, sprinting across a newly formed bridge of solid light. Their previous location was utterly obliterated, the building's rooftop vanishing in a silent, fiery bloom. Luminous wings burst from his back, lifting them clear of the cascading destruction below. Clinging to him, Yuexin breathlessly warned that this wasn't even her final form. The pollutant was still unused. Xenia's voice cut through the haze, taunting their futile attempt to flee her inescapable domain. She raised a gauntlet to reveal an A-level ceiling item, its name echoing with menace. force shackles. This terrifying item didn't just block attacks, it could erase the very concept of force from existence. Her smile widened with cruel intent as she prepared to unravel the very physics holding the structure together. With a pulse of dark energy, even the unyielding pull of gravity began to fray and dissolve. The entire skyscraper started to crumble, its massive chunks floating weightlessly into the air. All that remained was an ascending column of golden light and atomized debris where the building once stood. They ascended rapidly, barely outrunning the impossible deconstruction of the world beneath them. He glanced down, a new level of concern etched on his face at this display of reality-bending power. One last, silent detonation from the ground up erased the last vestiges of the skyscraper from sight. Xenia remained serene in the epicenter of ruin, her colossal avatar looming patiently behind her. A deadly projectile suddenly pierced the curtain of smoke, streaking directly towards them. Holding Yuexin close, he barely managed to parry the lethal shard with his radiant blade. She begged him to release her, convinced her presence was the only thing holding him back. From below, Xenia's voice dripped with poison, questioning his willingness to abandon his companion. A brilliant, unshakable grin was his only answer, a silent vow to protect her at all costs. Yuexin's eyes fell, the bitter feeling of being the escort quest NPC weighing heavily on her heart. He offered a comforting smile, cheekily referring to her as his ultimate secret weapon. Xenia scoffed at the display, daring the upstart to challenge the absolute nature of her new domain. Her shackles flared once more, casting the intricate lines of a massive containment field into the air. This shimmering violet prison rapidly expanded, ensnaring them within its inescapable perimeter. Bising's wings strained against the immense pressure, the powerful field threatening to snuff them out. Yuexin's eyes glowed, revealing she'd been running a full diagnostic on their foe's abilities. Within her mind, she saw the avatar's core weakness, a missing piece required for its ultimate form. Those accursed shackles, she explained, redirected all damage to Xenia, nullifying his entire strategy. Regret flashed across her face. Her brief hesitation was a critical error in this high-stakes, rule-based combat. He tightened his grip, his expression hardening as their opponent's true power became terrifyingly clear. So, a divine construct and a domain that could hijack the planet's spin, just another Tuesday. A colossal piece of skyscraper screamed towards them, superheated and glowing with raw kinetic force. Bising suddenly understood the bait, realizing she was waiting for him to deploy a light orb for a perfect counter. Holding her steady, he called out, asking if this entire elaborate trap was built just for him. Xenia's lips curled into a triumphant smirk, urging him to simply accept his checkmate. Yet a wild, unyielding grin spread across his face as he asked if she truly thought the game was over. Her composure finally cracked, a furious shout escaping her as she unleashed the full might of her earth toss. The golden titan behind her mimicked the motion, tearing massive chunks from the floating debris field. It then slammed its fists into the ruins below, causing the very ground to erupt in a silent shockwave. A volley of incandescent projectiles launched from the chaos, a meteor shower aimed directly at them. Far from the battle, the scene shifted to a dark, ominous night sky heavy with untold secrets. Flashing lights painted the facade of Huawen No. 2 High School, cordoned off by a perimeter of official vehicles. A stern female officer announced the area was now the exclusive jurisdiction of the peace agency. From the shadows emerged a man in a tailored suit, demanding entry to retrieve his fallen subordinate. She coolly blocked his path, her gaze like ice as she informed him he would have to go through her. He turned away with a theatrical sigh, a calculated pause in their escalating war of wills. His voice dripped with condescension as he addressed her by name, questioning the need for these little games. In response, a coiled whip materialized in her hand, its tip humming with contained power. Rebecca denied her title with a dangerous smile, claiming to be an ordinary citizen teaching a lesson. The air crackled with unspoken threats as the two formidable figures prepared to finally clash. Suddenly, a panicked agent broke the standoff, reporting the appearance of an imprint mirage on school grounds. The agent stammered under the man's withering glare, insisting his orders were to report any anomaly immediately. His eyes narrowed on Rebecca, accusing her of orchestrating this entire scene to provoke his unique ability. He saw her true goal, to nullify his contaminated weapon's rule and seize its legendary power. Rebecca's calm expression finally hardened, admitting a professional curiosity about the infamous Black Hand of Oblivion. With a sneer, he detailed her own power, a strange ability to animate objects into inescapable prisons. He warned her to stand down, revealing a list of far more important targets requiring his attention. Her glare was unwavering as she ordered him to vacate her operational area at once. Turning to her subordinate, she commanded the man be escorted home, a clear dismissal of his status. He refused to budge, revealing his own top researcher, Joyce Sia, was among the missing inside. His entire promotion, he confessed, hinged on a secret project concerning ancestral deities and human bloodlines. Rebecca's demeanor softened into mock compliance, subtly reminding him who was truly in command. She then produced a photograph of Principal Pushkin, one of the most powerful deans in the nation. A sly grin touched her lips as she extended an invitation to view the imprint mirage together. The man fell silent, his mind racing to calculate the risks of her unexpected, treacherous offer. She explained how these imprints could replay history, even from within the deepest contamination zones. With a predatory smirk, Rebecca wondered aloud if the principal ever anticipated his uninvited guest. Perhaps Pushkin was also grinding for a promotion, running his own clandestine side quests. He simply declared his intent to await the agency's official, sanitized report. Then his eyes narrowed as the mystical mirror pulsed with an otherworldly luminescence. Its shimmering surface resolved into a startling vision of Bai Xing confronting the colossal golden bull. Flickering images cascaded across the mirage, replaying the utter pandemonium of the school's disastrous exam. A sinister, corrupted energy began to crackle along the length of Rebecca's coiled whip. She let out a frustrated sigh, annoyed that this little recording device suddenly decided to work perfectly. Turning on his heel, the man announced he was now personally retrieving the boy and girl from the vision. Her patience finally shattered as she moved to intercept his brazen departure. An incandescent flash of crimson erupted between the two imposing figures. The street buckled under a silent, concussive blast of raw power. Rebecca's gaze sharpened, instantly recognizing he had just changed the rules of their game. She barked an order to her subordinate, locking down the entire district as she prepared for a high-speed chase. In one fluid motion, she slid into the driver's seat of a nearby patrol car. Her entire form flared with an emerald light as she activated the will of imprisonment. The vehicle shuddered to life, its chassis now wrapped in a menacing, ethereal green aura. Its tires bit into the asphalt as the engine let out a guttural, supernatural roar. The speedometer needle snapped past its physical limit as the car launched from a dead stop. Her newly animated steed tore a path through the city, leaving a shimmering wake of pure will. A grimace of pure frustration twisted her features at his impossibly swift escape. Through the windshield, her target floated effortlessly, countering her pursuit with infuriating calm. He was using his terrifying ability to annihilate the very air around him, creating a perfect vacuum to move through. Such a magnificent power, she lamented, was utterly wasted on a man obsessed with petty ambition. With cold resolve, she swore to capture both him and his unique ability for the greater good. Her living machine surged forward, closing the distance as he landed precariously on its roof. Suddenly, the man withdrew his hand from the dashboard, his power retracting in an instant. The car screamed to a halt just before a city block submerged in an ominous blood-red glow. Her heart sank as she realized they had driven straight into another S-level contamination event. As Jason strode casually toward the disaster, she commanded him to halt and await proper backup. He offered a condescending smirk over his shoulder, revealing his elite team was already operating inside. Rebecca's eyes blazed with fury at his breathtaking, suicidal arrogance. Whip crackling in her hand, she followed him into the heart of the crimson-stained quarantine zone. She moved with practiced caution through the fractured, eerily silent streets. Her senses screamed as an immense, corrupted presence flared up just ahead. In the hazy distance, a lone figure stood shrouded in a swirling vortex of dark, violent energy. His eyes burned like crimson coals, his entire body seeming to smolder with an unholy fire. A corrupted hand, wreathed in black lightning, reached out toward an unseen foe. The scene finally focused to reveal the corrupted warrior was Bai Xing, facing Zinnia's magnificent golden avatar. Her mind went blank, paralyzed by a pressure that felt like a server-wide debuff. Corrupted wings unfurled around her as Bai Xing snatched her from the epicenter of the attack. From the crimson sky, a horned silhouette plummeted like a world-ending meteor. The colossal form slammed into a skyscraper, erupting in a silent, world-shattering detonation. Xenia's golden guardian braced itself, an immovable bastion against the apocalyptic shockwave. Uxian immediately summoned her own celestial protector, a desperate gambit to survive the fallout. A blinding torrent of sacred light erupted from her avatar, challenging the encroaching darkness. Through the swirling dust, she scanned the wreckage, questioning if he had been devoured by his own terrifying skill. He stepped from the haze with an infuriating smirk, casually asking if she enjoyed the fireworks. Her eyes narrowed with renewed fire, promising this raid was nowhere near its final phase. Then her attention snapped to the approaching man, her gaze locking onto the unique item in his grasp. This newcomer surveyed the utter chaos with the amused air of a spectator finding a good show. Bai Xing's singular crimson eye flared, his corrupted aura churning like a violent storm. Jason simply met the demonic warrior's glare, utterly unfazed by the display of raw power. A blur of shadow and malice lunged forward, intent on erasing the arrogant interloper. Yet Zinnia's magnificent construct intercepted the strike, its golden palm catching the blow. Two godlike forces met in a thunderous, reality-bending impact. Fractures of light spiderwebbed across the divine gauntlet, unable to contain the abyssal might. With a final blinding pulse, the golden warrior disintegrated into 1,000,000 glittering shards. Zinnia's face twisted in pure rage, her silent scream directed solely at the man she blamed for it all. Jason observed the escalating drama with a smug, knowing expression. He slowly clasped his hands together, activating his own reality-warping domain. A confident smile touched his lips as the world began to rewrite itself to his rules. His memory flashed back to a sterile classroom, a place he saw only as a gilded cage. A younger hand clenched into a fist, a silent vow against suffocating conformity. He decided then that all such cages and the systems that built them deserved to be broken. Gleaming orbs of nothingness had effortlessly erased the building from existence. Amidst the peaceful rubble, he had declared the students officially liberated. Plus, he had mused with a grin, it was a fantastic way to clear his Saturday schedule. Another memory surfaced of his furious father, his fist striking a mahogany desk. The old man's voice had thundered about tradition, honor, and public perception. Young Jason had simply questioned who possessed the authority to define such things. His eyes had glowed with nascent power, offering to silence any dissenting voices permanently. He calmly dismissed his father's era, declaring that absolute strength was the only rule that mattered. A shimmering system window had confirmed his ultimate skill as he vowed to become the new rule maker. Returning to the present, he gave his opponents a simple, non-negotiable choice: kneel. Above him, a perfect sphere of annihilation coalesced, a testament to his terrifying control. Baixing staggered through the warped reality, his corrupted form still smoldering with untamed power. Yuexin pushed herself up from the ground, her HP bar critical but her spirit unbroken. Jason merely scoffed at the corrupted aura, unimpressed by a domain he considered laughably small. With a condescending smirk, Jason boasted that his opponent wouldn't survive even 3 of his 10 sealing items. 2 bizarre artifacts shimmered into view, the wicked Scissors of Spite and the creepy red-eyed Plaster. Above them, the legendary Divine Blade projection solidified, radiating an A-level threat. Wexin's jaw dropped, her gamer brain screaming that wielding so many cursed items at once was impossible. His female companion scoffed, dismissing the tiny girl as an ignorant provincial. She explained that for a divine tier user like Jason, the so-called rules of the world were merely suggestions. Jason's irises ignited with malevolent red light as he posed a single fatal question. Baixing's monstrous eye dilated in alarm as the first weapon shot forward. A streak of violet energy trailed the Scissors of Spite as they sliced through the warped reality. The villain casually explained the item's activation condition, a deadly trap for the unwary. Panic flared within the corrupted warrior as he grasped the terrible implication of that rule. He became a blur of motion, weaving desperately between the homing artifacts. A determined snarl crossed Baixing's face, convinced he could outmaneuver the assault. Suddenly, the scissors pivoted with impossible speed, targeting the defenseless Yuexin. Her small face was a mask of pure terror as the lethal artifact screamed towards her. A grotesque, gaping maw of shadow erupted from the ground right behind the girl. Baixing's monstrous form intercepted the attack, consuming the deadly scissors in a single gulp. Immediately, the red-eyed Plaster shot forward and slapped itself across his corrupted face. He thrashed wildly, fighting the seal's power before its own deadly rule could take hold. Jason effortlessly caught the descending Divine Blade, proclaiming the fight was already over. From nowhere, a vibrant green whip of energy cracked through the distorted air. It coiled around Baixing's struggling form, yanking him violently backwards. Rebecca strode into the chaos, her voice ringing with authority as she claimed jurisdiction. Lightning crackled in Jason's hand as the other sealing items clattered uselessly to the ground. He offered a chillingly polite promise to report her unfortunate death to her colleagues. Her eyes narrowed into furious slits, a silent challenge to his murderous intent. A slow, mocking clap from the corrupted warrior shattered the tense standoff. His shadowy form then surged towards Rebecca, jaws wide to consume her. Laughter erupted from Jason, who found the escalating pandemonium utterly delightful. The monster swallowed the agent whole, a strange act of preservation for the time she had bought him. Now facing his true opponent, Baixing declared the stage was finally set for their duel. Jason's amusement faded to disdain, questioning if the boy truly understood his own mortality. Baixing's singular eye blazed with defiance, retorting that the old man's era was over. He unleashed the full, unrestrained might of the Golden Bull, a cataclysm of crimson energy. An apocalyptic wave of force tore through the warped reality, obliterating everything in its path. This raw power coalesced into a colossal, swirling vortex of pure annihilation. Even Jason was forced to brace as the very ground beneath him fractured under the strain. His eyes widened in genuine shock, questioning how a mortal could contain such a primal contaminant. Still, he raised his own crackling blade, meeting the overwhelming tide of corruption without fear. Two opposing forces of creation and destruction met in a final, world-shattering impact. Jason hurtled backwards, his divine blade utterly failing against the attack's absolute logic. Desperate, he invoked a colossal purple gate to swallow the unstoppable onslaught. Countless shadowy rifts tore open across the sky, heralding its imminent arrival. An immense, sigil-carved monolith materialized from the coalescing chaotic energy. Its vast doors swung wide, creating a maelstrom that devoured the bull's rampaging power. Far on the horizon, the redirected force erupted into a blinding, world-shaking detonation. Baixing's monstrous form stood alone, silhouetted against the heart of the ensuing inferno. He trembled violently, the strain of the corruption threatening to tear his human self apart. Unnatural, ravenous flames now consumed the entirety of the distorted space. This otherworldly fire burned with an intensity that warped reality itself. Only a vast, smoking crater marked where the epic struggle had taken place. Weakened from the massive output, the corrupted form finally crumpled to its knees. A searing pain in his chest revealed the contaminant was spreading faster than ever. He snatched up the fallen divine blade, knowing this was his last chance to avoid a game over. With a defiant roar, he plunged the sanctified weapon deep into his own torso. An agonized cry tore from his lips as he carved away his corrupted arm to halt the infection. He then hurled the twitching, severed limb as far as his remaining strength allowed. It dissolved into a fleeting shadow of a bull before vanishing completely. A familiar blue window materialized as he spammed every healing skill in his arsenal. Verdant light enveloped his hand, knitting torn flesh back together at an astonishing rate. Utterly drained, the half-transformed boy knelt panting in the center of the devastation. He took a comically deep breath, his cheeks puffing out like a chipmunk's. A moment later, he unceremoniously spat out the 3 women he had swallowed for safekeeping. Xenia collapsed to the ground, greedily gulping down mouthfuls of fresh air. Yuexin immediately scrambled to his side, her worried eyes fixed on the horn still on his head. His own crimson eyes blinked slowly as he insisted he was perfectly fine. Rebecca's whip cracked ominously as she marched forward, demanding an explanation. She furiously accused him of nearly obliterating the city and eliminating a fellow candidate. A tired smirk touched his lips as he simply gestured for her to look around. Her jaw dropped upon realizing they were standing in a dense, untouched forest. He nonchalantly explained his domain's map swap feature had relocated them mid-fight. She stared in disbelief, stunned he had the foresight to protect innocent lives. He merely scoffed at the implication, bending to retrieve the gleaming divine blade. A tactical diagram flashed in his mind, showing the domain's incredible teleportation range. It had been a simple calculation to avoid the inevitable bureaucratic headache. A greedy glint appeared in his eyes as he claimed the legendary weapon as his prize. His victory celebration was cut short by the sight of a plaster-covered head on the grass. Not far from it lay the discarded pair of scissors, glinting innocently. Rebecca just rolled her eyes, seeing the obvious softy beneath the monstrous facade. Completely ignoring her, he began digging with his bare hands, searching for Jason's gate. Something unexpectedly plush met his digging fingers just beneath the surface. Out from the earth burst a colossal teddy bear, sending him stumbling backward. Cradled safely in its fluffy arms were Jason and his KO'd minions. From his fuzzy throne, Jason taunted that the gate was now his and his alone. With a thunderous expression, Rebecca advanced and proclaimed his blatant disregard for the rules. Jason casually conceded Baixing's impressive power, even offering thanks for the boost. An ornate crimson carpet unfurled dramatically from a swirling vortex of dark energy. Baixing's own immense power, he boasted, was the final key needed to unlock his long-sought prize. Triumphant joy spread across his face as he declared the principal's seat his next conquest. Maniacal laughter echoed through the forest as he zipped away on his newly acquired getaway vehicle. One desperate hand shot out, grasping for the stolen orbs of power vanishing into the distance. The sudden surge of experience points confirmed the awful truth. He had been used as a living battery. Instantly, his thoughts turned to the mysterious gate, wondering what kind of endgame content it held. Determination hardened his features as he resolved to grind his levels higher than ever before. Rebecca's sharp gaze fixed upon him as she inquired about a classmate named Stellar. She then dropped a bombshell, offering him an official invitation to become a principal candidate. This completely unexpected quest notification left him utterly speechless. Xenia practically vibrated with excitement, insisting he accept the legendary tier offer. Turning from the frantic blonde, he instead asked Yuexin for an introduction. A blunt denial was his only reply before he turned his back on Xenia's sputtered protests. Cold fury laced his voice as he recalled the enslavement attempt during his boss battle. Xenia's gaze fell to the ground as she mumbled about survival and a debt she intended to repay. Her head snapped up, a brilliant, desperate idea flashing in her eyes. With a flourish, she presented Rebecca, the formidable director of the peace agency. The director simply extended a gloved hand, her expression a mask of professional calm. An internal danger meter suddenly redlined, prompting him to signal a tactical retreat to Yuexin. His corrupted, monstrous hand then gently but firmly closed around her wrist. Without another word, he pulled her into motion, preparing to flee the high-level NPCs. Ominous purple energy began to crackle beneath his feet, coiling for release. They vanished in a searing streak of violet light, leaving two stunned women in their wake. Both women could only stand in the sudden silence, staring at the empty space. Suddenly, a message pinged in Xenia's mind. A simple, direct order to handle the debriefing. Nervously, she turned back to the director with a shaky smile, attempting to explain his unique personality. Meanwhile, a violet comet carved a path across the distant city skyline. Yuexin's worried gaze settled on his corrupted arm, her voice suggesting a trip to the nearest healer. He just smirked, casually asking if she disliked his new demonic character skin. That transformation, he explained, was a permanent debuff from using a forbidden skill. But her concern, she clarified, was for him, because the entire world now felt irrevocably changed. Baixing simply replied that accepting the difficult new game mechanics was part of leveling up in life. Yuexin fell silent, wondering if the whole server had been infected by the same corruption. He just scoffed, asking when the server was ever not corrupted. Yuexin pleaded with him to reconsider the guild invitation, calling it a golden opportunity. Every part of that woman, he countered, was a finely honed weapon aimed directly at his back. She sighed at his paranoia while he silently hoped she'd never need his survival instincts. Their violet teleportation streak ended abruptly before a monolithic corporate skyscraper. A quick scan upwards confirmed his suspicion that the building's entire geometry had shifted. Her face paled as she recognized the tower's final defense protocol, an impenetrable lockdown state. Baixing immediately materialized a brilliant blade of holy light, ready for a little demolition. Just as he prepared to brute force an entrance, Yuexin's hand shot out to stop his blade. Desperately, she insisted on following procedure, but he saw only a ticking clock on their mission. One wrong move, she warned, could activate a hidden system rule and wipe their entire party. With unwavering certainty, she declared her faith that her father was still alive inside. He sighed dramatically before tossing her a mote of his power, letting the quest giver take the lead. Her preparations began by pulling out the shimmering Narcissus seal she had pilfered. Not to be outdone, he showcased his own inventory of forbidden artifacts, including the sealed bull. Carefully, she passed him several unknown contaminants for safe storage in his isolated inventory space. Yuexin then outlined their first objective, a full reconnaissance sweep of the building's perimeter. Sprouting demonic wings, he suggested they split up for a faster map reveal. Soaring skyward, he discovered the entire structure was encased in seamless, rune-etched iron plates. His crimson eye, however, zoomed in on a single high-altitude window, detecting a flicker of light. Through the reinforced glass, a faint violet aura pulsed from deep within the sealed tower. This enhanced vision pierced the gloom, revealing a lone, multi-eyed wolf pacing in a sterile laboratory. A jolt of pure shock shot through him as he recognized the monstrous creature's unique energy signature. Abruptly, the world dissolved around him, reforming into a desolate landscape under a ceaseless red rain. He was pulled forward uncontrollably, phasing through the window and into the bizarre new dimension. With dawning horror, he realized he had been forcibly teleported into a high-level pollution domain. The monstrous wolf turned its many eyes upon him, its voice echoing that he had finally arrived. Its glowing gaze softened slightly, expressing relief that he had safely returned with its daughter. Baixing's mind reeled at the impossible statement, demanding to know what it meant by daughter. That creature then confirmed it was Yuexin's father, blaming him for the catastrophic transformation. It issued a new, non-negotiable quest. Prove his worth by cleansing the entire incident himself. His bewildered expression hardened into a defiant glare at the impossible ultimatum. The beast warned him not to flee, revealing an absolute domain rule that made escape impossible. He found it impossible to believe this was Roger G., especially with the cunning malice in its eyes. A flickering vision of the past then flooded his senses, tinted crimson by the domain's bloody rain. Within the memory, Roger realized the special glasses he'd given away had been interfering with his own perception. Baixing absorbed the fragmented scene, searching for a clue or exploit within the forced cutscene. The vision then showed Roger's body grotesquely twisting into a single, colossal, unblinking eyeball. Flashes of a desperate, chaotic battle between ethereal agents and twisted pollutants filled his sight. Watching the ghostly silhouettes clash, he finally understood the terrifying power of the world's true sealers. Challenging the wolf, he questioned the true motive behind Roger's peculiar gift. Another memory surfaced, revealing the two agents frantically searching the laboratory lockers. His gamer's intuition screamed that containment, not destruction, was the key to this stage. Observing his combat-ready stance, the wolf recognized a familiar battle-honed vigilance. This constant alertness, it conceded, was the only reason the boy had survived this long. Its gaze drifted towards the red-stained window, mourning a world where one mistake meant annihilation. Raw power flared in its many eyes as it declared this broken world was already collapsing. Using every last shred of its sanity, it vowed to forge a new path toward godhood. Its monstrous form radiated a father's unyielding resolve to build a better future for his child. Visions of a peaceful life for Yuexin, full of laughter and sunlight, flashed through its mind. Returning from its reverie, the creature fixed its gaze back upon Baixing with renewed purpose. Baixing presented a glowing containment orb, his smirk broadcasting absolute confidence in his strategy. Suddenly, a colossal sphere of crackling energy materialized, swallowing the entire skyscraper whole. The beast explained the target's simple rule. It would always expand to fill exactly half of any given space. From the ground below, Yuexin watched in horror as the dome appeared, knowing instantly he was trapped inside. He calmly revealed that a pollution domain acts as its own perfectly sealed independent container. Therefore, his brilliant plan was to simply shrink the domain's boundaries, compressing everything within. Under immense pressure, the sprawling monster was crushed down to fit within a tiny glass jar. As he sealed the lid with a flourish, the wolf could only stare in stunned admiration. With one threat neutralized, his predatory gaze shifted to the two incapacitated sealer agents. A bewildered roar escaped the wolf, demanding to know why he had suddenly become the target. He just smirked, activating the fallen agent's unique zoo ability as his own prize. Instantly, the multi-eyed wolf materialized beside him, its allegiance forcibly rewritten to a new master. Roger's frantic voice echoed from within, screaming his presence was the only thing sealing its power. He pleaded desperately with Baixing to stop, warning this reckless gamble would unleash Armageddon. Ignoring the pleas, Baixing's hand shot forward, gripping the summoned creature by its monstrous face. In one fluid motion, he extracted the single colossal eyeball that served as Roger's prison. Completely unshackled, the wolf's remaining 4 eyes ignited with a terrifying violet light. Its voice, now a chilling monotone, requested the 4 defining traits of its next victim. Clutching the squirming eyeball, he acknowledged the critical danger of an ambiguous command. The disembodied eye seethed with rage, promising his callous disregard for life would be his downfall. Unfazed by the threat, he turned to the wolf, ready to issue his perfectly crafted command. His first condition described a man who ascends a specific mountain within a single day. His second and third conditions dictated the same man must descend that day, though at a variable speed. For the final, crucial trait, he declared the man's upward and downward paths must be identical. Roger's eye widened in shock, realizing Baixing was binding the creature with a logic puzzle. One of the wolf's violet eyes flared, its absolute rule successfully locking onto the abstract concept. A triumphant grin spread across his face as the eyeball conceded he had brilliantly weaponized the beast's own logic. He casually dismissed the now leashed monster, telling it to await his future command. Casting a final, wicked glance at the agent, he offered a silent thank you for the incredible loot drop. Roger's eye declared the crisis concluded, vowing to restore the skyscraper for his daughter. A heavy silence followed as the floating orb reconsidered the wisdom of that plan. It ultimately reversed course, pleading with Baixing to simply take Yuexin home. Baixing questioned the sudden aversion to a long-awaited father-daughter reunion. His monstrous form, the eye explained, was a sight she could never endure, begging for a lie about his fate. With a nonchalant shrug and a wave, Baixing accepted the somber request. While vaulting from the broken window, he casually asked what the eyeball would do now. It revealed its final purpose was to sacrifice its consciousness, as humanity was a state it could never reclaim. He coolly replied that being non-human wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Standing on the precarious ledge, Baixing decided his own power progression was still far too slow. He realized the fastest way to level up required absorbing more contaminants without any drawbacks. To accomplish this, he would first need a sprawling information network to pinpoint new outbreaks. A new primary quest now active, he shot off into the night as a streak of violet energy. Yuexin gasped in surprise as he suddenly rematerialized directly behind her. His strangely corrupted hand swiftly and securely clasped her by the waist. Effortlessly, he swept her off her feet, launching them both away from the devastated scene. He told her simply that her father was detained on urgent business and he was her ride home. She looked up at her mysterious savior, her expression clouded with deep worry. Their brilliant purple trail painted a path across the sky toward a large, secluded mansion. After they landed, she immediately apologized for dragging him into such a dangerous mess. He merely smirked, confessing the entire incident had been an extremely lucrative loot run. 3 glowing orbs of power appeared in his palm, as he stated they must now rely on themselves. He then bestowed the abilities upon her, a long list of new powers materializing in the air before her. His voice held genuine confidence as he encouraged her, certain she had the potential to surpass him. Offering a rare, gentle smile, he told her to get some much-needed rest. He leaped back into the darkness without another word, leaving her to her new reality. Yuexin watched him vanish, the profound sense of being truly alone finally setting in. One solitary tear escaped her eye, falling like a droplet of liquid silver onto her hand. An awful premonition about her father's true fate sent a shiver down her spine. Her grief then crystallized into a fierce new resolve to become strong enough to protect everyone. Miles away, an encrypted satellite phone began to ring with sharp insistence. A man in a tailored suit answered the device, respectfully addressing the caller as Miss Stellar. On a windswept balcony, Yuexin took a deep, steadying breath before making her move. She announced her immediate succession as head of the G family, issuing orders for a total asset consolidation. The scene shifts to a towering corporate skyscraper, starkly outlined against a turbulent sky. Inside a quiet office, Special Agent Rebecca Liu struggled with how to report the day's impossible events. Her tired eyes drifted to a strange antique mirror, a B-level contaminant that replayed fractured memories. A shimmering vision of Principal Pushkin appeared on its surface, claiming time was merely a human illusion. He calmly elaborated that to the mirror, all moments in history were happening at once. The principal's ghostly image then extended a chilling invitation for them to step inside and see the complete truth. The principal's apparition warns that any deviation from the past requires an immediate, forceful seal. Rebecca coolly confirms their plan, certain they can synchronize the mirrors to trap rogue visions. His ghostly form simply scoffs, reminding her that predicting a pollutant's whim is beyond any human. Alone in the oppressive silence, she debates risking a 3-minute trip into the mirror's fractured reality. A sudden casual voice offers assistance, making her spin around and demand the intruder's identity. Basing materializes atop a cabinet, giving her a cheerful wave as if he'd been there all along. Relief washes over her face as she admits with a smile that she thought he had skipped town. He explains his recent career change to Sealer, adding that her office was the best place to find a gig. Her professional demeanor returns instantly, realizing the school's sole survivor holds all the answers. He comically attempts to bolt, stammering a pathetic excuse about needing to visit his mother-in-law. She effortlessly blocks his path, her eyes narrowed on the unmistakable mark of contamination on his hand. His feigned panic melts into a sly grin, offering to spill everything if she has the nerve to listen. He proclaims that in this brave new world, society is just a ghost running on momentum, its laws long dead. Bising then reveals he's already cleared the instance, having contained the pollutant and figured out all its rules. His offer is a quest. She abandons her investigation and he'll provide 4 legendary tier rewards. Intrigued by his sheer audacity, she leans forward and asks him to name these supposed gifts. The loot drop includes a full debriefing, a powerful new enforcer, and the unique skills she has always coveted. For his final prize, he offers his own formidable self as her completely loyal subordinate. Rebecca extends her hand across the desk without a second of hesitation, ready to seal the deal. His jaw drops slightly, utterly bewildered that she would accept his wild terms so quickly. She explains her one simple hiring policy: only recruit people she can instinctively trust. Her private thought about his adorable naivete makes him suddenly ask if she just said something. A wicked smirk plays on her lips as she confesses that she can hear his thoughts loud and clear. Their handshake finally connects, forging an unlikely alliance between a schemer and a mind reader. She then perches confidently on the edge of her desk, taking full control of their new dynamic. He will be her shadow, until he meets the other candidates for her team in precisely 3 days. His first mission, effective immediately, is to draft a comprehensive report on the entire school incident. A wide shot of the gleaming city at dusk sets the stage for the political games to come. Reading his first draft, she notes its contents will absolutely infuriate her rival, Jason. Baixing just shrugs, cheerfully stating that messing with his boss's enemies is a perk of the job. She grins, offering to help him transform his scathing report into a masterpiece of political assassination. Her first suggested edit frames Jason's subordinate as a pawn, merely following his master's cruel orders. The next change recasts the official examiner as a monster who planned to sacrifice the students all along. She even spins Lucian's bitter betrayal into a noble, heart-wrenching sacrifice to protect his cousin. He gives a slow, sarcastic clap, calling her manipulative genius the undeniable wisdom of age. A folded paper fan promptly smacks him on the head for the insolent comment. The scene shifts to a vast, dark hall where Jason and a young girl approach a monolithic door. He smiles, declaring their efforts have finally created a crack in the gate's ancient defenses. The girl looks on blankly, warning him not to get excited over what is ultimately just a door. Jason counters that his most powerful artifacts came from beyond it, and he knows more treasures await. His arms spread wide as he proclaims this gate a direct conduit to the gods themselves. She glares back, dismissing his grand theory as pure, unadulterated madness. Jason merely scoffs at her naivete, revealing the entire world is on a desperate hunt for these same divine beings. True sealers, he clarifies, possess the rare gift to command the very rules that govern contaminants. A holographic chart materializes, illustrating a stark hierarchy with the title Principal reigning supreme at its apex. To be a principal, he explains, is to become a master capable of ending this age of corruption for good. The names of the world's few existing principals roll off his tongue, including the legendary Pushkin. Every single one of them, he reveals with a conspiratorial gleam, has arrived at the exact same conclusion. They must find the gods. His companion openly sneers at the fairy tale of deities and angels, branding it utter foolishness. Jason's voice drops, warning her to show respect for the ancient masters who once commanded these forces. All of history's greatest legends, he insists, converge on the singular truth hidden beyond this very threshold. Her skepticism remains, wondering how one could possibly wield multiple contaminants without being utterly consumed by them. A weary sigh escapes him as he confesses to dreaming of the world beyond this gate every single night. Renewed determination hardens his features as he vows to claim the secrets that will elevate him to principal. She turns her back on him, coldly promising to seal the entire facility if his ambition unleashes something uncontrollable. Her blank gaze follows as his form flickers and dissolves, passing straight through the solid monolith. From the darkness behind him, the gate cracks just enough for a single, veiny eyeball to peer out into the hall. Jason takes his first triumphant step into a bleak and utterly alien landscape. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he gazes upward, sensing a presence of unimaginable scale. Before him stands the base of a colossal, fleshy pillar that stretches endlessly into the dark void above. He can only marvel at the impossible structure, mistaking its sheer size for that of a living mountain. Perhaps, he muses, this is the fabled stairway connecting the mortal realm to the heavens. Suddenly, the curious eyeball zips out from the gate, following him into the strange dimension. Its gaze fixes on the pillar in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the massive form before it. Flying closer for a better look, the eyeball is completely dwarfed by the structure's incomprehensible scale. A slow, horrifying realization dawns. This is no mountain, nor is it some simple monster. The pillar, it understands with chilling certainty, is actually a part of a gargantuan humanoid being. Completely undeterred by this revelation, Jason prepares to begin his ascent up the Titan's flesh. That strange eyeball materializes directly in his path, silently questioning his foolish resolve. A stark warning is issued that glimpsing the truth at the summit will instantly shatter his sanity. Cutting sharply from the darkness, the scene opens on a modern office building bathed in bright sunlight. Inside, Rebecca performs a languid stretch at her desk, a stark contrast to the nervous energy radiating from Bai Xing. A sly smile touches her lips as she casually asks her new subordinate if he's in the mood for a walk. His gaze drops to his own corrupted arm, a flicker of discomfort crossing his face. She effortlessly tosses him a clean, long-sleeved shirt, telling him to get changed. Their walk takes them onto a bustling city street, alive with the energy of a new morning. Now properly dressed, he walks beside her as they both soak in the warm morning sun. Rebecca remarks that in a world as chaotic as theirs, a long life is a luxury few can ever count on. Someone with great power, she continues, must inevitably bear the responsibility of protecting the powerless majority. Bai Xing can only scoff, countering that he has never once witnessed the strong showing any genuine kindness to the weak. She poses a simple question. What would he do with absolute, unfathomable power? His corrupted hand tightens into a white-knuckled fist. A devilish smirk spreads across his face as he declares his intent to simply delete humanity. Her amusement only grows as a faint blush colors his cheeks, him insisting it's a well-reasoned plan. Unfazed, she coolly commends him for having a clear goal, much to his utter disbelief. His juvenile brand of nihilism, she explains, is nothing compared to the twisted ambitions she has witnessed. Changing the subject, she begins a story about her father, a businessman who championed humility above all else. The man was a genuine philanthropist, she recalls, who could not stomach the sight of another's suffering. He correctly deduces the man was betrayed, just as Rebecca offers him a cold soda. Popping the tab on her own can, she admits her father died with his pride intact, even if she once scorned his ideals. Sensing an opportunity, Bai Xing offers to be her instrument of vengeance, knowing her position limits her. Downing the entire drink in one go, Rebecca lets out a long, satisfied sigh. Her father's core belief, she explains, was to truly understand the weak, a path she now walks herself. This philosophy stands in stark contrast to Jason's, whose faith rests solely in the intervention of gods. Baixing immediately challenges the logic, questioning why the world remains a chaotic mess if gods are so mighty. Reaching out, she playfully pinches his cheek, calling his genocidal fantasy an adorable tantrum from a powerless heart. With a mischievous wink, she surprisingly encourages him that his success could ironically save everyone. Scoffing at the very idea, he warns her not to place such a ridiculous burden on his shoulders. Getting back on track, she asks what specific support he needs for the upcoming candidate event. An encouraging slap on his back punctuates her confident declaration that he has come to the right person. Her final advice is to get plenty of rest before all the candidates convene for the main event next week. Watching her depart, it suddenly dawns on him that he has absolutely nowhere to sleep for the next 7 days. Then, his eyes lock onto a familiar apartment complex in the distance, a brilliant new strategy forming in his mind. Inside that very building, a miserable Xenia is chugging a beer straight from the bottle. Surrounded by empties, she collapses onto a couch, trying to drink her professional woes away. Slumped over, she drunkenly curses the jealous rivals she claims are trying to sabotage her career. Her drunken rage soon shifts to Bai Xing, that infuriatingly arrogant kid she just cannot seem to shake. Taking another deep swig, she vows to teach him a lesson about respecting his elders the next time they meet. Suddenly, an unseen hand plucks the bottle right out of her grasp, mid-swallow. Exploding with fury, she scrambles to her feet, promising to dismember the thief who dared take her booze. All murderous intent evaporates upon seeing Bai Xing kneeling before her, a smug grin plastered on his face. Flustered, Xenia demands to know how he got in, to which he cheekily admits he wanted a front-row seat to her monologue. Without preamble, he demands a room as fair payment for having saved her life. Peeking at him from behind the couch, she flatly refuses, deeply suspicious of his true motives. His devilish grin widens as he correctly guesses she was professionally sabotaged, offering to help her get even. Xenia is struck completely dumb by his unexpected and incredibly tempting proposal. As tears well up in her eyes, he simply slides a box of tissues toward her and announces it is time for business. He proposes a straightforward deal, his help with her problem in exchange for intel on contaminants. Through her tears, she eagerly agrees, starstruck by the thought of his impending power as a candidate. His question about the process is met with a blank stare, her wondering why he is not already preparing. She outlines the tedious candidate trials, which involve clearing a series of escalating incidents. Dismissing the challenge with a wave, he learns Jason simply bought his way through the trials via the 6 great families. Her frantic warnings about contaminants are cut short by his threat to simply find a more competent partner. Desperation consumes her as she clings to his arm, pleading that he is her last remaining chance for redemption. Xenia then reveals the architect of her ruin is her own cousin, Jerry Kwan, wielder of an ability called Absolute Compliance. Bai Xing nonchalantly compares this to his own persuasion skill, as if sizing up a rival player's stats. An important distinction is made. Jerry's victims are overwhelmed by a euphoric, irresistible sense of joy. His interest now thoroughly piqued, he declares they are going to pay this Jerry a little visit immediately. A wicked grin spreads across his face, realizing his supposed death gives him the ultimate element of surprise. She wonders aloud how he could possibly have known about her professional sabotage without her telling anyone. Tapping her silent phone, he points out the damning evidence of a contact list that has completely forgotten her. His final, smug conclusion is that nobody cares about her fate, a fact that makes her absolutely livid. Far away, atop a gleaming corporate tower, a high-stakes negotiation is reaching its breaking point. Jerry Kwan leans back in his chair, coolly asking his business partner Wei if his trust is truly so fragile. The older man stands his ground, insisting that the terms of this specific contract require careful deliberation. A knowing smile plays on Jerry's lips as he rises, understanding precisely what kind of persuasion is needed here. His measured footsteps echo across the polished floor as he closes the distance between them. Placing a hand on the desk before Wei, his knuckles crack with a faint, unsettling energy. He softly asks again if the man is now ready to sign over the lucrative partnership. Sunlight glints off a small, ornate golden flask resting on the edge of his desk. Suddenly, Wei recoils in his chair, complaining about this bizarre and unorthodox negotiation method. Jerry watches with detached amusement, questioning if any other deal has ever felt quite so wonderful. An overwhelming sensation floods the older man's senses, forcing him to admit Jerry is in a league of his own. Wei lets out a sharp gasp, his entire body trembling from the incomprehensible pleasure coursing through him. His pen-holding hand falls limp, all resistance melting away under the strange influence. Utterly defeated, he shoves the signed contract across the desk without another word of protest. Outside, the sun climbs high into a clear blue sky, heralding the start of a new business day. Back inside the penthouse office, Jerry is informed that the student interviewees have finally arrived. A young woman with thick glasses fidgets nervously in a chair, waiting for her name to be called. Jerry greets the first applicant with a predatory smile, a faint golden light flickering deep within his eyes. An entire line of anxious candidates now sits before him as he instructs them to begin their introductions. He leisurely polishes his glasses with a silk cloth, his expression one of cold, detached calculation. While the women wait in tense silence, an assistant nervously peeks into the room from a side door. Rising from his chair with a theatrical flourish, Jerry announces the start of his unique examination. He slowly paces behind the line of seated women, their discomfort growing with every step he takes. Reaching the exit, he pulls the heavy door shut with a decisive click, his smirk widening in the gloom. A single deliberate tap of his finger against the wood unleashes his unsettling power upon the room. One of the applicants gasps, her cheeks flushing a deep red as the strange influence takes hold. Others glance around in a panic, their faces a mixture of confusion, alarm, and growing distress. A final candidate doubles over, clutching her stomach as she cries out from an inexplicable, overwhelming sensation. With a dismissive wave, Jerry indicates only the trembling woman in the middle is to remain. One of the departing candidates turns back, demanding an explanation for this bizarre charade. He snarls a nonsensical justification for his choice, his voice cracking as he screams for them to leave. Suddenly, the heavy office door glides open, cutting his furious rant short. An incredible force sends the door flying inward, slamming directly into his stunned face. Bai Xing saunters through the doorway with a brilliant smile, announcing his arrival like a returning hero. Cradling his throbbing face, a livid Jerry shrieks at the unruly brat to get out immediately. Our hero's grin only widens as he reveals his cousin specifically sent him here to find Jerry. He then proceeds to make himself comfortable in the plush vice president's chair. Propping his feet on the mahogany desk, Bai Xing cheerfully declares he won't be leaving anytime soon. All the stunned applicants exchange wide-eyed glances, silently debating whether to call security. Silent tears trace paths down the chosen woman's cheeks as the intruder lounges nonchalantly. An enraged Jerry stomps forward, demanding to know why his presence has made the poor girl cry. Bai Xing responds with a devastatingly charming wink, simply reiterating that his cousin insisted he stay. Jerry furiously snatches his phone, vowing to personally fire whichever cousin dared to send him. Without missing a beat, Bai Xing names Vivian Quan, adding they just left her place together. All the blood drains from Jerry's face, knowing his cousin is meant to be securely locked away. Bai Xing clarifies she was merely on an extended holiday from which he has just returned her. Utter panic grips him as he sputters that the whale's dream is an inescapable cage. His disbelief is met by the intruder's steady, unwavering, and utterly confident gaze. Jerry attempts to regain the upper hand, coldly questioning if the peace agency is behind this intrusion. He then dismisses the other candidates with a sharp gesture, seeking to isolate this new, more significant threat. A dangerous glint appears in his eyes as the door clicks shut, his true plan now taking shape. Forcing a placating smile, he pretends to cooperate while mentally preparing his ambush. Leaning forward, Bai Xing gets straight to the point, demanding the contaminant Jerry controls. Jerry lets out a strained chuckle, his mind racing to find a way to make this problem disappear. A faint light emanates from Bai Xing's eyes as he begins to analyze his opponent's underlying mechanics. Pure fury seethes within him that Rebecca's little agency continues to interfere with his grand designs. His calculations conclude he has precisely 10 minutes to permanently eliminate this unexpected obstacle. Bai Xing suddenly changes topics, casually asking his opinion on the existence of parallel worlds. A wicked smile spreads across Jerry's face as he confirms that those worlds can synchronize with devastating effect. Instantly, a massive, grievous wound blossoms across Bai Xing's chest from an unseen source. He is violently thrown backward by the invisible blow, slumping hard against the chair. Jerry gloats about his underhanded tactics, tossing a shattered object onto the desk. An unhinged rant begins about the immense struggles he has endured to claim his rightful place. His voice escalates into a scream, recounting every single sacrifice made for his ambition. With a crazed expression, he vows to elevate his company to undisputed global dominance. Bai Xing's hand slams down on the desk, mockingly interrupting the villain's pathetic excuses. Pushing himself up, the horrifying gash across his torso rapidly knits itself closed. Jerry's jaw hangs open, completely unable to process how his opponent is still alive. Ominous energy gathers in Bai Xing's palm as he announces it is his turn. Countless violet orbs erupt from his fingertips, swarming toward their target. Jerry scrambles desperately to evade the relentless homing projectiles. They weave an inescapable pattern of destruction through the trashed office. Suddenly, his opponent vanishes from sight completely. A brilliant sphere of light bursts forth from Bai Xing, a miniature sun in the room. This radiant dome expands exponentially, swallowing the entire skyscraper in an instant. With a casual snap of his fingers, he issues a silent, absolute command. Every soul inside the building materializes safely in the plaza below. Confused murmurs erupt into chaos as the crowd grasps the unfolding disaster. Baixing's luminous barrier then begins to compress, squeezing the space around the tower. An interesting clash of powers reveals his opponent's domain is now trapped within his own. Amusement dawns on his face, realizing Jerry is merely hiding in a pocket dimension. His gamer instincts kick in, analyzing the boss mechanics of this invisible foe. Verdant light envelops his chest as multiple healing skills activate simultaneously. Letting out an exaggerated yawn, he feigns utter boredom to bait the hidden enemy. Carelessly, he sprawls out in the chair, announcing his intention to take a nap. Closing his eyes, he leaves his light and dark orbs to stand silent, vigilant guard. From his invisible prison, Jerry fumes over where Rebecca found such an impossible ally. Pure disbelief consumes him that his ultimate attack was suppressed so easily. Frantic pounding on the invisible barrier confirms his worst fear. He is completely trapped. Jerry's gaze fixes on the sleeping intruder, whose placid face shows not a hint of concern. A spectral version of him materializes, vowing to see what happens if he removes his opponent's head. Muttering a cryptic blessing to his brother's shoes, he activates a new insidious power. Each step he takes leaves behind a glowing, ethereal footprint on the floor. Ripples spread through a hidden layer of reality as his foot sinks into the violet trail. Without warning, Baixing's own foot splashes down, perfectly mimicking the unseen step. Sheer terror contorts Jerry's face as his perfect ambush is effortlessly exposed. The shimmering form solidifies, a malevolent purple aura pulsing with his mounting rage. Rising from his feigned slumber, Baixing crosses his arms, his own power flaring in response. Jerry sneers, explaining how his domain grants him absolute control over the parallel world within. Stepping into the footprints, he boasts, allows one to perceive their alternate self. Fingers of pure spite wrap tightly around Baixing's throat, victory finally within his grasp. Wicked satisfaction spreads across his face as he promises a swift and painless end. The decisive twist is met not with a snap, but with an unblinking, terrifyingly manic stare. Memories surface, a young voice echoing, "Brother, do you see it?" Years earlier, a younger Jerry straightens his tie, brimming with confidence. Proudly, he announces his promotion to manager of an entire business unit. Skepticism colors his brother's voice, questioning the truth of his sudden success. Gazing at his reflection, Jerry insists with unwavering certainty that every word is true. A strange question about parallel worlds hangs in the air between them. Cynicism drips from his brother's retort, naming money as his only faith. Bitter words spill forth about their crushing poverty and his own fruitless search for work. An uncouth comment about easy money earns a swift, cutting glare from Jerry. Justification comes in the form of a story about a classmate who found wealthy patrons. That same girl now streams for a living, swimming in unimaginable fortune. Raw envy finally consumes him, his voice cracking as he screams at the world's injustice. Piercing through the rage, Jerry guesses the true source of his pain is simple rejection. Flustered denials are quickly brushed aside as Jerry returns to his initial query. Such fanciful ideas are dismissed as nonsense, their lowly status a prison with no escape. A desperate fantasy takes hold, a vow to claw his way to the top no matter the cost. Laughter, light and unsettling, is Jerry's only response to this brutal honesty. A cryptic, knowing smile plays on his lips as he studies his brother's face. His finger then drops to his brand new shoes, a casual question about their appeal. Admitting they look quite fine, his brother questions the bizarre conversational pivot. Turning back to his cluttered desk, he puts an end to the unsettling exchange. Darkness consumes the scene, pierced only by a single insistent electronic tone. Through the haze of consciousness, a disembodied voice questions the source of the noise. His eyes fly open, a jolt of pure panic coursing through his veins. The sterile white of a hospital room greets him, his mother's worried face hovering above. Utter confusion clouds his mind. Moments ago, he was arguing with his brother. An explanation forms of a sudden collapse and the timely arrival of a delivery driver. Tears stream down her face as she delivers the devastating news of Jerry's death 3 days prior. Blank incomprehension is his only reply, the words refusing to form a coherent thought. A surge of denial propels him from the bed, a frantic need to prove her wrong. His forward momentum halts abruptly as a strange detail at his feet catches his eye. On his own feet sit the very same impossibly new shoes Jerry had worn. Stumbling backward, his mind reels, trying to comprehend this impossible reality. An electrifying flash of memory ignites a truly horrifying conclusion in his mind. Jerry's voice echoes from the past, asking if he'd seen the fine leather shoes. A trembling question escapes his lips, asking the spectral figure what it desires. Ominous purple energy now smolders from the discarded footwear on the ground. Their secret is revealed. A gateway to another world where success is made manifest. An ethereal hand extends, an invitation to share in this lucrative new existence. He scrambles away, screaming that his brother has been twisted by a vile contaminant. Calm assurances are offered, his new promotion merely synced from the other side. Panic takes over as he shoves the apparition, denouncing its world as a damnable trap. A desperate kick sends the cursed shoes flying, severing their corrupting influence. Pure terror fuels his escape as he bursts from the room and sprints down the corridor. Taking the stairs 2 at a time, he flees upward, desperate to escape the phantom below. Phasing through the floor below, Jerry's spectral form rises with an eerie grin. He bolts into a grimy back alley, frantically seeking any path to safety. Waiting for him at the dead end is Jerry, extending a hand with an offer of ultimate success. Staring into those hollow eyes, he understands the brother he knew is well and truly lost. Diving behind a reeking dumpster, he holds his breath as the phantom glides by. Through a crack, he sees only the pristine leather shoes marching past his hiding place. Believing himself finally safe, his first thought is a desperate call to the sealer agency. A sudden, impossible weight on his feet makes his blood run cold. Looking down, he sees the cursed shoes have impossibly bound themselves to him once more. Jerry materializes directly behind him, his expression one of smug certainty. His voice whispers of a parallel plane where every selfish whim is made manifest. Scrabbling backward on the filthy asphalt, he tries to escape the poisonous words. A desperate warning about the approaching sealers and their lethal justice falls on deaf ears. With a dismissive sneer, Jerry asks what truly separates him from those so-called guardians. He tries to argue that sealers fight these corruptions, not surrender to them. Jerry's truth is revealed. Sealers are just weaklings who borrow contaminant power to feel strong. An intoxicating vision of fame, fortune, and absolute control is dangled before him. For a fleeting moment, his ambition flickers, seeing the ultimate cheat code to life. His pathetic, unremarkable existence flashes before his eyes, weighed against infinite potential. Planting his newly shod foot firmly on the ground, a dark resolve hardens his features. His hand shoots out, not in acceptance, but to seize this opportunity with greedy eyes. Jerry's own hands meet his, a triumphant smile spreading as he welcomes his brother to the fold. Suddenly, he yanks his hands back, a sharp, analytical glint replacing his feigned desperation. A simple, devastating question is posed. Why hasn't Jerry already left for this perfect world? He leans in, a predator's smirk on his face, asking if this paradise has a few critical bugs. Admitting it truly is a perfect world, a disturbing placidity settles over Jerry's face. His own hands wrap around his throat, a manic glee in his eyes as he promises to go there now. Choking out his last words, he gasps about finally achieving his transfer to a better place. The possessed body crumples into a lifeless heap on the alley floor. He looks down without an ounce of pity, knowing his real brother was never this stupidly programmed. This thing was just a poorly scripted NPC, bound by the contaminant's flawed rules. A chilling vow is made to claim all the loot this foolish puppet has left behind. Turning his back on the corpse, he walks with newfound purpose in the corrupted footwear. He strides confidently into a swirling vortex of purple energy that opens before him. With his disappearance, the portal snaps shut, leaving a faint scorch mark on the brick. All traces of the otherworldly encounter dissipate into the cold night air. Now in the present, this new monster dangles a tiny severed head before his captive. He whispers the final terrible truth. The only world is this one, and he is its new god. A small annoyed voice suddenly pipes up from the head, complaining about a terribly itchy nose. His divine monologue shatters as he jerks back, utterly flabbergasted that the head is talking. The tiny head clatters to the ground, revealing the whole charade was just a clever distraction. Consumed by pure rage, he raises his foot to obliterate the tiny trickster. His boot descends in a devastating stomp, glowing with a malevolent violet light. Yet his foot meets only empty floor, the target having completely vanished. His eyes frantically scan the room, searching for any trace of his pint-sized foe. A sudden memory surfaces of her cryptic comment about 4 minutes to spare. A condescending smirk spreads across his face as he deciphers her self-destruction gambit. Scoffing at such a primitive trap, he stomps his foot to activate a far greater power. The very floor dissolves beneath him, melting into a swirling purple dimension of his own making. He boasts that within this space, every footprint is a gateway to a person's parallel self. Wading into the liquid reality, he begins the hunt for his hidden quarry. One ghostly form is summoned from the ether, only to be dismissed with an impatient wave. Another incorporeal phantom flickers into existence, proving to be the wrong target. He cycles through countless echoes of souls, his irritation steadily mounting with each failure. Frustration boils over as his exhaustive search of every footprint yields absolutely nothing. Perhaps, he muses, she was already consumed by the very contaminant she sought to unleash. His only option now is to destroy the contaminant itself before it can become a problem. Then again, he could simply outweight the timer and let the unstable power dissipate on its own. A truly wicked strategy begins to form, a perfect exploit of this dimension's twisted rules. He glances at his phone's timer, knowing the parasite inside her is set to awaken. In less than a minute, it will burst free and be drawn to the last major power signature. Leaning back with grim satisfaction, he prepares to watch his perfect trap spring shut. Suddenly, a faint, rhythmic tapping echoes through the unnatural silence of his domain. He cocks his head to the side, trying to identify the source of the unexpected disturbance. The quiet noise steadily grows into the unmistakable cadence of approaching footsteps. A jolt of confusion hits him as he recognizes the familiar weight and rhythm of his own gait. Pure terror floods his features as he screams that those are somehow his footsteps. His phone screen flashes, signaling the exact moment for the contaminant's release. A trail of glowing purple footprints begins to burn itself into the floor, heading right for him. He spins around in terror as the invisible entity marches with unwavering purpose. A panicked shout escapes his lips, begging the unseen hunter to keep its distance. Unwavering, the spectral steps continue their silent, relentless advance. He scrambles backward on the shifting floor, his divine confidence completely shattered. Trapped within his own creation, he pounds on the sealed exit, screaming to be freed. The invisible hunter's approach never falters, its pace steady and maddeningly assured. Cold sweat pours down his face as the sound of his own inverted doom grows louder. His phone's clock ticks onward, each second a monument to his spectacular miscalculation. Overwhelmed by absolute terror, he collapses against the wall, gasping for breath. A small, disembodied head with a crudely stitched neck materializes right before his eyes. She offers a cheeky grin, asking if he's a fan of her brand new leather shoes. A spectral replica of himself materializes from the swirling chaos before him. His gaze locks onto the crude stitched gash encircling his doppelganger's neck. Then he spots the shoes, an identical pair confirming his flawed parallel world theory. His phone's timer mocks him, the 5-minute mark passing without the expected victory. Pure bewilderment contorts his face as he confronts this impossible apparition. Suddenly, the ghostly twin lunges forward, its hand crackling with ominous purple light. A single forceful push sends him reeling across the unstable floor of his own domain. He recovers just in time to see the phantom figure break into a clumsy, frantic sprint. In a baffling display of gracelessness, the specter trips over its own feet, face-planting hard. A strangled cry of disbelief escapes his lips at the sheer absurdity of the situation. With a gentle, almost casual wobble, the doppelganger's head detaches and rolls away. Its headless body calmly kneels, retrieving the severed head with eerie nonchalance. The body then casually plops its own head back onto its shoulders as if reattaching a hat. An ice-cold wave of understanding crashes over him. The footprints were swapped from the start. This meant the head he'd triumphantly torn off earlier was never his enemy's at all. Wearing his face, the creature smirks, confirming the decapitated trophy was actually his own. Now, the reassembled specter resumes its slow, inexorable march toward him. His own 4-minute warning echoes in his mind, its true, terrible meaning finally clear. Memory flashes of his grand scheme, of the intern, of his perfect, foolproof plan. He recalls ejecting the contaminant, hearing those cursed shoes, and sealing the dimension. The trap was meant for her, but the contaminant emerged to hunt him instead. He sought refuge in this pocket dimension, only for the curse to follow him inside. Absolute despair floods his eyes as the finality of his doom settles upon him. One swift final motion from the entity is all it takes to end his reign. Bai Xing, still wearing his face like a mask, calmly declares the game officially over. She sets the head down, musing that the greatest fears are always the ones we create ourselves. Her own form flickers back into view, mocking his spectacular failure born from overthinking. She pats her chest, attributing her absurd vitality to possessing whale-grade organs. Losing her head was, she cheerfully admits, just another calculated step in her strategy. Did he really believe he could hide from her in a dimension made of pure darkness? Using complete body transparency, she was never gone, merely standing right beside him. Mastery over light and sound allowed her to perfectly mimic his footsteps and appearance. She then proceeded to hunt him down inside his own sanctuary, using his own reflection. A playful smirk spreads across her face. He simply rolled a critical failure by picking her as an enemy. Ultimately, it was his own panicked mind and fragile memories that became her greatest weapons. A light tap to her temple reveals the final trump card. Telepathy laid his entire plan bare. She dismisses his theory, explaining the cursed shoes have nothing to do with parallel worlds. Instead, the host's very soul projects outwards, a force of will that reshapes reality. This power comes at a steep price, demanding suspicion and risking a permanent fusion. Her twin swords, one of pure light and one of deep shadow, materialize in her hands. Both swords plunge downwards, decisively pinning the cursed shoes to the floor. Her face sets with grim satisfaction, declaring this particular quest officially complete. A sudden cut reveals an impossibly bright, serene sky over the city. Within Quan Group's sterile headquarters, Zinnia presides over a tense board meeting. She announces with unnerving calm that Jerry's capture is already a foregone conclusion. One furious elder accuses her of orchestrating a pathetic family drama for their amusement. Another director coolly demands she present tangible proof for her wild accusations. A sharp-tongued woman dismisses her actions as petty jealousy over Jerry's superior performance. Zinnia's lips curve into a knowing smile, clarifying her goal isn't revenge, but absolute control. An enraged executive slams his fist down, vowing never to cede power to a naive girl. Ignoring their shouts of expulsion, she poses a simple question about the company's past loyalty. Rising to her feet, the chair beneath her groans and cracks as she speaks of a new arrival. She proclaims with unwavering faith that her chosen leader possesses true principal-level potential. He was her savior in her darkest hour, and now she is betting her entire future on him. Water from a nearby dispenser coalesces in her hand, forming a luminous, ethereal flower. Her gaze sweeps across the room, promising a permanent one-way exit for every traitor present. A condescending old man scoffs at her youthful theatrics, advising her to grow up. Another pompous suit declares the use of a sealing item an immediate cause for expulsion. Xenia simply smirks, casually flicking the glowing water lily into the center of the room. Instantly, the polished floor beneath a vocal director dissolves into a shimmering liquid surface. His own terrified, warped reflection stares back at him as the puddle begins to pull him down. A silent scream contorts his face while an invisible current drags him into the watery abyss. Panic erupts as a second member finds himself sinking, his flailing arms grasping at empty air. She watches the unfolding chaos with detached amusement, wondering why they seem so surprised. Someone's hand smacks the mahogany table, a pointless gesture against the encroaching magic. The chairman desperately tries to bargain, frantically offering her old position back. A sweet, dismissive smile plays on her lips. Broken trust, she explains, has no price tag. Her eyes begin to emit a soft, dangerous light as she asks who voted for her dismissal. Submerged to his chest, the sinking man pleads with his horrified colleagues for a saving hand. His desperate fingertips scrape against the table's edge before slipping, his final anchor lost. Without a sound, he disappears completely beneath the surface, leaving only gentle ripples. Xenia moves to the window and smoothly draws the heavy curtains, cloaking her corporate coup in shadow. Peering through a slight gap, she gazes down upon the bustling plaza far below. An intimidating squadron of figures marches with grim purpose toward the main entrance. Below, the company's elite security team mobilizes, forming a defensive line. The remaining elder smirks, smugly reminding her that an attack on the board is an act of war. Unfazed, Xenia simply gestures for him to join her at the window for a better view. Her finger aims toward a distant skyscraper, the one that used to house her modest office. Just then, a brilliant column of light erupts from its peak as she announces her backup has arrived. He merely scoffs, telling her to worry less about her allies and more about her own imminent demise. Far below, the newly arrived squad gazes up at the monolithic Quan Group headquarters. One man's fingers, glinting with metallic tips, poised to unleash a hidden power. A violent violet light bursts forth from his outstretched hand. Instantly, a cage of pure amethyst energy ensnares the entire security detail. From her high vantage point, Xenia witnesses the sudden flash of purple in the plaza. That same shimmering prison phases impossibly through the reinforced window into the boardroom. Within it, the company's elite security team materializes from thin air. Their eyes are now vacant voids, their movements dictated by an unseen puppeteer. Through the haze of control, the squad leader's expression flickers with pained recognition. The lead executive gestures impatiently, ordering his personal guard to end this farce. One of his men asks, with a leering grin, if any method is acceptable. A particularly unsettling man raises his phone, hungry for some new material to capture. He boasts about his unique sealing item, a device that transforms recordings into inescapable nightmares. With a predatory smile, he urges her to give him a convincing performance of terror. Xenia's lips curl into a knowing smirk. She's heard all about Quan's infamous sealer squad. A system window identifies Scar Hank, a specialist who transfers his own damage to others. Next appears Elevator Andy, whose touch dictates directional momentum. Nightmare Recorder Sammy is revealed, trapping his targets within the very videos he shoots. His sinister partner, Nightmare Reaper Darren, then enters those fabricated dreams to finish his prey. Finally, there's Pasturing Man Tony, whose whip can send any object into an uncontrollable spin. The fearsome team closes in, their leader offering a choice between a quick death or prolonged suffering. Sammy aims his lens for the perfect shot, a brilliant flash heralding his ability's activation. However, a crimson blur intercepts him before the shutter can even click. Baixing stands before her, red eyes blazing as he declares this little party is over. Scarhank simply chuckles as Baixing's corrupted hand clamps down on his shoulder. From behind, Elevator Andy slaps his own hand squarely onto Baixing's back. The button embedded in his palm glows ominously, signaling his power is now in effect. Andy flicks his fingers with a theatrical flourish, bidding his foe a swift farewell. Immediately, the arcane symbols branded on Baixing's back ignite with overwhelming force. He is violently launched skyward, a human rocket aimed directly at the ceiling. A deafening crash echoes as his body obliterates the floor of the level above. His unstoppable ascent continues, shattering floor after floor in a catastrophic chain reaction. The destructive trajectory tears through the entire height of the skyscraper. An enormous explosion of violet energy erupts from the building's rooftop, visible for miles. Now standing on the helipad, Baixing grins, vowing to claim that ceiling item for himself. He then realizes with a jolt that the upward force has not yet dissipated. Back in the boardroom, Andy explains the rise command he placed is absolute and unending. He smirks, confident his opponent is now on a one-way trip to the cold vacuum of space. Sammy impatiently spins his phone, reminding them they have a primary target to deal with. Xenia turns back to the stunned board members, mocking their utterly pathetic choice of allies. Xenia smirks, completely unfazed by the chaos unfolding around her. High above the city, Baixing floats with an annoyed expression, still rising. His corrupted hand summons a glowing sword of pure light. He plunges the blade downward, trying to counter the relentless upward force. Realizing his sword's rule is useless, he knows he needs another power to fight back. He activates his light domain, enveloping himself in a massive sphere of energy. The domain traps him in a glowing cube, halting his uncontrolled ascent. With a flash of light, the entire domain descends back toward the skyscraper. Baixing reappears in the boardroom, his calm return shocking the Sealer squad. Elevator. Andy stares in disbelief, screaming that his return is impossible. He frantically taps the button on his hand, trying to make his power work again. Baixing realizes he can't teleport while this new rule is active and must be careful. Andy pushes harder on the button, his hand cracking under the immense strain. His teammate warns him to stop, shouting that he'll be corrupted by the power. Another squad member realizes Baixing's counter rule has broken Andy's will. Xenia mocks the squad for only showing up after their sealer has lost control. She laughs dismissively, saying it's fine since he's one of their own. Andy collapses to his knees, consumed by a dark, corrupting energy. The whip-wielding Tony steps forward, declaring he'll stop the corrupted sealer. He warns the others not to move, explaining a contaminant is now wearing Andy's body. Tony knows that striking the ceiling item itself will cause a dangerous backlash. Scarhank calmly notes that the corrupted being isn't even targeting them. The dark energy swirls around the possessed Andy's face. He looks up with a wicked grin, his eyes glowing with a menacing light. His hand cracks as he presses the open door button while Rise is still active. The squad panics, remembering Andy's warning about using both buttons at once. A glowing purple portal materializes in front of Baixing and Xenia. The portal cracks open, revealing a strange, dark space within. Baixing's eyes widen in shock as he sees where the portal leads. He stares into a dark, dilapidated hallway, realizing it's an abandoned hospital. A ghostly nurse materializes inside the purple portal, her aura dark and menacing. Baixing stares in shock, wondering if he's seeing a ghost or a corrupted sealer. The single nurse suddenly duplicates, two identical figures now walking forward. He recoils, completely baffled by the impossible sight before him. With another flicker, the figures multiply again, now standing three abreast. Baixing rubs his eyes, questioning if his vision is playing tricks on him. The nurses continue to multiply, forming a small, silent crowd in the hallway. He realizes with dawning horror that they increase every time he blinks. The Sealer squad watches his terror, warning each other that curiosity can be fatal. Scarhank explains Andy's ceiling item came from a hospital abandoned for 30 years. He recounts how a contaminated caretaker caused a terrible incident there long ago. Baixing understands the key to escape lies with the corrupted Andy himself. The ever-growing army of nurses advances, their presence overwhelming. He forces his eyes open, knowing he can't afford to blink again. Desperate, he wonders if simply looking away will stop their multiplication, but their numbers continue to swell, their faces blurring into a terrifying legion. With a determined look, Baixing reaches out to grab one of the board members. The executive is suddenly pulled from his chair by an invisible force. Baixing appears behind him, his corrupted hand closing around the man's throat. The executive screams in terror, demanding to be released. Baixing accuses him of framing Vivian, asking for any last words. The man struggles, boasting about his powerful connections to Jason. Baixing summons a pair of glowing scissors, a familiar ceiling item. The executive recognizes Jason's deadly scissors and explains their dangerous rule. With a smirk, Bai Xing thanks him for saving him the trouble of figuring it out. He shoves the terrified man toward the portal, offering him as a reward to the nurses. The executive screams for the sealer squad to attack and save him. Bai Xing grins wickedly, questioning if they'll dare to interfere. The squad remains completely still, refusing to move a muscle. A nurse explains the portal connects to an S-level incident, far beyond their control. A sealer explains the corrupted man was an elevator operator who fused with a contaminant to escape. Bai Xing grins, revealing the contaminant has locked onto him, and only him. He taunts the squad, asking how they'll stop the nurses if he's gone. Bai Xing exposes the executive's disturbing thoughts, shocking him with his mind reading. With a sarcastic grin, he grabs the executive, saying leaders should get first dibs. He hurls the terrified man directly into the path of the advancing nurses. The executive lands hard on the floor, his face a mask of pure terror. He scrambles away from the silent crowd, desperately begging for help. Bai Xing smirks at the squad, warning them not to even think about interfering. He exposes the executive as a coward who lets his underlings face every danger. Bai Xing tells the squad their boss believes only his own life matters. Xenia watches in confusion, wondering why Bai Xing seems so drained and weak. She offers to test the rules for him, ready to help figure out a plan. He coldly dismisses her offer, telling her to just stay away. The executive pants in terror, completely surrounded by the silent nurses. He screams for them to stay back as their hands reach for him. A dark, corrupted hand grabs the executive's head from behind. Dark threads begin to pierce the man's terrified, wide-open eye. His eyelid is gruesomely stitched shut by the contaminant's power. Bai Xing taunts him, calling this a once-in-a-lifetime chance with the ladies. An agonized executive claws at his face, one eye now magically sealed over. Bai Xing calmly assesses the battlefield, a flicker of understanding in his gaze. Enraged by the delay, Scar Hank lunges forward to personally crush the obstacle. His face twists into a mask of pure fury as he bellows a final deadly command. Yet a lazy, confident grin is the only response, welcoming the telegraphed attack. Hank cleverly averts his eyes from the spectral nurse, exploiting the obvious game mechanic. Tapping a jagged mark on his neck, he promises to share his most treasured injury. A lightning-fast hand brands an ethereal copy of the fatal wound onto Bai Xing's throat. Leaping back with theatrical flair, he snaps his fingers to trigger the deadly curse. Utter disbelief washes over his features as the ultimate technique yields absolutely nothing. Sammy quips from the sidelines, wondering if their target just rage-quit the server. With a guttural roar, Scar Hank shreds his shirt, revealing a torso webbed with pulsing crimson scars. One finger traces a particularly nasty gash, setting it ablaze with malevolent light. He then rips the very concept of the wound from his flesh, weaving it into a ribbon of raw power. Roaring with newfound strength, he vows to dismantle his foe piece by painful piece. Beside him, Tony silently coils his whip, his focus absolute and grim. The Scar Whip is unleashed in a vicious arc, screaming through the air toward its target. Crimson tendrils instantly envelop Bai Xing, constricting him in a cage of conceptual pain. Triumphant, Hank throws his head back and howls, detonating the accumulated damage in a glorious burst. Countless red marks erupt across Bai Xing's body, yet the man doesn't even flinch. Stunned into silence, Hank is shoved aside by a desperate Tony, sensing imminent danger. Stepping into the fray, Tony cracks his own whip in a terrifyingly fast blur of motion. Golden light erupts in a blinding sunburst at the very point of impact. Tony stares in disbelief, his attack having no effect. He explains his whip should make contaminants spin and pause their rules. He wonders if the power inside Bai Xing is so strong it overrides everything. Bai Xing's eyes snap open, glowing with a menacing red light. A massive wave of red energy erupts from him, his horns growing larger. The board members cry out in alarm as the powerful energy sweeps through the room. Everyone is caught in the overwhelming red blast, unable to escape. Bai Xing pants, his demonic form now fully unleashed and in control. He declares the nurse's rules are unsolvable, leaving him no other choice. He explains the deadly rules. She multiplies when you look away and gets closer when you stare. If she touches you, a rule of assimilation is triggered. The executive is shown being consumed by a dark purple energy. Bai Xing rips his own shirt, questioning how the last principal managed this. He wonders if he can suppress her with a stronger rule to finally get his revenge. The squad members panic, accusing him of dragging them down with him. The nurses suddenly begin to fall to the ground, their forms dissolving. The entire army of nurses fades away as Bai Xing's new rule takes over. The remaining nurses turn to face Bai Xing's demonic form in the corridor. The lead nurse reaches out, her hand extending toward his corrupted body. A shadowy red hand suddenly grabs her by the neck, stopping her advance. His demonic form holds her as she begins to dissolve into a dark shadow. The other nurses also start to fade, their bodies turning into purple smoke. A massive shadowy bull erupts from Bai Xing, lunging at the remaining figures. The bull's dark energy consumes the nurses in a chaotic, swirling vortex. The lead nurse is held firmly, her form almost completely gone. With a final whoosh, her body dissolves into nothing but purple wisps. Bai Xing stands before the last remaining nurse, his demonic power still raging. A squad member panics, shouting that Bai Xing has failed and they must escape. The final nurse grabs her own collar, her body covered in strange markings. A dark thread begins to stitch her own eye shut with a sickening hiss. Bai Xing's demonic hand grabs her as purple energy swirls around them both. The dark energy of the bull begins to recede from Bai Xing's face. His eye glows as the demonic power is drawn back into his body. A clash of red and purple energy erupts as the two opposing rules collide. Vivian watches as Bai Xing and the nurse are trapped inside a glowing pink box. She worries about the risk he's taking, questioning his dangerous plan. Bai Xing's eye glows with intensity, believing his gamble is working. He realizes the nurse's thread is just as powerful as the golden bull. The bull's corruption contains the nurse, but her power corrodes its own host. He realizes the real problem is his own eyes, which are now being stitched shut. Bai Xing unleashes a beam of light from his eye, attempting to sever the thread. His light domain rule clashes with the nurse's power, creating a brilliant flash. The nurse is caught in the struggle between the two powerful abilities. The threads are severed from his eye as he successfully breaks free. He desperately tries to cut the remaining threads with his light power. The two opposing forces reach a critical turning point, a perfect deadlock. The scene cuts to a peaceful blue sky with text declaring that everyone is gone. A disembodied eye flies through the city, lamenting that everyone from the past era has failed. It despairs, declaring that humanity has no future and the gods are a joke. The eye's pupil glows with power as it decides to grant everyone a painless end. It struggles to remain rational, remembering it cannot harm its own daughter. With renewed focus, it realizes that hope for this new era lies with him. The eye sees a vision of Bai Xing, recognizing his hand but keeping the secret to itself. Activating its rain domain, the eyeball zips across the city at incredible speed. It phases through a wall, continuing its urgent journey. The eye watches the glowing box, wondering what Bai Xing is planning. It realizes he's deliberately provoking a conflict between the two opposing rules. The eye sees a chance for success if he can just maintain his human will. It urges him to stay alive and not end up like Jason, whose mind was devoured. The clash of red and purple energy continues to rage within the box. The two powerful forces remain locked in a desperate struggle. The eyeball declares that this is the final decisive showdown. Bai Xing strains with all his might, pushing his power to the absolute limit. The threads begin to snap as his light power slowly gains the upper hand. The eyeball flies forward, telling Bai Xing not to panic as it's here to help. A red tendril shoots from the eye, ordering him not to resist its power. The tendril strikes with a massive impact, shattering the energy field. Vivian and the squad look on in shock as the box disappears. A terrified board member scrambles on the floor, asking when they can escape. The squad leader declares their target is gone and they must disrupt the domain to get out. A swirling mass of red and purple energy is all that remains of the struggle. Vivian listens intently, realizing she can still hear a faint sound. She realizes with a shock that the contaminant inside the fallen sealer has revived. The corrupted man's body twitches on the floor, surrounded by a dark aura. He looks up, his eyes now dark, empty voids. The squad leader panics, shouting that the contaminant has fully awakened. Tony holds his whip, explaining its power to break a contaminant's rules. He explains that by connecting the head and tail of his whip, he can create a sealed domain, isolating the contaminant within. Declaring the circle a safe zone, he urges everyone to escape through it. The board members immediately start fighting over who gets to leave first. Vivian calmly stops them, asking who gave them permission to leave. Water suddenly splashes around the feet of the board members. An executive cries out as he's pulled into the floor by the water. The others watch in horror as their colleagues are dragged under. Vivian reveals her plan was to seize control, but now she'll just eliminate them all. She mockingly tells the squad they're free to go, but wonders who will pay them now. The squad leader ignores her, ordering his team to move out. He leaps through the glowing portal, making his escape. After landing safely on the other side, he celebrates their successful exit. But another man stumbles out of the portal and collapses. A third member quickly follows, stepping through the glowing circle. Tony hesitates, his reflection in the portal showing a strange expression. Vivian asks him what's wrong, questioning if he's too big to fit. He remembers her warning that using a contaminant's rules always has a price. A new figure appears, explaining the whip's previous owner met a grim fate using the circle. He tells Tony to follow him, promising safety on the other side. Tony steps through the portal into a dark, abandoned alley. The man asks him what's next, but Tony just looks at him strangely. The man's face twists into a maniacal grin as he begins to laugh. He dances around the alley, his laughter echoing ominously. The man reveals the portal's true nature. It's a gamble with an unknown destination. Back in the boardroom, Tony strains, vowing to give it his all. He dives headfirst into the glowing portal with a determined cry. The squad watches as he stretched and pulled through the energy field. He lands safely on the other side, relieved the escape went smoothly. With a smile, he turns to the portal, ready to close it behind him. A hand suddenly grabs the glowing whip, stopping the portal from closing. Tony screams in terror, realizing he's being pulled back. He vanishes from the alley, dragged back into the boardroom. Vivian stands calmly, her whip now in hand. She approaches the corrupted sealer, offering to help now that Bai Xing is gone. The corrupted man pants heavily, surrounded by a swirling dark aura. He stumbles forward, his body still under the contaminant's control. The corrupted sealer struggles, his form unstable and flickering. A mysterious voice orders Vivian to restrain the unruly man. The voice urgently tells her that Bai Xing needs help. Vivian realizes the voice is coming from the corrupted man and agrees to act. She cracks her whip, lashing it toward the struggling figure. With a pained cry, she pulls on the whip, trying to restrain him. She struggles against his immense strength, realizing she can't hold him for long. The corrupted man's eye glows with a menacing red light. The scene fades into a dark, swirling purple void. Inside the void, two powerful energies, red and purple, clash violently. The scientist's eyeball watches the spectacular collision of rules. Bai Xing appears, his body caught in the storm, admitting he's trapped himself. The eyeball explains his body has become the battlefield for the two rules. Bai Xing screams in agony, demanding the eyeball help him regain control. The eyeball tells him he needs to make the two opposing powers relax. He realizes he can counter the nurse, but the bull's power is another problem. The eyeball corrects him, revealing there is a way to handle the bull. Bai Xing looks on in disbelief, questioning if it's really possible. The eyeball shoots forward like a red comet through the energy storm. It transforms into a massive, shadowy, wolf-like creature. The creature's red eyes glow, resembling the bull's own power. The eyeball explains it has blocked the bull's sight, buying them a few minutes. Bai Xing roars, ready to cancel his old commands and reselect his target. The four-eyed wolf asks its new master for the target's 4 traits. Bai Xing roars his first command. The target is right in front of you. The wolf's eye flashes with purple light, locking onto the nurse. The bull's power and the nurse's rule both react to the new command. Red and purple energies clash as Bai Xing's eye reflects the target's mark. He gives the second trait, declaring her rule is active to force a collision. The nurse stands calmly, 4 glowing dots now visible on her forehead. In the purple void, the wolf slowly approaches its designated target. Bai Xing gives the third trait as the nurse gets closer, confirming his plan is working. Dark purple threads suddenly emerge from the nurse's forehead. The threads fly toward the wolf as Bai Xing realizes her target has shifted. The wolf's eyes glow as the dark threads begin to wrap around its face. A beam of energy connects the wolf's eyes as the threads tighten their grip. The nurse's head is suddenly obliterated in a massive burst of energy. Bai Xing watches as the headless nurse remains standing, threads still active. He smirks, noting the wolf's weaker power allowed the nurse to easily stitch its eyes. With its snout sewn shut, the wolf's conditions were met, triggering the attack. The headless nurse is enveloped in a swirling vortex of purple threads. Her body begins to regenerate, the threads forming a new face. The wolf faces the restored nurse, whose attack focus has now changed. Dark threads now completely cover the wolf's head, stitching it shut. The massive Red Bull energy roars, warning they can't let the wolf be fully sealed. In his demonic form, Bai Xing realizes the dire situation. A diagram explains the wolf's rule requires 4 traits for a precise kill. But with fewer traits, its aim becomes less accurate, but its range widens. He wonders if removing all traits would cause the rule to collapse or become a global threat. The scientist's eye shouts that its power is at its limit and they must hurry. Bai Xing desperately orders the wolf to retreat from the nurse. The purple threads pull the wolf back, preventing its escape. The nurse stands calmly, her threads reeling the helpless wolf back in. In his demonic form, Bai Xing glares forward, surrounded by swirling purple threads. He hurls a dark energy orb, unleashing a powerful psychic assault. The scientist's eye explains the nurse's rules were redirected, and the bull can now be guided. Bai Xing holds the nurse, forcing the 2 opposing rules to cancel each other out. The eyeball marvels at his incredible feat of handling 2 overpowered rules at once. It laments not realizing sooner that he's qualified to explore the world beyond the ancient gate. The eyeball urgently calls out to Star, trying to wake him from the struggle. Back in the boardroom, the corrupted sealer is enveloped in a dark purple aura. Vivian desperately tries to restrain him with her whip, calling out his name. She grits her teeth, realizing her whip's power is too weak to stop the rampaging contaminant. The corrupted man's hand reaches out from the swirling purple energy. He grabs onto the energy, trying to pull himself free from the restraint. The sealer pulls the energy down, revealing his corrupted form. His eyes are now dark, empty voids, the contaminant fully in control. The elevator buttons behind him begin to glitch and flicker ominously. The screen distorts as the buttons continue to malfunction wildly. A skull and crossbones symbol flashes on the screen, signaling imminent danger. Vivian lashes out with her whip, trying to contain the spreading darkness. A powerful force throws her back, pulling her into the chaotic energy. She's dragged into a swirling vortex of dark, ominous power. The vortex consumes her as she vanishes into the swirling darkness. The elevator doors crack under the immense pressure of the contained energy. The glowing pink box containing the battle suddenly disappears from the boardroom. The room is now eerily quiet, with only scattered papers left behind. Scar Hank cautiously peeks out from a side room into the empty office. He steps out, wondering if the corrupted threat has finally gone. Tony frantically asks the squad leader where his whip has gone. He looks at a pile of rubble, realizing his weapon has completely disappeared. The remaining squad members discuss their next move now that their guild is in crisis. Their leader looks on with a grim expression, contemplating their uncertain future. Inside a strange dark space, an elevator panel glitches ominously. Vivian cries out in alarm, realizing the corrupted elevator has started moving. A disembodied eye appears, confirming her fears and making her scream. The eyeball calmly explains it's the voice that was helping her, not a monster. It reveals its identity as Roger G., the head of a powerful family. Vivian stares in disbelief as he dismisses his form as a failed experiment. He warns that this elevator isn't meant for people, but for something far worse. She realizes with dawning horror that they're in an elevator for contaminants. The eyeball explains the elevator's history, starting at the infamous Shedland Hospital. He recounts the hospital's dark past, a scandal that tore it apart 30 years ago. A flashback reveals the hospital's doctors were corrupt, driven by greed. They took bribes and trafficked materials, their corruption running deep. A brave nurse decided to expose their crimes, ready to bring them to justice. But the next day, she was found in the morgue, her eyes sewn shut. The eyeball explains it was a cruel punishment for seeing too much. The nurse's rage turned her into a contaminant, forcing the hospital to be sealed. Vivian finally understands the true terrifying nature of their transport. The eyeball warns that traveling between S-level domains could be catastrophic. It zips over to the corrupted sealer, demanding he wake up and fix his mess. The elevator suddenly shudders to a halt, startling Vivian. A bright red 0 flashes on the panel, announcing their arrival. The doors slide open as Vivian braces herself for what lies beyond. She looks out onto a desolate landscape filled with ominous grave mounds. They've arrived in a new S-level domain, the deadly grave mound. The eyeball explains its rule. Touch the soil and you're buried forever. A strange rumbling sound catches Vivian's attention, putting her on edge. The eyeball spots a massive pit that has suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Vivian stares in shock, wondering how the pit formed in an instant. The eyeball decides to scout the area, confident it can escape if needed. Peering into the darkness, it's suddenly startled by what it sees below. The eyeball zips back in, frantically telling Vivian to hit the button. She desperately tries to close the doors, screaming that they have to leave immediately. Deep in the pit, a man with a long braid chips away at the wall trying to break free.